Glad to be in studio for the full 2 hours straight through on LFA. We're honored to be with you guys. Glad to see everybody here. So we're also, again, joined by our good friend Eric Haynes today in studio. Really glad to have you, Eric.
Always great to be part of the conversation, my friends.
All right. I know we've got a lot of topics today, Paul, so it's going to be interesting. We got to get to it. Obviously, tragic news about Panettiere.
Yeah, Hayden Panettiere.
Yeah. So anyway, very, very popular star, very young, of course. And so we'll talk about that and maybe what the implications of that could be. I mean, you know, she made some pretty serious allegations in an interview that came out. I know you're going to go over that.
Yep.
And and then tons of topics to get to today, all on the Paul Herrell program. We're glad to be with you.
Absolutely. So first segment for today is, again, what we just covered about what's going on with, you know, what happened last week with the vaccine schedule going from 72 to 11. It's just kind of crazy when you say that out loud. That's 72 to 11, but 72, it's just such a giant number. So we're going to start at the top of the show with healthy skepticism. All right, so we got this story over here from, what is this, Mediaite? Yeah, Mediaite. So let me see if I can get that a little bit better. Why did you think RFK would change? This is ABC News' Martha Raddatz. I'm sure this audience really is a big fan of hers.
Yeah. Only a handful of those apartments were taken over by Venezuelan gangs. That's where she's recently famous for.
Yeah. Do you hear yourself, Margaret? Yeah. that was a good meme cycle for sure. So here we go. ABC News Chief Global Affairs Correspondent. Man, titles are cheap, right?
Well, and I love it when they're the chief. They're not some lackey working behind the scenes here. They're the chief.
I think that honestly, you could psychoanalyze that whole thing just right there, because all of this operates from this understanding that because you've been given a title, you've been put in a position of authority, that somehow you're smarter than everybody else. I think that kind of encompasses this entire issue that we're having with the white coats, the new clergy of our day, that essentially can never be wrong. And anytime there's a story out there that suggests that the doctors are wrong or the medical industrial complex are wrong, or dare I say it's a even more broader conspiracy to actively deceive and kill millions of people, everybody gets triggered by that. Well, not everybody, but, you know. So ABC News Chief Global Affairs Correspondent Martha Raddatz grilled Senator Bill Cassidy.
Grilled him.
On his support for U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr., quote, "You ultimately voted for Secretary Kennedy." Let's actually listen to this clip and check it out.
Why did you think he would change? I'm curious about that. You voted for him. You knew what RFK had said for years about autism. What convinced you he would change?
You know, there's a lot of parents who contacted me. I am a representative of people, so if I got 1,000 contacts over that period of time, 60 to 70% of them were from folks who believed in the need to address ultra-processed food. Also from people within the biotech industry, or people who were investors who said we need a shakeup at the FDA, and they thought there would be a positive shakeup. There was a lot of folks who were, again, either concerned about ultra-processed food, and in credit, this administration has brought attention to ultra-processed food as no other administration has. Still haven't done anything about it, but they brought attention to it, and as well as people who felt that this could be a very positive development in getting things done. But the point is that when you're making the decision process, you're taking in everything at once, and you just make the best decision that presents at the time.
Okay, thanks, Senator.
Yeah, it's it's the left's mentality, and frankly, honestly, I have to say it, sometimes it's Trump's mentality. You do one thing wrong that they consider to be wrong, right? And they're just going to just try to destroy you. The left will absolutely harp on one little thing. It's, you know, the straw man argument here. But what you're seeing with Martha Raddatz and the other leftist lunatics out there is that they're seeing such a huge shakeup that they have no alternative other than just completely throw shade at it. Folks, I'm not saying it's vaccines. But something has caused a massive rise in autism in the last 40, 50 years, okay? Now, it's not just testing. It's not just recognition. It's not just diagnosis. That is a big, huge part of it. But there is folks, most of the people, in the 1950s and 1960s that were maybe missing a chromosome or whatever the case may be, there was a definitive reason for it. I believe they called it mental retardation back then. That is not an acceptable term here today. But what you've got now are people that I can't go outside. I can't stand for someone to touch me, and it will send them into a rage. I am nonverbal. They're obviously if they're nonverbal, they're not saying that. But you get what I'm trying to say. There are these levels of autism. What is causing it? And Robert F. Kennedy has been saying it for the longest time. When you look at the rise in the number of vaccines that we've had, this vaccine schedule, and how you're giving them this freaking massive cocktail of these vaccines, something is causing it. And he's not saying you can't take these vaccines. All he's saying is, let's not make these sort of mandatory and inject things that are irrelevant to a newborn baby, such as the Hep B vaccine.
Yeah. And, and it also comes down to this idea that it is clearly environmental, right? I mean, you may be skeptical. I mean, I'm convinced that it is the vaccines, but the idea that we just weren't noticing it, all of that can be easily debunked with just common sense. And we think we need to understand that, Cassidy here, when he talks about, the food dyes, this administration hasn't done anything about the processed foods. Actually, they have. And they have to such a degree that you have companies like Nestle now are doing a lot of the heavy lifting for us. This headline, Nestle eliminates artificial dyes. This is from June 18th, so a little while ago. Nestle USA has now completely eliminated artificial dyes from its food and drink products. This is something that would not happen without the MAHA coalition. We also have this other story. Ironically enough, these are from ABC. M&M's, Skittles, Starburst debut versions without artificial dyes. So they have. So there are things that are happening here and taking place that are positive.
Yeah,
now,
he was not.
I think some of that stuff needs to be just banned outright. I think there's more that can be done, obviously, but let's not forget. Bill Cassidy's on his way out. Bill Cassidy lost his primary. Bill Cassidy voted to impeach President Trump, as you rightly
what
noted.
A tool.
Yeah.
Well, and I just don't trust any man in his 60s that has hair that good. Okay? I just don't. And so
I wonder why.
I
wonder if there's a
I think there's something to it.
Go with that.
Reason
I think
why.
I think there's something to it. Just look at the smug look on his face. I know that's just the right before he's about to talk, but look at that smug look. He looks like a defeated man who doesn't know it. And so he's trying to walk with some confidence here.
He looks like he just farted, Rob. Look at him.
We're all thinking it, Eric. But anyway, what the hell do I care what this tool's got to say? He's on his way out for a reason. What you bringing on these people, Martha? You think this is going to be a ground changing moment because he's got an R after his name? Who the hell cares? Who cares what this loser says? John Cornyn down there in Texas, he gets on there and he's just railing against everybody, right? He hates Ken Paxton still. What do I care what you have to say? I care that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has been on a crusade for 50 years, and he is finally in a position where he's able to do something about it, and somebody is doing something about it. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Perish the thought.
Oh, yeah.
And you said you were kind of laughing during Bill Cassidy's clip, and he's like, "Well, I represent people, and I took their stuff."
It's a rare thing to
Martha's
hear them actually admit that.
Wait a minute, you're doing what your constituents want.
Yeah,
that's not.
Yeah, I got a bunch of phone calls told me to vote for the guy, so I voted for him.
It's like Vince Vaughn from
mean,
Wedding Crashers. People helping people.
Yeah, people helping people. So. Well, again, these liberal lunatics are going to compete. Again, every time I hear a clip from Martha Raddatz, I keep going back to the ridiculousness of trying to defend not cracking down on immigration
Yeah.
because only a handful of American apartment complexes were taken over by Venezuelan gangs. Like, why are you doing all of this stuff? Because, like, that's where their mentality is. It's, okay, let's just say you disagree with the vaccine schedule. Has Robert F. Kennedy done anything? Okay, why are we one of the most, with the wealthiest country in the world? Why do we have one of the higher cancer rates? Okay, what's the difference between here and these other countries, such as Japan and all of this stuff? It's what's in your food, people. It's gotta be. There has to be something, to your point, that's environmental. I'm glad somebody's doing it. Is he right?
Yeah.
Heck, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. I don't know. But I'm sure glad that somebody's doing something.
Yeah, I mean, after that Venezuelan comment about the gangs taking over the apartment complexes, nobody would be shocked if Martha Raddatz was like, and we'll be right back. This segment was brought to you by Tren de Aragua.
Yeah.
And don't nobody go anywhere.
Yeah. And in Spanish.
Yeah, but I mean,
can't speak Spanish.
the truth
Wasn't that
is,
the interview with J.D. Vance?
yeah, it was.
It was.
Didn't JD say, Martha, do you hear yourself?
Yeah, Martha, do you hear yourself? Or frankly, I don't care.
Yeah,
he
I
got
don't
real
care if
close to like,
Yeah.
well, frankly, Scarlett, I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
He was about to cuss right there on
Shame you
network
ignorant
television. Yeah.
Yeah, he got real close there. But the truth of the matter is, and I don't know this for a fact, but I'm sure on ABC this week, their Sunday show, they had a big pharma ad at some point in the lineup. Like, we'll be right back, and then the next is like, hey, Pfizer, hey, get your Skyrizi and whatever.
Well, I don't.
Control is everything to me. To your point from last week or a couple weeks ago, Skyrizi is for Crohn's disease, not herpes. I apologize.
Yeah.
I
Had to be your accountability partner.
I
on
was
that one.
misinformed.
one
Sorry
after-
to everybody
the one
out
after the
there
herp.
with
Paul had
Crohn's disease.
herpes on the brain.
He had yeah.
Well, I just thought that I just think we're naming these things ridiculous.
Oh yeah, they are getting
Sky-
ridiculous,
Sky
and
Rizzi.
all of those commercials are exactly the same. I couldn't do this, and it's always shows somebody struggling and all of this, and they figure it out, and it's almost always like depression medicine.
Yeah. But there's
And,
like Skyrizi could cause death and bleeding, and you could bleed out and die like Ebola.
But
consult your doctor before you.
But as Big Pharma is creating more and more record profits, guys, I think we're just being too hard on Big Pharma. They don't have a reason or an incentive to increase the number of vaccines, the ones that they paid for, that they're getting reimbursed. They didn't have an incentive for that. They're just trying to help children. Guys, it's not about money. We talked about it on Friday's show with all of the child mutilation surgeries and everything.
Yep.
I mean, it's big pharma, big medical, all of these things are money grabs, and it's just sorry Eric, because I know Eric's in the old medical field over there. It's to make this almighty dollar, and unfortunately, and in a lot of cases, our children are the ones who are suffering.
All right, so
Eric,
you got something, Eric?
You just over here
You got
just
something,
laugh,
brother?
or you just got something to say?
No, I that's an interest. It's tough that the industry, an industry that I have a lot of respect for, has developed that reputation for itself in a lot of ways, and needs to own it because of its actions. Now, the other side of that is that, and some people may not want to hear this, but those companies also invest billions and billions of dollars.
I agree.
To come up with medications that save people's lives, that prevent people from having bad surgeries, and have changed history as far as people's ability to conveniently make major changes to their health. Side effects, profiles, all that stuff is definitely involved, and they are publicly traded companies that are indebted to their shareholders, trying to make them money. But if we just paint them into the corner as being all bad, always, all the time, we do miss out on the balance of that. We wouldn't have the advances in medicine that so many people rely on, that keeps them alive with their families a lot longer than they do. And by the way, this is not me being some stooge for the pharma industry.
I don't think you are at all. But something that it does dawn on me though. while that is true in terms of a balance, right? We're not going to sit here and say that everything that comes out of big pharma, every single thing, it doesn't help somebody or it's all bad for them. But there is a cascading failure of trust and so I don't know what they do to regain that trust. One of the things that you could do is arrest people for crimes when it's clear that crimes have been committed, like Anthony Fauci. I mean, that would go a long way, or the other doctors behind it. That would go a long way to do it. Because, I mean, ultimately, when you get right down to it, everybody goes to the doctor, and you either decide if you trust your personal physician, your primary care doctor, or you don't. But I know there's a lot of people that are not trusting their primary care doctor because they're wondering, well, who is in their ear? What pharma rep is in their ear?
Yeah.
You know, I saw what you did during COVID. You haven't said you were wrong. You haven't admitted what happened or what we believe happened. So, and I think for the older generation, I think you're good. The boomer generation, I think they rely on their doctors, obviously, and they also, there's more trust there. But this younger, up-and-coming generation, they're going to the doctor less, and it's because they don't trust what they're hearing.
Well, I agree with that, and I, Eric is always like, hey guys, it's not as black as white as you're making it out to be. There is some gray, and of course he's telling the truth. And when you want to talk about the cascading, the cascading of trust here, the dissension here, really, when we're seeing that, I mean, I think there was some of that going on for a long time because there were anti-vaxxers long before COVID.
Long before COVID,
there were kids, going to school and without the measles and all of that.
That's true.
Stuff.
We decided not to, well before 2020.
Yeah, and so a lot of people made that decision, and I don't befault them for it. With the emergence of the internet, but there are a couple of things that do not help with that trust, and that is stuff like I go to an MRI clinic and I ask, hey, how much is this MRI going to cost? And was like, well, do you have insurance or not? Right. And there's two different prices. And you're just like, well, how much if I just pay? Well, if you have insurance, you have to use your insurance. Right. They won't let you pay out of pocket. Well, let's just say I don't have insurance. Okay. It's $400 or whatever the case may be. All right. Well, if I've got insurance, like, oh yeah, it's $4,000, And there's this dance between pharma and insurance and all of this stuff, and so I don't really understand. I don't really understand that fully and who's in control and all of that stuff. Ultimately, I guess insurance is in control because they're the ones that are deciding on whether they want to pay.
Yep.
But then what did we have? Trump that made an initiative here to make all of these hospitals post all of their prices, and you could start shopping around for this stuff. And that really was going to be great for private pay. Well, there were fights against that. Like, hey, we don't want to do that. We don't want to post it there. And I just find that so wrong, which is why I'm loving the emergence of these pharmacies that are $10 plus, or it's like, cost plus. So it's whatever the cost of it is, and we add $10, and that's the cost of the prescription. Mm-hmm. That's if we can get more of that and eliminate these middlemen, because the Medicare, the negotiator you've talked about on the show, the person that negotiates the price and stuff.
Is that the pharmacy benefit manager? Is that what that is?
PBMs.
Yeah. And then and you just wonder, like, okay, how much are you being incentivized here? Because why is this one pill costing $4,000?
Yeah.
Like, I don't get. I understand that anyway. I don't want to go off on all these rabbit trails. But I think that's where that level of distrust came in. Now, going back to what Robert F. Kennedy was doing, he's coming in and saying, I'm not beholden to anybody. Nobody is pulling my strings. I'm going to do, not just what he thinks. Okay. He's been researching this for a long time, but he's also made connections with people that he trusts in the industry. And I believe that he's getting consultations from those people before he puts these out there. And, we're just seeing just a tremendous amount of kickback to it.
I think, and I want to get Eric's comment on this, but this is what I'll say. What you just laid out there just sounds incredibly complex, and I think it is. The insurance companies, hospitals, pharma, all of that. It's extremely complicated, very difficult to understand, and there's only a small group of people that truly understand it. And so in any system that's like that, the opportunity for corruption, organized corruption,
correct.
Some might call it organized crime, the opportunity for that to happen goes up exponentially when you have a very, very complicated system with a lot of money moving hands.
Well, Rob's message, or what Rob said about the dance, hit me, and he's spot on. It is a dance, and it's the wrong kind of dance with two people trying to lead wrong, and both people have two left feet.
Yes,
it is an absolutely broken system, and there's no debate there. I think we can pretty much all agree that the system itself is broken. We saw the brokenness of it during the Obamacare era. We saw the intense brokenness of it during the COVID era. And I'm not saying that it's going to get any better before it gets worse, because the system is driven by insurance. It's driven by money. I remember distinctly walking into a building in Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina, my first year in the pharmaceutical industry and research with GlaxoSmithKline. And I walked into this building, and this person leading the group and touring us around said, "See everyone, it was gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous building. This building was built by Zantac. This building was built by Tagament." Back in the early days,
like Zantac 75, like the antacid.
Antacids were originally prescription based, coming out of an era where everybody just went in and had their gallbladders ripped out, and had these big surgeries. Gastroenterologists were doing tons and tons of these surgeries. Once the PPIs, once those drugs came to market, the rates of those big surgeries and open incision surgeries shrank by like 80 or 90% over the course of a few years. But back to my point, you walk into these buildings in a lot of these pharmaceutical giants' home offices, and they'll be the first to tell you, the big heydays of these blockbuster drugs built these buildings that you were standing in and that we're having these big meetings in, and this is just the way it is. And to be a blockbuster drug, you have to make $2 billion. That's what is considered in the industry a blockbuster drug. And there's a lot of them out there because a lot of people depend on these drugs, and they're expensive. And insurance is the biggest part of that. And you've seen insurance exposed as being the biggest part of the problem because Trump has come in and said, hey, there's no reason patients should be paying this for this exact pill in the United States of America, and in Europe it costs 0.001% of that. That doesn't make any sense at all. And
they're using the wealth of the United States to really pay them back for that, and they're making their profits elsewhere.
100%.
Well,
so to your point, it was so good is that it's a dance, and it's a really bad dance by people that have no business being on the dance floor. Or they're on the dance floor with the wrong partners, and they're doing it wrong,
right,
and they're obnoxious and making fools of themselves on the dance floor. They all look like Elaine Bennis, basically.
Oh yeah.
It's basically the Seinfeld episode where the healthcare system is like, hey, you want to kick things off? All right, here we go.
It's just terrible.
Everybody knows it, but her.
It's a really bad dance.
Yeah, I think,
we're. At its core, I have to say, are some well-intentioned people and a lot of really good physicians and healthcare providers, nurses, pharmacists, to some degree, and anesthesia folks and people that are trying to do a good job of providing good healthcare, but the game is messed up.
I think they've got to figure out a way where we have hospitals, not here locally, but we have hospitals in the United States that are charging $100 for a Tylenol, because they can get this reimbursed, and that's just asinine.
I got to get Dr. Keith on the show from the Oklahoma Surgery Center because we had an interview scheduled with him, and then I had a bunch of stuff that went down, and we had to cancel it. It's personal stuff that was going on, and we didn't have to get it recorded. We haven't been able to get it rescheduled. But if you want to know somebody that's been doing this for a decade now, like groundbreaking, go check out the Oklahoma Surgery Center because they list their prices on the internet, and they have for years now. And it's pretty wild what they're able to do with their model. So.
I was going to say just a couple of our comments because we've been great in our comments here. People just telling about their experiences. LJ. El Judo, Jodo, sorry, some of these names are hard to whatever, but every time I go to the doctor, she wants to give me another prescription. I accept them. I just don't fill them. And how many people are doing that?
A lot of people do it just because they
people.
don't want to even fight with their doctor.
Or they can't afford it. Or they cannot even afford that medication because there's not a generic version of it yet, or your insurance won't cover it and all of that stuff. So this one's Kit Kat Mar. We had a great local surgeon who specialized in breast cancer and saved so many lives, never caved to the masses. The FBI investigated her during COVID-19. She was older, died a bit later. Odd that she died. You start wondering too how much is the government behind the scenes pulling the strings on some of this stuff. But I believe that there are ultimately what I believe her point is, there's some great doctors out there that don't buy into this, that don't want to have 15 houses and a house in Malibu and all of that. But unfortunately, the system gets this wholly bad rep, and some of it's earned.
All right, next up, it's time for Pandemic Paper Trail. All right, Pandemic Paper Trail. We've got new revelations. It's, kind of just more of what we heard last week, but Senator Ron Johnson released even more text with Dr. Fauci exposing that a high-ranking vaccine official said first trimester pregnant women were told to avoid COVID vaccination in initial studies due to possible fever and higher rates of miscarriage in the first trimester. Dr. John Maskala, then the director of Vaccine Research Center at the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, wrote to Fauci, quote, I am corrected on pregnancy studies. Initial studies avoid vaccination in first trimester due to possible fever and high rates of miscarriage in the first trimester. Johnson says even more messages expose the adverse events were being ignored. Haul all of them before Congress. No. Thanks Eric Daugherty for the summer. No. Throw them all in jail. Open an investigation and throw them all in jail right now because we have Todd Blanche is telling us, okay, he's gotten the thing from Fauci, the criminal referral
from the committee, and we're handling that case like as every American should expect, which is we're looking at it and we're going to do everything we can. If it needs an investigation and it should be investigated, we will absolutely do that. We can't obviously comment. I know you're not asking me to on ongoing investigations, but yes, we did get the referral from the Senate.
All right, so they got the referral, but I'm sorry, that response to me, I was just in my mind, I'm like. That's what was going on in my head.
Yeah, I don't know.
See.
I'm trying to get. I haven't seen anything from Todd Blanche yet that makes me nervous or makes me feel like he's not going to do something like old, Barbie Pam.
We'll see. I'm not. I don't know. Look. They should have never dropped the whole AutoPen investigation, selling pardons, and that sort of thing. Because that's at the heart of this. And
sure.
and ultimately, I don't think because of that, because they say we're not going to try to go invalidate the pardons by proving them to be fraudulent, I think the only way people like Fauci and others go to jail is if state attorneys general go after them.
Sure.
Which is something that might happen. But this is what we're talking about. Listen to this. Look, in January 25th of 2021, this is the email that we just read between Dr. John Maskala, or Maskala and Dr. Anthony Fauci, right? So he knows what's going on, and yet this is what
you're talking 2 weeks later?
2 weeks later, Anthony Fauci.
Approximately 20,000 pregnant women have been vaccinated with no red flags, as we say, and this is being monitored by the CDC and the FDA.
How is that right there not criminal?
Yep, murderer.
How is that not criminal?
Murderer. I point at him and I'm sorry. Murderer.
Tell me we're wrong.
Accessory to murder. But murder's got to be in there somewhere. Manslaughter, something. Premeditated manslaughter, is that a thing? I don't know.
At the reckless. I feel like
reckless.
Something.
But the point is, to my previous point about cascading failure.
Yeah.
As long as that right there, as long as he and the people that he's protecting are allowed to walk free, good luck getting any of the trust back with with my generation and younger. I put us Gen X and younger, me being a millennial. Good luck with that. Because unless you see accountability, and honestly, to your point, I'm not going to sit here and say there's not I think that actually can hurt people's health in the long run by being that, for lack of a better term, allergic to the medical industrial complex. You trust people that, if you want us to trust you, you have to deliver results, but you also have to police your own. You have to, and that's until that happens, until we see some actual arrest and jail time.
And if you wondered, if you ever forget, because this has been 5 years ago now, if you ever find yourself like, it wasn't so bad, revisionist history, all of that stuff, if you forget truly how manipulated and mind warped, especially the left were, and it's because of, in their defense, what was happening on the bottom of that screen there. Fauci going on television every single day.
Telling
them this is safe, shutting it down. Everybody trust Fauci. Thank you, Fauci. And even from his personal memoirs here, or from his diary.
His self-confessed diary. He called it a diary himself.
Dude loved the attention. He was like, I'm as popular as such and such. I saw a street interview. We should have pulled it from this guy who was going around, and he goes, all right, was this quote from Donald Trump or from Anthony Fauci? And he was basically just reading out of Fauci's diary. And, of course, all the leftists were like, oh, that was Trump. That was Trump. Actually, that was Anthony Fauci on such and such date or whatever. It was epic. Yeah. I don't know why I didn't send it to you. But regardless.
It's kind of funny, actually, when you think about it.
So he loved the fame. And if he goes out here and says that what he was saying in those emails, what would that have done? It would have, number one, given people pause to think.
People would have stopped on the left and right, would have stopped taking the vaccine.
They would have stopped and thought about it and said, okay, wait a minute. Why is it killing pregnant? Why is it causing
pregnant hospital nurses would have been able to say, I don't have to take the vaccine now because Anthony Fauci says it's not safe.
But you were not allowed to talk out. We've spoken about this on the show, and that was one of the biggest and most frustrating things is that you weren't allowed to speak out. Your entire platform would be shut down. You were ostracized. Heck, even in our own communities, there were conversations happening on Facebook between friends, long-term friends, and there were people, it was like a civil war. People were on both sides of it. And if you were skeptic whatsoever, you were seen as the outcast. You were seen as the crazy person. How dare you? What do you mean? You don't trust the science. Okay? That's what was happening. And Dr. Fauci is 100% to blame for that because he was the most trusted man here in the United States during the pandemic. Everybody loved him. He was getting to speak every day, even with Trump. And this lying piece of trash 2 weeks prior to going on television saying these things are so safe and there's no red flags was having email discussions about the red flags.
Yeah.
Criminal.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's like it's kind of the worst. It's like the worst thing you could do, actually. This headline, though, from Zero Hedge, I saw this right before we came on the air. British Medical Journal retracts paper linking COVID shots to millions of excess deaths. A peer-reviewed study documenting millions of excess deaths across the West after the rollout of COVID measures and shots has been yanked by the British Medical Journal, not for bad data, this says, but for the crime of asking inconvenient questions. The BMJ Public Health Journal has formally retracted a 2024 paper that tracked more than 3 million excess deaths in 47 Western countries between 2020 and 2022. The study, which used official Our World in Data figures, noted the excess mortality remained stubbornly high even after containment measures and mass vaccination. Its authors called for proper investigation into the causes. The retraction notice cited, quote, misinformation in the discussion regarding the possible causes of excess mortality and claimed the limited original work by the authors was not sufficiently described. An institutional probe by the Princess Maxima Center, where 3 of the 4 authors worked, found no fabrication, falsification, or malicious intent. It still complained the paper gave, quote, disproportionate attention, end quote, to the possibility that containment measures and vaccination might have contributed. This really goes really well with our first segment between Raditz and Cassidy, just in terms of you're trying to break into that bubble, and these people are human beings, many of them not Christians, and that means that they never want to admit that they're wrong. Never want to admit that they've missed the mark. Never want to admit that and in many of these people's cases, they have their own personal conscience they're looking out for, because if they do admit they're wrong, how many people, by their own recommendation or prescription, have they harmed? I've said from the beginning that if it ever comes out, as just common dinner table discussion, some of these doctors may be so upset with themselves that they'll be on suicide watch. And I don't mean that, I'm not saying that lightly, but I mean, if it really is that bad, people are going to push back as much as they can because of the implication.
That would take a level of self-reflection that I think a lot of people are lacking, unfortunately. Yeah. That would take, to your point, are you willing to admit that you're wrong? I have this conversation all of the time with my 15-year-old son. He's never done anything wrong, ever, in his mind, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I tell him, I'm just like, son, let me talk about it through relationships. Do you know the quickest way to take someone's fire out? Especially if it's someone you care about, such as someone you're dating, or your mother. Okay, you want to get to the end of that argument as quickly as possible. Listen to what they're saying, number one, and then say, you know what, you're right. I didn't think about it from that perspective. I'm sorry. And I said, son, I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't come to that realization for a few years in my marriage. Okay, took me a while. Once I figured out the secret sauce, mind you, but the reason is because someone is upset with you, and in this case, when we're arguing and friendships were lost, and how many families are still broken up from 2016, and if you came out and supported Trump, it's just outrageous. I saw a video the other day. This crazy ass woman was like following a person that had a "Make America Great" shirt on. This woman was walking into her doctor's office, and a crazy liberal was trying to stop her, so much so that they were having the staff was having to threaten to call the police on this, and she was trying to, I just want you to think about the implications of that shirt and what it means to you. And this woman's like, you're crazy, get away from me, I don't want to talk to you, go away, leave me alone. And I'm like, that liberal woman wanted to think, she in her mind, that she had a chance to make a difference there and convert someone. Is that where their mentality is? No, that we have a difference of opinion. With COVID, we had a difference of opinion because you weren't allowed to do research at that point. Again, going back to what I was saying, it was shut down, and people just got in fights. You're idiots. I had a very good friend, doctor of mine, like he's a doctor and he's a friend. It was and he left Facebook. He was like off Facebook for about 6 to 8 months because he was tired of all the fighting. Mm-hmm. Okay. And that kind of stuff was happening. There's no critical thought. It is follow the leader, and whatever they say. And they say we're the ones that are in a cult.
We kind of deserve the flock camera, at least the flock term. After what happened in 2020,
you need a fan button.
You know what I mean? Like, we proved that we are sheep, or at least a lot of us. Sure did. A lot of us are. All right, now we're moving on now to this news this morning. I mean, I woke up to this. I'm sure many of you guys did as well. We normally don't cover this type of story, but there's a wrinkle to it that I think does make it relevant. TMZ reporting that Scream actress Hayden Panettiere is dead at 36. She was found in her South Carolina home. Emergency medical service workers responded to the call that came in from a person. She was in cardiac arrest, unresponsive female. Law enforcement sources sources confirm police responded to an incident involving Hayden Sunday. And I think there's a statement. Hayden passed away earlier on Sunday. We're told she and her on-again, off-again boyfriend, Brian Hickerson, flew from Los Angeles to the South on Saturday. And then here it is. It is with profound sadness that we share the tragic passing of our beloved Hayden. She was an incredible light force of nature who brought immeasurable love and joy to all who knew her and to the millions who watched her on screen. So I think I remember her from like the Acne commercials, but she was apparently a big star in this Heroes show and then Nashville. I never watched either of those.
Who?
I just who? What do you mean?
You talking about her? Hey?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and
you don't remember the Titans?
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
that's what
yeah,
I know.
she was
That's-
fantastic
I know her
in
from
that.
Remember of the Titans when she
Little,
was
little sweet, cute little,
Yeah.
curly-haired
Yeah.
little girl. Yeah.
That's what I that's what I know her most for is
100%.
Remember the Titans. The reason I find this interesting is because I guess about 3 months ago she went on a podcast and she talked about how Hollywood destroyed her mentally and I think this is what made her turn to or what she says made her turn to substance abuse and that sort of thing. She went on this podcast and talked about a pretty harrowing experience for an 18-year-old girl on a yacht, being forced into a very uncomfortable position with an unnamed person that apparently she says is extremely famous. Listen to this.
I was 18, even though I'd lived such a huge life and I thought I was so mature at 18, scientifically, her frontal lobes don't develop until we're, 26, 25, 26. So even though I felt like I could make healthy decisions, safe decisions, I wasn't capable of being fully aware of what was going on around me. And it wasn't until I found myself in predicaments that I realized my perspective completely shifted, and I realized that I was in danger. But by the time I'd realized I was in danger, I was quite literally out to sea. And
So she's on a yacht.
It was that that moment shook me and was shocking. And I was quite literally walked down, and I had been having a great time. There was no hints of anything like that happening. So it took me, I was shocked. It took me by surprise. And it was led by somebody that I had grown to trust and see as a protector and somebody who had my back. And to be walked down the stairs, and it was as like a surprise, presented as though it was like a surprise, and it was this very small room, and she physically put me in the bed next to this undressed man who was very famous and had his hands like this, like this was just, an average day for him. This is something that happens all the time. And I waited for her to leave. And I mean, that lion in me, that fire in me, that my hair stood on end, and I became ferocious. I was like, this is not happening. But I had nowhere to hide. And I bolted, and I hid wherever I could think of to hide on a boat. On a boat. There was no jumping off and swimming away, and there was nobody who was going to. I realized that there was nobody who was going to be empathetic to my situation, that this was nothing new to them.
I mean,
So that is, typical of what we're now hearing out of Hollywood. She has a trusted friend who's a woman that I'm going to go ahead and call her handler that put her in this situation. She doesn't name who the very famous man is that was ready for her in the bed, but clearly I think this is, she says, look, looks like something that seemed routine to him,
right,
and probably routine to the handler that she trusted. And then she has to hide on a boat until they get back to port because she's afraid for her life. And so a couple of things crossed my mind. Obviously, the conspiracy aspect of all of this are already saying, hey, look, we think her death is somehow related to this confession, of this speaking out of the truth, the basically the human trafficking, sex trafficking nature of Hollywood and how sex is a commodity and that sort of thing. Obviously, we don't have any evidence of that.
Well, I mean, would this have been in the Harvey Weinstein? I mean, a lot of people in our chats were, because she's 36, and this happened when she was 18, so it was 18 years ago. I don't know how.
Yeah,
I don't know how long ago he was still prowling.
So the zenith. Yeah, I think you could. It's safe to say that back then it was the zenith of Harvey Weinstein's casting couch career. You know,
so it could have been him, but it's also. Like Corey Feldman has been, you know, as much as people like to make fun of his music and stuff, you know, he's been coming out for years and talking about how he was molested as a boy in the industry. Multiple people molested him. And so that sort of, I mean, so it wasn't all Weinstein. It wasn't all Bill Cosby, right? You know, it was. There's
one of those Corey guys, because one of them's alive and the other one's dead, right?
Yeah, drug overdose.
One of those Corey guys, I'm pretty sure, claimed that there was some really bad stuff that happened between him and Charlie Sheen, like in between the trailers or something, like between takes or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I would say this, that Corey Feldman came out and without naming a whole lot of names and said, he's like, it's people that you all know, like it's. You know, there's some behind-the-scenes people, but there's a lot of celebrities, and they just take advantage of kids. And it was men molesting boys in the industry. It's just, you know, just completely disgusting stuff. And so I know that's when you don't have morals, when you're in a godless industry, when you don't have any sort of guiding light in your principles, it's going to be really, really easy to get naked in front of a you know, this 18-year-old girl, and where she feels compelled to oblige because you're a powerful person.
Yeah.
I mean, how many girls said yes and just jumped into that bed? You know, how many? And you know, it's hooray for her for, you know, fighting against that. But she talks about how that created a lot of demons throughout her life, and she's struggled with addiction. I think it'll probably come out unless there's, you know, sources of foul play here. I think it'll probably come out that she maybe had some sort of drug overdose, or whether it was intentional or not.
Yeah,
I think that's just me. I have no base. I mean, other than just as she's talked about.
We don't, right.
She's just talked about mental health issues in the past as well as drug issues.
I'll say this though: if you're the guy, because you know. We don't know who the guy was, you know, that was in the bed. But whoever that famous guy is, you're waking up this morning, and let's say you had nothing to do with her death, right? You're waking up this morning and being like, man, everybody's going to think that I had something to do. Or there's a lot of people that's going to be like,
sure,
I had something to do with this. So that's, and who knows? Who knows? Here's a lady that speaks out. I mean, you can't help. In this day and age, it's not like this is the only time that's happened. Yeah. You had Virginia Guthrie, who committed suicide, and she had all the goods on Epstein and Prince Andrew and all of that stuff, right? And she wound up dead. Yeah. And, you know, she wound up dead after saying several times, hey, I'm not suicidal. I'm happy I survived the human trafficking and everything else. And so this will get put in that pattern of abuse victims, specifically sex abuse victims that get that come to the microphone, they speak out, and then they disappear, they die, and whatever. I mean, you know, this is going to get lumped into that category.
And someone brought up in our comments, and I did confirm it, that she has a 12-year-old daughter. I knew she had a child. I didn't know if she had multiple children.
Yeah,
she has a 12-year-old daughter.
It's tragic.
That's already a tough. I mean, I've got a 12-year-old daughter, and it's a weird age, you know, and so you're going through so many emotions as a 12-year-old girl, and then oh, by the way, you've now lost your mother. I can't imagine.
Yeah, me neither.
Awful, tragic stuff, guys. Mental health, that's something that continues and needs to be addressed in this country. You know, I think that we're doing a lot, but at a certain point, you know, if it's not about just giving them a pill, I would say as a Christian that you know, there's great peace that comes from your faith, and you know, depending on the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. But if you're not a religious person, where do you turn to? You know. And all of a sudden, you know, I grew up with a mother who locked herself in a dark room. She really struggled with depression. She's good now. She's, you know, medication is really good. But she didn't pull herself out of it. I'll give Big Pharma a little bit of credit for that with her medication. But at the same time, she did the things that are conducive to increasing it by blacking out her windows. She put the aluminum foil over her bedroom windows so that it would stay dark, and she just laid in bed all day, every day. And my dad finally got tired of it, and he divorced her, and her life changed. But I'm not trying to say that. I'm just trying to say that mental health is something that has to continue to be at the forefront of all of this. And I mean, I would say that there's a whole entire political party that could use some intervention here.
Yes, you are 100% right about that.
This is just sad, man. That sweet little 10-year-old girl from Remember the Titans, one of our favorite family movies. We watch it every year. My son plays football, and it's kind of one of those preseason motivating things that we always do together as a family. But you just look at her. She was 10 years old when they filmed that movie. What she went through at age 18 there with that story that she just gave, and then to see her on that couch talking about it at age 35 or 36, like, you could hear it in her voice, like, and I've heard voices like that many times before in healthcare, and like that is a heavily medicated voice. That is somebody that has been numbing the pain for a very long time, and there is no life in that voice.
I agree.
That was a very, very part of that was not just the story of it, but it was just her verbalizing it. You could hear the years of having to medicate herself through the pain of that experience. And that was not the same little girl from 10-year-old on Remember the Titans. That's, to me, is incredibly tragic, is that you can just hear that as she's speaking there, and you're just like, that is a woman that has been through a lot, and you can hear it in her voice.
And I know it's not everybody, but this is one of the reasons why, like, I tell my little girl, like, hey, you may like this person in this TV show or whatever, but you do not want to go to that industry. You do not ever want to esteem yourself like, oh, I want to be famous like that person. No, because of what all comes. You have no idea. I mean, the horror stories about the shows, the actors, what happened to the actors that we watched growing up on Nickelodeon. All those Dan Schneider shows and what he was doing to Britney Spears' sister.
All the Mickey Mouse Club stuff.
Yeah,
all the
man.
Ron Perlman stuff. You look back at the documentaries that are coming out now about the boy bands and how they came together, the girl bands from back then, and all this stuff. It was just Sodom and freaking Gomorrah.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
And what a lot of these celebrities do when they're looking around, they're in Los Angeles, they're looking around and they're just like, I'm gonna get out of here.
Yeah.
Like, Matthew McConaughey moved back to Texas. Johnny Galecki from the Big Bang Theory, if you'll remember, he played Leonard in Leonard, Sheldon's roommate in the Big Bang Theory. He was also on Roseanne back in the day. He was Darlene's boyfriend. If you know what I'm talking about.
Now I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Well, anyway, he after the Big Bang Theory just left Hollywood, and he's now like a carpenter in Indiana or something like that. And he'll make some appearances very rarely and stuff, but he's over it, man. He made millions and millions of dollars. He's going to continue to make millions of dollars in syndication from the Big Bang Theory, and he's like, I'm not going to live in Los Angeles. I'm not going to be a part of this craziness. I'm going to go back and have a simple life and raise my children.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, not everybody does that, and we see tragedies such as what we see today.
I've been out there before. A few years ago, my brother and I took a trip. We try to take a trip when we can, just to go out somewhere that we haven't been before. And man, we picked L.A. and flew out there for a few days. And two Arkansas kids walking around Ventura and Sepulveda and some of those streets, Sunset. It is just shocking what folks out there live through with and see every day. You're in the absolute mecca and heart of the porn industry, in the anything goes industry. The weather out there is incredible, so every kind of ilk and whatever can just thrive and survive there on the streets and dope up and crap where they want and shoot up and just do all these incredibly horrible things. That is just it's a petri dish of gross.
Yeah, and what are you doing here when you're, let's just say that you're in the industry and it's not going really well, like you're
Right.
on your downturn. It's not hard for these, and we're seeing them every day, that these ladies turn to OnlyFans because it's like, well, you know what? Can't beat them, join them, right? And I'm going to show my hoo-ha here for some money on the internet, you know? And there's this great podcast, but Andrew Wilson is a part of it, you know, the guy that just debated
Whatever.
Yeah, it's called the Whatever Podcast. And so I love it. I've never really listened to a whole podcast, but I always catch all these clips and stuff.
Yeah,
and
the clips are everywhere.
Yeah.
And they're wild.
There'll be this woman here sitting and saying, you know, hey, I'm a high value woman. You know, I make millions of dollars a year and all of this stuff. And you know, the host was like, yeah, but I could pay $10 and see your butthole. You know, like, I don't know how much high value you have if that's where we are. Okay.
And they do not like being confronted with that.
No.
I mean, you know, but you're trying to break through this. I don't know, this force field of money. You're just trying to.
Yeah.
You actually are doing the oldest profession in human history. You're a prostitute.
Sure.
Like,
yeah.
You know, and it's really weird that we're in a society now where prostitutes aren't just getting by.
Mm-hmm.
These prostitutes on OnlyFans are making millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah. You have, like, out there, it's what's crazy too is you have the absolute bottom of the barrel, and then you have the top echelon of fame and fortune, and everything in between. So you have, you know, situations like this where you have these, you know, billion-dollar yachts and all this Sodom and Gomorrah going on these, and then you have people on the streets doing tricks for $5, and it's and then everything in between, and it's the worst of desperation, and it's all for money.
Yeah.
Because it's one of the most expensive and insanely expensive places to live in the world.
Sure.
And it's right there, and everything revolves around the need for money and what people will do for money.
Yeah.
I mean, that's that is that industry. What will you do for money?
Well, I mean, look,
and will you eventually be kicked out of the bottom of the barrel on your effort to climb up to, you know, the Tom Cruise, Brad Pitt level, and then get spit out in the bottom of the porn industry at some point? But it's like the top and the bottom.
I know we're at the bottom of the hour, but I'll just say, to Eric's point, there is a girl that passes gas on video, and people pay for this. That's all it is. That's all it. She's just passing gas. And so she talks it like she watched this video about how she has to eat things that make her extra gassy and all that. And I'm like, I can't imagine what her parents think. As a parent, I can't imagine what her parents think. And it's just a sad state of affairs.
And to y'all's point a while ago, there's nothing that centers them. There's no moral compass that shows them what due north is. So there is no gray area for them. It's just a what do we do for money, and how will we pay this bill, and what am I willing to do for it to be able to be able
and
to
we wonder
accomplish
why
it.
our society.
There's no like, how would God feel about this?
Exactly.
I mean, is there something that I feel? Do I have anything on my shoulder telling me this may not be right for me to be doing morally, ethically? There's no boundaries.
Yeah, people need Jesus. Individuals need Jesus.
100%.
You know, just in general, our country needs that, and we wonder why. You know, we're not unified on so many things that we used to be unified on.
Yeah.
And the very fabric of our society is coming apart in terms of just basic male-female gender roles. I mean, we're so sexually debased, generally speaking, and it's everywhere. And now we can't even agree on what a man or a woman is. It really is a exercise in the slippery slope.
Well, it's all kith and kin to each other here, and you know we see it in politics too. Kristen Sinema, the reports came out that she was screwing her bodyguard.
Yep.
While a married man,
yeah.
a married man, and you know she's not in Congress anymore. But had she been, like, this wouldn't have even come out if she was still in Congress, right? You know, because they're keeping all the secrets.
Yep.
They got all of it. They got it in a lockbox.
Yep. There's a new report. We'll cover that when we come back. There's actually a new report out this morning about about Eric Swalwell and how the FBI knew about his
everybody knew
Chinese
that dude was a creep
affairs and stuff. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to
Great
reset though.
So far.
Yes, sir. We're going to be back. We got one more hour here to go on the show this morning. This is the Paul Herrell program. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or Red 5 works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So if folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about 1.5 years ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust to your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
Now for the lowest price ever. Kings, $19.98, Queens, only $18.98. And Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, for as low as $29.98. Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you, what a concept, now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But that's not all. Order right now and we'll ship your order absolutely free.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, folks, welcome back to the show. Thanks so much for being with us. As always, we're broadcasting here live from the state of Arkansas, here on Live from the Bears TV, also Paul Herrell Program YouTube channel. Really do appreciate it. You guys know we can't do the program without you watching every single day. And I'm here back with Rob Spencer and Eric Haynes.
Hey, we're glad to be still on LFA. Normally this second hour airs in the second, like in the afternoon. So if you are tuning in saying, hey, where's Sean? You may be really late to the game there that Sean has.
May not have been watching for a couple of weeks.
Yeah. So he's moved on to the, with Bongino, kind of, I guess, what you would call moving on up. And so we're, for now, and as far as we know, hopefully for good, we're staying in this time slot for the next 2 hours. So give us a chance. If you've never seen us before, we talk about everything, and there's a lot of banter back and forth because there's usually multiple people in the studio.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, so we're here for the next hour, and then we'll be handing it off to Jeremy Herrell and his show Live from America. So real quick, we're going to start this hour off right with a new segment. Well, it's not new. It's just a different – anyway, it's time for Fourth Amendment Funeral. All right, so we've got a series of memes that I think are fantastic. You see this one on your screen here. I've got a few of these that are coming out. George Washington with what is that, a Sawzall? Is that what they
it's a
called?
Sawzall.
And gonna tear down the flock camera, so that's the first thing there. Then we get another one, which this is my favorite. You guys remember the iconic scene with Mel Gibson in The Patriot? Aim small, miss small. Yeah. Lord, help me be fast and accurate.
This is incredible.
This is incredible. Going in. This is people.
Everybody rips on AI, but there's some good things.
There's some good stuff. But here it is. So a Florida man over the weekend was caught just casually walking off with a full surveillance flock camera. He didn't use a saw or nothing. And and people are really funny because the security guards here don't really know what to do.
Well,
okay. I thought you wanted to say something.
No.
So you see him here, and
I love that is he carrying an American flag?
In an American flag.
Oh my!
He's just got the whole thing. It's like I'm taking this. This is mine now.
He's carrying his cross. Sorry, that was sacrilegious. I didn't mean that like that.
You could tell
it
security.
It just looks like that guy.
The intrusive thoughts. I get it. They won out. They won out there, but it's fine.
The security guards, they don't really want a part of this because they're not running over there.
Right. Yeah.
They're just like, oh,
and
damn
he knows
it, Johnny.
If he takes off. Look, there he goes back up.
You should wonder. It's like he turns it into a joust.
Yeah.
Just starts charging. They better be lucky he didn't just start charging them.
Listen,
security.
Awesome. What do we do, John? I don't know. This was not in our training that we took because we didn't expect someone to just steal the camera.
Look at this guy. This is great. I think you're going to see more of this. As a matter of fact, I don't know if this is true or not.
I love it.
But I did see some post that said that there is a movement now to make Halloween, October 31st this year, National Destroy Flock Cameras Day. Because everybody, no. I'm not saying that I endorse this. I'm not saying for people to go out and do it.
Alrighty.
I'm saying there may be a planned, coordinated protest in the form of destroying flock cameras on Halloween because people are saying, "Well, look, everybody's out there already. There's people wearing masks, trick or treating, and so there's opportunity there for some people that are willing to take matters in their own hands." Is what I'm hearing people say. That may, in fact...
No. What I'm hearing you say,
Paul, what are you hearing me say?
What
are you hearing me say?
Tonight, we ride. That's what I heard you say.
Well, I for legal purposes, did not say that. So this guy's name is, I haven't even.
Oh, that's weird. I just got a text from Paul that says, "Hey, get your ice hockey mask. So you can be Jason. I'll be Freddy.
Yeah,
and we'll go get some flocks.
Yeah, and that chainsaw. We're gonna put that chainsaw to good use. That chainsaw, man. We need one of those blades that can cut some metal, but we're gonna put it to good use.
A wild story tonight, where it appears nearly 20,000 people.
Listen to that guy's pipes. A wild story tonight.
A wild story tonight, where it appears nearly 20,000 people have vouched for the whereabouts of a man accused of destroying flock cameras in West Virginia. Thousands of people have publicly said they were with or saw 20-year-old Wesley Jackson during the time he was accused of the crime, with comments such as, "couldn't be him. he was helping me replace the roof on a homeless shelter. And I saw him serving at a soup kitchen at the time of the incident. He has pleaded not guilty to.
This is thing, man.
These are great.
This is thing. Now, like, so that was on August 5th. What would this one is? This is August 16th. So
all these people giving him an alibi.
It's not the same guy. This is a different guy. There's so many people out there now that are doing this. And again, this is an encouraging white pill moment, because I think that the whole AI data center flock camera thing is something that crosses the the political dividing lines that we're supposed to stay. We're supposed to stay in our lanes, and I think to some extent the elites want us to stay in our lanes. But populist agendas, populist ideas like this, I think still people on the left and the right, generally speaking, not all, they believe they believe they have the right to be left alone.
Yeah.
And that is a very American concept. Privacy is a very American middle-class concept. And it stands out versus the rest of the world, especially among first world nations at this point. And you're going to see more of this. And I saw in a hearing, I mean, it was like an organized hearing over the weekend, and I did not pull the clip, where they were saying, I don't know how we're going to get to an agreement until your CEO is tried for treason. or is hung for treason. It's what this one, and it was like in a committee room. I don't even know what the context was exactly, but it was some sort of formal hearing about the situation. So people are mad about this.
Yeah, they are, and I'll just say here locally, I've got a good friend who is a police officer, or he was a police officer. He's an instructor now, and I'll tell you this: he's a conservative, but He just asked this question because there was comments about the flock cameras, right, on our local news station here. And he said, how is this any different than the First Amendment auditors that are filming police? Okay. And I typed out a response, but I didn't click send.
Oh.
Okay. Because I just said, I understand where he's coming from. He's coming from it with a police officer mentality, not a citizen. But what is the Fourth Amendment? What is the First Amendment? What are all the amendments? They are protections for citizens against its government. Okay? Fourth Amendment, unreasonable search and seizures. Okay? Why do we have that? It is to protect us from oppressive government. It's to hold the government in check.
We assumed, because of human nature, we needed these amendments because we assumed that at some point, some government official somewhere would try to take our freedom.
And how many attempts have been stopped because of those amendments? We've seen it countless times. How many? That's what the whole Supreme Court does now, judicial review. But anyway, that's what I wanted to say, and I just said, because you don't have the same rights that we have. You are the government. Now, you as a citizen have those rights, but in your official capacity as a government official, when you have police departments that are putting these up, and they're like, well, it's in plain view. That's not what these flock cameras are necessarily doing. They are scanning your vehicle. Mm-hmm. And I can just tell you this. I asked Grok, I said, given the advancements in what we see at, say, an airport, and how you can walk through and it scans your whole body, okay? You put your bag there on the conveyor belt, and I don't know if you've ever seen the screen. They can look at everything that's in your bag, right? Yep. You have some pleasure toys or whatever, they're going to be seen, okay? Going through there.
Well, Eric, I know you're laughing at that because it seems like I don't think Rob is speaking from personal experience.
No, I don't have any.
But
I was just thinking about the beeping and Rob going through the line going,
well,
why is it black?
There's a trend where people prank their friends.
Yes,
okay.
And that's was my thought.
They get a device, like a device that used to be affectionately thrown on WNBA courts.
That was
remember
getting
last
out of
year
hand,
those green sex toys that were being chunked on the courts to make fun
Paul
of them?
calls them devices.
Devices.
Rob calls them pleasure palaces or what?
Whatever.
Pleasure toys.
You said something about you did.
I don't even remember, guys.
You said
what
something
I said.
about pleasure.
It was about pleasure.
Yeah, that was what set me off.
You know, I didn't bring up your deodorant or something like that.
What's
I brought
in your suitcase, bro?
What I was trying to think of is something that's nothing. No,
sorry, sir.
Yeah.
Please believe me. Please believe me.
It's not
I've been
mine.
set up. I've been set up.
Full Austin Powers.
It's double-ended. It's double-ended.
It's not my bag, baby.
So, but I was trying to think of something embarrassing that you wouldn't want scanned, right? Well, and so I asked Grok, is it possible? Is it too far of a leap to think that with the advancements in the AI and the advancements in all of this stuff that they could make these flock cameras, or are they already capable of this, of scanning the inside of your vehicle? Now, if you're looking for a kidnapper and they've got a body in the back of the truck or they've got a live person in the back of their trunk, then hey, that's a great thing. But I mean, how rare is that compared to I'm scanning that person's vehicle and I'm going to see if they've got a cooler full of beer back there. Okay, they're going to have this invasive right.
Yeah, well, with 6G, I mean, President Trump said it the other day. Now we're going to 6G, and he said that 6G will have the ability to scan your biometrics like a tricorder from Star Trek is the only thing I can think of, where they'll literally be. And so you put one of those on a flock camera, then like they'll theoretically, the technology could exist in our lifetime, be driving down the road, get scanned, and the government knows what your blood pressure is.
Oh, sure.
Do you think the pushback to this technology is a losing battle, though? Because to Rob's point just a minute ago about how well, sir or ma'am, if that was your 12-year-old son or daughter that was abducted at that gas station, wouldn't you like to see that, be able to see that vehicle?
That's what they'll do. That's what
be
they're
able
gonna
to
do.
track it all the way to where we're able to take down that kidnapper and get your child back. Like, are we fighting a losing battle here? Because that will always be the argument that they'll fall back on. What do you guys think?
But I would put it in the same window as the extreme cases of where they're talking about rape or incest when they're trying to defend abortion, right? 98.3% of abortions are not that.
You're saying that it's a similar tactic to get.
You're using this. Listen, I would love it. For that moment, I would absolutely love it if someone were able to snatch my kids. I would love it, the ability to get them. But I mean, I think that we've already got some things like red light cameras. We've got people have Ring doorbells where you're able to secure all of this stuff. And I think maybe Ring video doorbells were sort of the entry into some of this stuff.
They were. I know people that got them and then they took them down because Ring was wanting to do like a gunshot, like. If a gunshot goes off, we'll be able to know exactly where it is based on how, I guess, depleted the sound is for this Ring doorbell. This Ring doorbell, we'll be able to pinpoint it.
I just spent $200 over the weekend on a dash cam for my vehicle so that I would have front and back visualization of my vehicle, and it's not it's only for security reasons so that I can defend myself if somebody does something insane, or if I can catch something and say, officer, if you want to come to my vehicle, I'll show you exactly what happened. You don't have to rely on this person that doesn't have insurance to tell you that it's not their fault, kind of a thing.
Here.
Like, so I feel like we're always having these conversations where we're rationalizing our behavior or we're rationalizing what we're willing to accept because it's like, well, but... If it's my kid at that gas, I want him caught. I want that car.
Of course,
I want that car followed. So it's one of those things where are we going to win this battle against the flocks?
Let me tell you what's going to happen, and I don't mean to be cynical, but I got a phone call from a guy the other day, and there are people now trying to fund like conversations about how do we get Congress to care about this and about AI in general. All right, flock cameras, all of it, privacy. And what they're pushing is guardrails, right? Oh, we need guardrails. We need guardrails. And I was even talking about it with, Tim Loggins when y'all weren't here, guest a couple of weeks ago we had on the show. He's against flock cameras, but he says we just got to make police get a warrant to access the information. Like the idea of it still being sucked up is great, but if we want to use it against somebody, you're going to have to require a warrant, go through the process. And some people would say, well, that's a good guardrail. I want them all gone, though, because if Edward Snowden taught us anything, it's that this information, I mean, we sat here and we watched it being used against a presidential candidate, and these surveillance tools. I want them all gone. I don't think my life, When I sign the back of the driver's license, now if they want to say that, because I know you sign the back of the driver's license, this means that you have to submit to blood alcohol tests, and that sort of thing, or you'll lose your license if you don't. But I'm sorry, signing the back of the driver's license means I'm consenting to have my entire, travel documented and stored forever. This is ridiculous. And I'm sorry. The idea of, well, if you're not doing anything wrong, you have nothing to worry about because we may need to catch somebody. They almost shot and killed somebody I've now seen 2 or 3 where they're scanning the license plate. The cops are being called. They got the wrong guy.
And it's wrong.
They've messed up. Well, so that's just going to cause people to be like, well, we need more guardrails. Make the technology better. I do think to some extent it may be a losing argument if you go into it and say, well, we just need guardrails. Mm-hmm. I think the position has to be, no, we have to end this. We have to get rid of it. We have to regress. Just like we have to regress with the electronic voting machines in any sane world.
Yeah.
The rise of this technology, we're going to let electronic voting machines pick our leaders. That's insane.
I really like Trump's approach to that is just go back to same-day voting, paper ballots.
Right.
And let's make sure that these elections are secure because we know that they're not.
Yeah.
And even the Democrats know that they're not, but they can't come out and say it.
Yep.
They know that the vaccine was ineffective, but they can't come out and say it.
Right.
They can't say that stuff.
I mean, I was thinking the other day though that and there's somebody that even said this that they want to put AI cameras on vehicles. I don't know if they were Uber vehicles or Waymo or something. Mm-hmm. And this guy in the city planning committee is saying through AI, we'll be able to know if somebody has done the right permit. So if they have a dumpster outside their house, we can assume that they are doing a construction project and we can immediately be like, have they gotten the permit yet?
That's exactly what he was saying, yeah.
And I'm just telling you, that's insane. I was thinking the other day, with this technology, eventually, if they want to, they'll be able to ticket anybody that goes over the speed limit. Okay?
Sure.
So, I mean, I was in a 35 the other day, and I was like, I'm doing 45. And I thought, well, whatever. A lot of people go 45 in a 35. Technically, if there was a police officer there, he could give me a ticket. With cameras everywhere, they can automatically give me a ticket. And you know what will happen then? If that ever happens, you know what will happen there? What's the point of driving yourself at that point? What is the point of driving yourself?
Yeah.
Well, you drive yourself because sometimes I want to go 82 in a 75 because I'd like to get from here to Little Rock in, an hour, an hour 45.
Only 82?
Or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But you put cameras everywhere, guess what? It'll be a great way to, well, it's not worth the trouble. I'm going to get ticketed if I go even a mile or two over. I might as well get the self-driving car or go ahead and subscribe to the Waymo service, and they'll just take me wherever I go because they're going to go the speed limit. And if I go over, I get a ticket. It's a way to force us into, I'm going to be extreme here, but a system of slavery. That's what we're building. We are building the technology to enslave ourselves and eliminate our choices.
Yeah, and we already see some of their placements. We talked about it last week on the show where they were putting flock cameras in front of gun ranges.
Yep.
Right? They want to know who has the guns. But even before AI, when Biden was in office, or very early in his term, what were they doing? They were searching people's purchase histories with their Visa card or American Express or whatever it is. Have they bought a Bible? Have they bought ammunition? Have they done, because that person is likely to be an extreme right-winger. Okay, we need to have them on some kind of radar. And so you would say, well, that's awful. That's not the police state that we want to live in. But what about when we're in power here? Do you think that our government leaders, even with a Republican after their name, are above spying on its citizens for information? I talked about it last week. There's a reason Vizio or Walmart is selling Vizio TVs, smart TVs, as a loss. There's a reason.
You have to get
and
their service.
I noticed this. My 12-year-old daughter does not have a phone, but if she is sitting next to me in the truck, sometimes I will let her scroll on my phone on YouTube as long as I can see what's on the screen. And she just wants to watch the little shorts, YouTube shorts. What I noticed is she's on this thing for about, 2 minutes. And everything that she was seeing was not stuff that I would scroll through, such as politics or sports or something. She started seeing 12-year-old videos. She would see videos that are just goofy AI stories, where they're, I was so shy, all this stuff. And I just said, holy cow. My phone knows that a 12-year-old girl.
It recognizes a child's face.
It does. It recognized her face, and it is. And I said, well, at least I know that her algorithm is, at least it's going to be geared toward her because they're going to want to keep her on the app. But what is she seeing? And so I make sure that I look over there. I got to watch that.
To your point, Eric, is this a battle we could win? We've already lost, dude.
We've already lost it.
I'm sitting here words were about to come out of the mouth. The genie is already out of the bottle, and it will not go back in that bottle. We've talked about a movie from back in the mid 90s, Enemy of the State. And that was before. That was what was going on before this stuff.
Yep.
These things were even a part of the conversation. Now, dude, and not to mention you have millions of homes around where people are just barking out orders to Alexa, and Alexa's ordering their food for them and figuring out their grocery lists and putting the music playlist that they want and setting algorithms based on that. Like, all those things are already going on, and it is a train that has left the station. And I don't say that in an effort to be defeatist or like, well, we're done, folks. It's over. Like, we can't limit anything now. It's just like anything goes. But because I think there can be balance, just like there's balance with everything. But we are fighting a losing battle to say that we're going to be able to just stop all of this continued innovation and for the train to go further and further down the track for what it's going to allow us and our society based on convenience and doing favors for us in our lives to make our lives easier and to take less stress and frustration out of our daily routines and the decisions that we make. It'll all just be made for us because we've already set the patterns on Alexa and on our phone and what we're interested in and what we're searching and what makes us laugh and what makes us cry. It's already developed. I mean, it's already set. So, short of going off the grid and starting some commune in somewhere where there's no electric lines,
I'll make the Kool-Aid. I'll be the Kool-Aid man.
No, you'll be the pit master.
I'm the pit master.
We'll shoot our own animals. And
he's been recruiting for this cult this whole show.
Yeah.
He's talking about us meeting up and getting rid of the cameras.
I'm pretty sure there's an M. Night Shyamalan movie about Paul's perfect world already.
No, seriously, I need to have a conversation with you guys after the show's over.
Okay,
here we go.
I've got something on my heart.
On your heart. I believe it.
That I need to share with you guys.
I was about to have a blood oath handshake. Paul, Eric, and Rob.
There you go. Well, Carl Benjay in our comments said a few years back, New York State government requested and got a list of vets who had PTSD.
Oh my goodness.
I'm like, are you kidding me? Like now our medical records are there.
Yeah.
I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to watch him constantly and just make sure that hey, let me check your eyes today. Are you feeling a little homicidal? You're going to go shoot up a place?
Yeah.
Because if that's the case, they need to be scanning the trans kids that are going out here and murdering other children.
You're right. Folks, before we go any further, I want to tell you about our sponsor. The Paul Herrell program is powered by the Healing Veterans Project, and I foolishly forgot to even mention that in the last hour, but I want you to know this show wouldn't be possible without the Healing Veterans Project. Go to healingveteransproject.us, scan the QR code, and scan the QR code, and you can make a donation. You can make it monthly, you can make it yearly, you could make it quarterly, you could just make it one time. But we're trying to get veterans red light therapy panels that have been prescribed by their doctor. But here's the bigger part. If you are a business owner or you know of a business owner, I want you to email me, Paul at healingveteransproject.us, because we want to partner with them, and we want to give their customers at the point of sale the opportunity to donate $1, $5, $10 to Healing Veterans Project. We have the list of veterans that need this technology. VA won't cover it, though. They'll cover the opioids. They'll cover, everything that's standard in Western medicine, medical industrial complex, but not the red light therapy that works so well, especially if you get the right type of panel. It's healingveteransproject.us, or email me, Paul at healingveteransproject.us. Now it's time for Rob Spencer's favorite segment, which is called Trans Women Are Men. So obviously the low-hanging fruit here is the WNBA. The WNBA is still in the news after not being able to decide last week what a woman is. This is probably a pretty good meme here of Achilles being taken out by just mere kindergarten biology.
It's not even the WNBA exclusively. I mean, we have a Supreme Court justice who refused to, during her confirmation hearings, describe what a woman is.
This is true.
Here's what I'm going to just say this. Biological men, biological women, we all know what the truth is. Ketanji Brown Jackson's sitting there. She knows what the truth is, but she can't say it. You can't say it. You can't speak out. And if you want to say that if we're a cult on the right, we speak out.
Yeah.
We've had disagreements. People have disagreed with Trump about things. We've disagreed with some of the actions. We disagree with the lack of accountability. I could go on and on. Okay? We have these healthy disagreements, but I'm still going to vote for Republicans most likely. I mean, I don't know if there's going to be an independent that would come, but I'd be danged if I vote for a Democrat. However, the Democrat Party will refuse. Like right now, you're seeing the DSAs. I'm not trying to sidetrack this, but it's all the same mentality. You're seeing these DSA candidates, and there are Democrats that are coming out and refusing to condemn this platform. They have officially put into the DNC's platform. That just happened over the weekend, I believe.
You're right.
They have officially put it in there that they want to abolish ICE. And so you're saying, okay, all the DSA candidates are saying all of this. A lot of you disagree. You're like, hey, we can't, man, look, maybe just some reforms here, but you can't do that. You can't go. You can't speak out because the Democratic Party will ostracize you. And right now, you got a bunch of biological people who are lying. They are absolutely lying through their teeth because they know what a woman is. They know what a man is.
Sure.
Okay? It's ridiculous. And, we're look no further than what we're seeing.
Here's Clay Travis on Shannon Bream's show.
Players, coaches, and owners have all said men identifying as women should be welcomed into the league, which Enes Kanter-Freedom and Royce White are calling out by declaring for the WNBA draft. Shannon, it's the WNBA! The Women's National Basketball Association. All they have to do is adopt the same standards as the Women's Tennis Association, the NCAA, the Olympics, and test one time to prove that it's all women. If it's not the WNBA, then it becomes a unisex league. Here's a fact for you from a pure economic perspective. The G League, which is the minor league of the NBA, the average player makes $45,000 a year. The average WNBA player makes $500,000 a year. There's a lot of people watching us right now that would raise their right hand, Shannon, and say, I identify as a man or a woman. If identifying as a different gender got you 10 times the salary, this is why the WNBA is in crisis. The fact that they can have a meeting with all their league leaders and they can't come up with a basic definition of a woman. Maybe we need to go back to Kindergarten Cop, Shannon, if people remember that Arnold Schwarzenegger.
What a great preface.
Little kindergartners could tell us.
My dad's a gynecologist.
Hold up. Watch this. Did you pull that video that I sent? You got it pulled up there? But look at that. I mean, that's Clay Travis, and he said, he wants to file for an expansion team in Nashville, which is where Clay lives, and he wants to
call
put
the Balls,
the Nashville Balls, and he wants
and he goes, the logo. The logo has two balls in the basket,
and all he wants to have is trans women, which are biological males, as we know. Trans women on his team. Like, no biological women, don't need them. Just give me these 6'8" former NBA players, and we're going to go win every championship.
I mean, listen, I don't think the WNBA should allow men in the league, but if they do, I will watch. I would watch to see the utter domination.
Yeah,
I mean, I would actually watch. I don't watch the NBA.
I would watch. I would watch that with glee versus what we saw in the UFC. because that's a biological male beating up on women. I don't like that. But in the WNBA, sure, bring it.
I mean, that's what's hilarious is actually allowing men in the sport would make their ratings go up.
Sure, yeah,
which is hilarious.
It would, and it would be, and that's just unfortunate because, like I said last week, the WNBA has a lot of positive momentum right now. It also has a lot of negative because of going back to they're willingly lying. And this right here is playing into that. Ridiculous.
Here is Jim Weed. So you sent me this. I actually haven't seen this. Let's.
I am not a biologist. How can I be expected to define what a woman is? If you think you know how to tell the difference between a man and woman, please speak up.
Boys have a penis, girls have a vagina.
So is this a coach?
Who
is this lady?
I forget. No, that's the commissioner.
She's the commissioner.
This is the commissioner
she's the commissioner
of the WNBA. And she said that? That's not AI or anything. She actually
As
said
far as
that.
I know, this is a real clip. I haven't seen anybody that said that this is AI.
She's one of the most weak and feckless leaders in any organization I've ever seen.
She should lose her job for saying that. That's insane.
It's horrible for the NBA because she hasn't addressed the fact that Sophie Cunningham and Caitlin Clark get absolutely beat up every time they get out on the court.
Sure.
She hasn't addressed the issue with the refs. They're absolutely horrible. They don't call anything. This is the WNBA eating their own. They're just destroying themselves. And part of it is that their commissioner is such an absolute moron.
And something I think a report, I don't know if it's accurate, but that 75% of all WNBA players are lesbians, right? And so they come out. That doesn't matter to me other than to say that's who she's governing. Somebody that's more likely to have an ideology.
Women that like other women.
Well,
I mean that
that want to beat up the white girls like Sophie and
I'm talking about the
Caitlin.
lesbian aspect of it. I mean, these are women that are lesbians. A lot of them, they know what a woman is.
So they do.
I mean,
I smell your sarcasm.
The lesbians in the WNBA know what a woman
good,
is.
I'm laying it on pretty thick.
That is exactly right. And then we get to ask these questions too, like, are y'all if you're a lesbian, do you date a trans woman? And if you do you prefer ones that have not had any kind of surgery or all of that stuff so that they can still do the deed? I mean, you're talking about this slippery slope.
Yeah, that's just heterosexuality with extra steps.
Dude, I saw a couple, and there was an article about it because I think it was in Trump's 1.0 in the military when he was trying to crack down on the trans stuff in the military. It was a trans woman, so man who used to be a woman, was in the military and was married to a trans woman, a woman who used to be a man. It's confusing.
It's
I'm confusing
it's literally
myself.
An Abbott and Costello routine.
But regardless,
who's on first?
however they were born, they were identifying as the opposite, and they were married to each other. And I'm like, you're still a heterosexual couple here, but you have gone all about like you're scrambling the eggs for way too long here because what kind of
pun intended? No pun intended. Pun intended.
Your brain's not clicking right on what you're like. I don't know. I don't understand. But again, to Eric's point, when that is your feckless leader that is in charge here, she does not need to be the face of the league. The Caitlin Clarks and the Sophie Cunninghams need to be the face of the league.
So I guess over the last few days, Sophie Cunningham went to a bar after one of her games, and she's like a big star. I mean, they're celebrating her.
That girl is living her best life.
the song they're singing?
What is this?
The Toby Keith song.
Yeah.
Oh, the red, white, and blue.
Yeah.
Right.
The red, white, and blue.
So
that girl is having fun, man.
So here's the deal.
I like how she's doing the boot. We'll put a boot in your reel.
Yeah. They don't like. So the WNBA wants her basically out of the league.
Oh, they hate her. Yeah,
because,
and it was
because she's straight,
right,
and she's not a woke leftist.
Kit Kat Mar in our comments there was like also she was out there celebrating her birthday. She's just
that's
turned,
what it was. So
just turned 30, and she's just phenomenal. And I think I have a daughter. I've talked about her on this show already today. I would have no problem with her growing up like a Sophie Cunningham. Like if she was good at sports, which my daughter is okay at sports, but she's not going to be in the WNBA, folks. But if she was in the WNBA, would I want her playing against biological men? Hell no. Unless you're playing a game of pickup basketball, that's not where that competition could be. And they fought so hard for Title IX. And Title IX is what ensures protection for women's sports in college athletics. Okay, and it's extended on into these professional leagues, really. And it's just a shame that, again, I know I'm being repetitive, but as the WNBA is rising and increasing in popularity because of Caitlin Clark, folks, you don't have to like it. It was because of Caitlin Clark.
Absolutely.
All of your salaries, all you people, all you women in the WNBA who hate Caitlin Clark, you're sure as hell not giving that check back, are you? Because you were making $70,000 a year before she came in, and now the league minimum is $250,000.
Yeah.
So you're making at least $250,000, and that all happened after Caitlin Clark started filling stadiums.
Yeah.
But they hate her. She's straight, she's white. They hate her. The WNBA was built on strong black women. That's all they say. You mean the league that's losing money every single solitary year?
Yeah.
But anyway, it's a shame. It's on the rise, and it's like any industry that's on its way out, right now. They're eating themselves from inside, and that's what's happening in the WNBA.
Yeah.
All right, Rob, you sent me this clip over the weekend, and I pulled it because it's a good segue for our next segment. But I don't know who this man is. But he makes some good points.
Oh,
this is great.
Psychopaths, anti-Christian bigots, thugs, hoes, and rappers. They were part of slavery from 1800 to 1860.
He's talking about the Democratic
Part of
Party.
the Confederacy from 1860 to 1865. The party of Jim Crow from 1865 to 1965. Now they're the party of transgenderism, abortion up to the 9th month, taking your guns away, illegal immigration, open borders, men in women's bathrooms, men in women's locker rooms, men in women's prisons, men in women's shelters, men in women's dorm rooms. They don't know the difference between men and women, right and wrong. They believe they can change the weather. They believe that they are God, and they don't believe that God exists. You can't think of anything that these ignorant jokers won't do. They got people grown up walking around talking about they furries. You know what a furry is a grown man that think he's an animal. Walk around in a cat costume eating cat litter and urinating in the corner.
Urinating in the corner.
Urinating in the corner.
Are you guys furries? Found out my son's going to a furry convention, and I'm absolutely livid because we were supposed to go to this one together.
Degeneracy. Degeneracy.
Dude.
Gross.
I think Rob said it best. Like, play that on a loop. Like
That's what it was.
For the next number of months
That's what it
until the
was.
midterms. Like,
Display it.
Conservatives and Republicans that are frustrated about things, like, this is your alternative because they're lock, stock, and barrel. This is what they all fall in line and believe in and are in the agenda they're pushing.
Yeah.
So You can have you can see all these conservative talking heads having issues with each other, frustrations, whatever arguments about what. That's part of what makes the Republican Party and the conservative movement great, is that we don't all have to agree. Tucker can be mad at Ben, and Ben can be mad at Candace, and Candace can be mad at whoever else. It doesn't matter, because that's part of the conversation that we talk about all the time that makes our movement and our party great. Democrats don't have that. They're all right in line with each other for the most part on insanity. And everything that guy just brought up in that is not stereotypical. It is at the front of everything that they do in their movement now. And it's wild to watch.
Yeah, and I would also just add that I think, when he hits on they want to be their own god, essentially. I mean, that's the spiritual reality here of what we're going on. To your point about the disagreements, it's exhausting, honestly. Sure. And I just think 30,000 foot view here. I don't want to live under these Democrat crazy people. Yeah, and I would like to see going forth some common sense actions being taken. But in order to do that, we have to shake the RNC out of their apathy. For example, in our state. And I said this the other day, but here's just a common sense example. Like Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, she says the difference is between normal and crazy. She's been saying this for a while now, and she's exactly right. Well, if that's and she's true, why haven't we closed our primaries here in Arkansas? Why are people against that in the establishment that shouldn't be? Why would we allow crazy, if the difference is between normal and crazy, why would we allow crazy people to participate in deciding who the Republican nominee goes? That goes for Arkansas, that goes for South Carolina, that goes for every state that has open primaries. There are these things that could happen that haven't happened, okay? 30,000 foot view, I don't want to live under Democrat rule. When we go to redistrict in South Carolina and that state senator says, well, I don't know. I mean, our country's best when we have a vibrant Democrat Party. Not in its modern iteration. No, the only coalition, the only place to debate these issues is within the Republican Party, because the other side is essentially a monolith.
Amen to that.
And we can, to your point, you can see that because they're fine with socialism, because they've always been socialists and we've always known that. So,
well, yeah, and if we can secure these elections, again, to what you're saying there, if we can secure these elections, and that's just one aspect of it, because let's be honest, what would be the percentage of people in an Arkansas election? We'll go with that. We're a 65-35 state, 60-40 on a bad cycle. So we're mostly Republican. Is someone voting in the Republican primary and then saying, oh, I don't like who won, I'm just going to vote for the Democrat? Because if you are a Republican and you're choosing between two Republicans, right? And I don't like
this is true.
If you don't like that Republican candidate, you're probably just going to sit out. You're not going to go cast your vote for a Democrat. Yeah. I think that's a mythical standard. Now, if there ever gets to be a huge independent movement, and we see all of that stuff, Ross Perot again, whatever, we'll cross that bridge. But I believe that sane people, we outnumber the crazies. I believe the sane people outnumber the crazies. Yeah. And someone pointed out earlier, just going back to our cat lady Kim 5150, I ordered a Sophie Cunningham T-shirt yesterday, and that's just like she is one of the like 80% of all jersey sales are Caitlin Clark or Sophie Cunningham right now in the WNBA. So there are sane people out there. Sophie Cunningham had a shoe release on Adidas. She's got a deal with Adidas, and they put it on there. And I went on there. I was thinking about buying some shoes for my daughter, and I didn't know how much they were or whatever. Sold out in 2 hours.
Yeah,
sold out in 2 hours. The sane people outnumber the crazies. They do. We just have to continue to speak up, and then we've got to take avenues so that these crazy people can't cheat.
That brings us to what will probably be our last segment of the day. It's time for Left Turn at Crazy.
Left turn ahead.
Crazy. That's still my favorite graphic.
I love that one. This one's crazy though. I mean, this one's legit. Like, okay, slow your roll, Thanos. There's some sort of, I don't even know what this is, but it's some sort of roundtable debate among leftists. I know Tim Pool did. Well, I'm excited to watch Tim Pool's debate with all of these leftists.
Yeah.
But this apparently is just leftists debating leftists, whatever this event was, where this lady says that we should force sterilize all of humanity and just let our race die off. Watch.
My name is Emma Dallenberg, and my claim is everyone should be sterilized and there should be no more future children.
Silencing black voices.
Oh, they're eating their own.
Yes.
How do you think babies get made?
Well, I'm saying, I think that there's a lot of ways to have babies, like adoption is one of them.
They're already made by that point.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying is that we need to adopt all the kids that currently exist and then just no more kids so that humanity can just end where it's at.
You want to take this?
Yeah. So what you said earlier just seems kind of like all lives matter-y, you know what I mean?
Which part?
Doesn't matter, what's going on?
Wait, can you tell me which part was all lives matter?
You're just saying, I feel like, no, not just marginalized people should have babies. No one.
I think what I'm saying is no lives matter.
You know,
is that fine?
Why are you asking me?
I don't know. You brought it up.
I'm confident. Be confident.
Okay, I'm not confident right now.
That's all right. I'll sit with that.
The passive aggressive nonsense from how it's literally like they're so afraid of being called a racist themselves with the black guy in there, but fundamentally that is no lives matter. I mean, we are anti-humanity, anti-God. We should just kill the whole race. Which isn't that kind of the goal of communism? Like that's what ends up happening. It's just everybody dies.
You heard him say to him in response, they're like, "That sounds really all lives matter-y." Did you hear that voice from the background? That sounds really all lives matter.
Yeah, she's like, I'm saying no lives matter. Can you imagine having a cup of coffee with a person like that who has that kind of view?
Well, the black guy was like, wait a second, you're talking about marginalized people too? Like in his world, it's like, no, just sterilize all the white people, let the black people continue to reproduce. I mean, that's what's his argument.
I'm fine if the left wants to get sterilized over there. I'm good with that, especially people that believe that their 3-year-olds are trans. If that's, then don't have babies, if you're going to do that to them. But all I'll say is this. I now feel dumber after watching that.
Yes.
And, I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer. I'm not the dullest. But I'll say this. There's not a brain cell to be had in that group from what I saw. It's certainly not from the lady who said she wants all of humanity to end. Okay. Lady, you don't have to be here with us. You don't have to. But forced sterilization so that the human race ends, I've heard some ridiculous things before, but that one takes the cake.
Here's something more ridiculous. This is the Michael Shermer show, and they're talking to an abortion doctor. And listen, so just to kind of reiterate how what a death cult the other side is. Watch this.
To you from other states now? You're in Colorado.
Yeah. I've had patients coming to me from all over the country since I opened my practice.
Oh.
And that's been especially true since I developed the techniques and instruments and procedures for doing the later abortions, which are much more difficult and take a lot more expertise and experience.
Do you ever get any women in their second half of the second trimester or in the third trimester that say they have no medical problems, they just don't want the baby, they change their mind? Would you do it?
Well, of course. If the woman doesn't want to be pregnant, there's no justification for forcing her to continue the pregnancy.
Okay. Has that happened?
That happens all the time. Of course. I mean, she has potentially fatal illness condition that can kill her.
No, I mean, if she has no medical problems.
The medical problem is that she's pregnant.
Oh, my.
There's
There's
his rationalization
is
for
that
That's
She's
barbarism.
That's the slippery slope that this guy's already gone down. He's at the bottom of the hill.
He's fine with it,
because that slope is already, it was so slippery.
Pregnancy is a disease that must be cut out of your body.
He develops instruments like this guy has taken the time to develop instruments to better accomplish this barbaric, evil murder.
This is what the left is trying to tell us, especially what we just saw in Massachusetts last week, that this is not happening. That's what they're saying. No, it's never because the person changes their mind. It's only because if it's medically necessary, there's a diagnosis, the baby is terminal, something like that. Or you could just listen to an abortion doctor saying, yes, I am doing this. The medical problem is that she's pregnant and doesn't want to be pregnant. That's not a medical problem, folks. Right. That's not a medical problem, because if you're talking late term or, second and third trimester, just go get the baby delivered. Give the baby a chance. Give the baby up for adoption. You're talking about a baby that's statistically, with our advances in technology, has a good chance of living. Totally. And you're talking about sadistic man. Listen to him deliver this so coldly. Yep. And this is what we talk about on the right. The left doesn't want to hear it.
Yeah, and I would think this guy, the natural result is the product of what we heard earlier. Just sterilize everybody. Let's end the human race. It is absolutely disgusting. It's fundamentally such a spiritual problem.
Godless.
That's what this is. I will be my own God. I will disagree with how he made me, or I will disagree whether or not he has the right to make us at all, and let's just genocide everybody and make Thanos look like the reasonable person.
Oh, yeah.
In all of this. That's all the time that we have. Rob, appreciate you being with us, sir, as always.
Glad to be with you. The boss is up next, Jeremy Herrell.
Eric Haynes, man.
Great
Thanks
to
so
be
much.
part of the conversation.
Yeah, it's always great to have you on the program. Yeah, we're going to hand it off to Jeremy Herrell with Live from America. I want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 24/7, Sherrod Chiropractic, and don't forget, HealingVeteransProject.us, and we'll see you guys tomorrow morning.
The Paul Herrell Program.
And good morning, everybody. Welcome. It is Monday, and it's August 17th, year of our Lord 2027, and you are locked and loaded. Rumble.com/LFATV, also simulcasting over on YouTube. It's good to have you here this morning. Thank you for being here. My name is Jeremy Herrell, the Hip Hop Patriot, and I am the host of this show live from America, and we are broadcasting live from the Hawkeye state of Iowa. Please put your hands together, share, like, and comment for this show and for producer Eli. It's his favorite day of the week, everybody. It's Monday. Maybe that'll be someday in the future. But anyway, here's producer Eli.
Hey, what's going on, LFA TV family and patriots? It's time to hit the Rumble button, time to hit the share button, because he's not correct. It's not my favorite day of the week, so we got a long way to go to get to Friday, so let's go.
We got RL5 Trucker in the live chat. Sherry Welch, Carol is here. Parker 08, UI Manager, Miguel Ortiz, Purple Snowflake, Logan 23. We've got Carol, and we've got Rumble for My Bell, Aeropink, Barb Naylor, Wendy is in the building. Amy is here. Fun Mom is here. Khaki Danny is here. J.A. Fish S. Rose. A1 is in the building. J.M. Jam is here. Echo Bella. Bushy 53 is in the live chat. How are you today? We've got Ashley Garland here. Kiki 48. We've got Liz Ellis in the building. Of course, we've got Charlotte Curry. Audrey is here. Mama Rhett is in the building. 2146 is here. William is here. D. Taylor, and one more, let's give it to Renee Walker. Good morning, good morning, good morning, and happy Monday. August 17th, ladies and gentlemen, year of our Lord, 2026. How was your weekend? How's the start of your week so far? Good? Well, we got a lot of stuff going on in the news. We are getting into that home stretch of the midterm elections. I want to thank Suzanne Vermontes for that. The links in the live chat, these are LFA family safe links, so feel free to click them. Rock and Rev Dean, thank you very much. We are just in that home stretch. We're getting into the last part of August, which is the end of summer. Getting into the election year now for real. We've only got the rest of August, September, and October. That's it. We've got the primaries in Florida tomorrow, I believe. So we've got a lot of ground to cover. We've got a lot of good candidates out there. It's time to make sure we've got the best candidates put forward through all the rest of these primaries, which there isn't many left, in order to get on to that general election and keep the House and keep the Senate. Because without that, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a rough next 2 years. JM says, remember, voting in Florida tomorrow. So that will be that'll be a big, I think that'll be a big boost. If the right candidates win in Florida tomorrow, it'll be a nice boost for whatever's left out there going into this midterm stretch. So make sure if you're in Florida, you get out tomorrow. Make sure you share it on your Facebook pages. Hey, tomorrow's the day. Tomorrow's the day. Get people ready now. If there's anybody out there that may need a ride, reach out to somebody. Somebody may need a ride, okay? RL5 Trucker says the honorable hip-hop patriot is headed to Congress in 2028. Well, if it's God's will, then we definitely will do that. Moose for Trump, how you doing? Parker, thank you very much. Let me give a live shout-out to some people over in the YouTube chat. We've got Jason, Anita. We've got EDZ. We've got Scott Rollins. A beautiful Bill is over there. The leader, Z60, is over there as well. So, I know there's a lot of hate coming from the left right now, but you know, wherever there's the most hate coming from is most likely the party that's behind in reality. Now, they're not going to be behind in the mainstream media polls. Donald Trump was far behind both Hillary Clinton and cackling Kamala Harris. What happened? He beat the brakes off of both of them. So pay no attention to those. Do what we did in 2024. Too big to rig. Bring people to the polls. Let people know through every social media platform you have, whenever your primaries are. And this is the home stretch. This is where it all really meets, where all of the the rubber meets the road is in this point of the election season. All right? Slam says, do you see Dearbornistan made sure to put up their USA flags to clean up their muzzy stuff before they thought thousands of bikers were coming in? I saw that. Again, it's these places and these people that are doing too much that lets you know where you are in this cycle. And a lot of the hate is coming from the left, as usual. As usual. And you know what's funny is if you say anything back, that's considered hate or vitriol or whatever. So, you know the old saying here. Losers focus on winners. Winners focus on winning. So from here on out, we are done being focused on the left only in the way of which they've always been. We should be highlighting in the way of which they're becoming. The Socialist Party. The Socialists are taking over their party so much that even Hakeem Jeffries, their leader, in the House anyway, had to come out and distance his party from the DSA, from the Democrat Socialist movement. He had to say, look, we're not part of that. It took him about an hour to say 2 sentences, as always, but we're not part of that. If you've got to come out and you've got to distance yourself from the candidates that are winning inside your party within your election primaries, plus you're seeing an elevated amount of hate coming from the left towards Trump, MAGA, and the new Republican Party, that should tell you something. And you know what it tells me? It tells me this. It is MAGA versus DSA in this 2026 midterm election and moving forward. Milton says, Jeremy, I advertise for LFA TV on my page for you. There's a lot of people watching at the moment. I hope it helps. Milton, for everybody who's watching from your share, please say hi to them, and thank you very much. Slam says, Jeremy, it is now coined JSP, the Jihad Socialist Party. I like that because that's really what it is, because they're using socialism and the Islamification of the West, and they're using it as a kind of a symbiotic relationship to take over the Democrat Party. Remember what I told you 6 months ago, right? I told you one of two things was going to happen. Either the level-headed, common-sense Democrats, that very few out there, but there still are some, they're either going to take their party back, or it's going to go to the Socialist Islamic Party. And here we are, folks. That's the war that they're fighting right now. So we, as thank you, Logan, I appreciate that. We, as the leaders of the political parties in this country, we've got the White House, we've got the House, and we've got the Senate, and we've got a majority of conservatives on the Supreme Court. We have to focus on the winning and let them destroy themselves. Socialism and communism will always destroy itself and anybody who's involved with it. It's like we talked about open air drugs this morning. Phones are digital open air drugs. Socialism and communism is another open air drug. It gets people sucked in and then they can't get out of that lifestyle. And then they end up, self-destructing. So I want to thank Sean Maga. Here's to start the Monday off right with a $5 train to use where is needed, brother. Thank you, Sean Maga, I believe it's 1979, but it says 79. So thank you very much. Okay, that's what we're going to talk about today. MAGA versus DSA. But first, as always, got a morning video for you. Of course, the socialist Islamic mayor of New York City would only further his socialist agenda by speaking directly to the people that come from one of the biggest communist/socialism regions in the world. Here's your New York City mayor.
你好，我的名字是 Mayor Zoran Mamdani。我不知道中文，可是我想试一下。纽约市政府将免费送出2000多张百老汇演出门票，请于8月17日 之前访问一下网站，了解如何参加抽签。您还可以免费获得 The Theater Development Fund， 为期2个月的会员资格，享受百老汇演出的折扣。演出现场见。
You know, another way to do that is to just speak and then have it translated at the bottom. You see, if a white Republican was doing this, meaning reading Spanish or French or Chinese, they would say that you're reaching, trying too hard. They might even associate it with cultural appropriation, and they would be eviscerated in the comment thread. Zoran Mamdani. Socialist Party. Like, so stupid. Just speak and have it translated in the bottom. You see, this is, I don't know the correct term that I'm thinking of here, but it's not appropriation. It's more along the lines of making the city believe that you actually give a damn. That's exactly what he's doing. Making the city believe that he actually gives a damn. Now, if that is a sincere, reach out to the Asian community or to the Mandarin-speaking community, then that's one thing. But if you're doing this just to make it look like I love everybody, I would refer you to the Italians of New York City. Do you really love everybody? You left the Italians completely off of your little, you know how you have the beer and wine trails in states? Like if you go to a state that's known for craft beers, you get a map and you got all these craft beer wine visit or craft beer visits or these craft wine visits. Well, he tried to put together something like that not too long ago. We had Mike Crispy on, and he tried to put something together like that to go visit all of these nationalities and what they mean to the city, and left the Italians completely off of it. Completely off of it. Midwest Patriot says it's called sucking up. And everybody knows that they're not sincere. That's the problem with it. I'm not saying anything about somebody who tries to reach out to somebody in another language, especially if you're the mayor of the largest city in the United States of America. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you know it's BS, when you know he doesn't care, then it becomes, okay, chill out. Ji Xiang Pao. Okay? Anyway, MDUS says, Mamdani, either way, speaking Muslim or China, must really hate us. Deport him. Absolutely. Absolutely. Logan said, Jeremy, I've been trying to get Mike Crispy to come back to LFA. We're going to have to try hard because he's a busy man. Trust me, Frankie and him both want to have that show again. But even if you did a 1-hour show a day, if you actually care about your show, you actually care about the information that you're putting out, if you actually do the time in order to put together a show and put together the proper information in an order in which makes sense from beginning to middle to end, that takes prep time. That takes a lot of work, even for a 1-hour show. So if you do a 1-hour show, most generally you're working at least 3 hours to get that 1 hour the way it needs to be. With all your reading, with all of your gathering information, with all of your, fact checking or whatever it is that you do, whatever process that you have, it takes a good 3 hours to do a 1-hour show. I do a 3-hour show. So my whole day is doing that. So I got to try to find time for administrative work. Anyway, long story short, for Mike to come here, it would take a good 3 hours a day, which is about 15 hours a week. Even if he had 4 shows, you're still talking 12 hours a week. And he's traveling so much. He's working with the Italian Civil Rights Division in New York, and he's traveling so much for his work. So it's very, very, very difficult for somebody to do it. And, that is why when people get opportunities where they can go and actually make good money, they take them. And I don't blame them. And having said that, did you guys hear the news for Sean? Sean is not only going to be doing his show at Bongino in the afternoons, but also he's going to be doing a PM radio spot with Dan Bongino. I think they're co-hosting a PM radio spot, Bongino PM. So, big shout out to those who move on. All right, let's go to the Lord in prayer, and then we'll get right into the news of the day. Chi Chang Hao Ong Ching Wa, Jeremy Herrell. All right, hey, I'm just making a little joke there. All right, let's go to the Lord. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Denise said, yes, I saw that on Sean's Facebook page. I'm so happy for him. Slam said, I knew when he did his first Bongino appearance that he was out at LFA. Yeah, I kind of figured that too. I kind of figured he would have been gone a year or so ago when he was really helping out Dan Bongino, doing some fill-in work with him on the radio and other spots as well. But Sean has stayed in our LFA TV chat, and, he's a family member. He's friends. So if anything you ever want to say to Sean, just let us know and we'll tell him in our chat. Was just talking to him this morning. So will Sean still do the weekend sports with you, Jeremy, come football season? That I don't know. We've not really talked about that yet. We haven't had really time to talk about that yet, but I will let you know. All right, lift up your cups. Let's have our first slurp of the day. We are also talking with a few other people right now about adding some new shows here to LFA to the daily lineup. I do have some other news for you as well in the daily lineup. If you watch Secret America, they are going back to their old time of 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, okay? And they will be on their own live stream here. They will not be part of the all-day news stream anymore. They're going to be separated on their own stream here on LFA TV back at the 7 p.m. hour. Okay, I told you months ago that there's going to be a lot of changes coming, so we kind of knew and anticipated some of this, and we're talking to some really good show hosts as well that want to, simulcast their show over here at LFA TV. So just I ask for, allow us a little bit of patience in order to get this all retooled so that we have an all-day lineup set up again here first, okay, or soon, all right? All right, here we go. First slurp of the day. Eileen says change is good. Sure is. I'm ready. He's ready. You're ready. Let's get to it. First and foremost of the day is this. How many of you remember the Ronald Reagan presidency? So I can remember back. Let's see, I was born in 79, so I can remember hearing the name Ronald Reagan in 1985. So the year the Bears won the Super Bowl. How about that? I can go back in my brain to 1985. I was 6 years old, and I can remember hearing people talk about Ronald Reagan. One thing that Ronald Reagan showed is exactly what I say every day. Democrats are the party of big government, short-term gain, long-term pain. It's funny, Kelly. Kelly just said bring on Justin Barkley or Dave Bondi. Justin Barkley's actually one of the people that I'm talking to. Funny you said that. He's actually one of the people that I'm talking to. So, and he's expressed interest being here. So funny you said that. What I'm about to show you that you're going to hear, this is coming from Newsmax. Ronald Reagan showed that the Democrats were the party of big government, short-term gain, long-term pain, where the conservatives are a party of small government, short-term pain, long-term gain. The only way you can have short-term gain is with, and I'm talking super short-term gain, like you elect somebody to come in and relieve your pain. They come in and they relieve your pain in the first year, right? But then what happens is that pain that's relieved starts wearing off in the second year. And by the third and the fourth year of a president's term, people are tired of it because it didn't work. Whatever they wanted didn't work. So what they do is just what they did in the Biden presidency. They run to Donald Trump. That's what they did there. Or they run to whatever conservative is on the ballot, because it is very rare that a Democrat can show you long-term gain. I mean, just look at history, right? Their first couple of years, great, right? Whatever they inherit seems to turn around. It's because they hire a massive amount of government workers. The government steps in, and the government gives immediate relief to pain. But that's not sustainable because the government is not private sector. The government has no way to structure a foundation of long-term gain. So what happened at the end of President Ronald Reagan's first term, all of that stuff, all of that infrastructure that he had built, you needed another 4 years in order for that to take place and carry on long term. That's exactly what happened, and that is the same spot that President Trump finds himself in today.
Donald Trump, even if you didn't vote for him, we are still dealing with the hangover from a really bad Biden economy, and Reagan went through the same thing that Trump is going through right now.
Oh, what happened there? Did they remove that video, or is it still there? It's still there. Okay. My fault, folks. Let me bring that back up here for you. We'll start it over, too. That way, if anybody missed anything, bring it back.
Donald Trump, even if you didn't vote for him, we are still dealing with the hangover from a really bad Biden economy. And Reagan went through the same thing that Trump is going through right now before the 1982 midterms.
Absolutely.
The new House will look like this: 269 Democrats, 166 Republicans. That's a gain of 26 for the Democrats.
The lesson for Republicans: perhaps the voters are nervous about the present and future course of the Reagan administration.
Gosh, biased media even back then. Isn't it unbelievable? Think about it like this. In the 1982 midterms, Democrats already controlled Congress. They already controlled it. They still picked up 26 seats. After that, Democrats were absolutely convinced that Reagan was going to be a one-term president, and all the big names, even Ted Kennedy, started lining up to run against him in 1984, including former Carter Vice President Walter Mondale, who, just like Kamala Harris today, Joe Biden's vice president, thought the country wanted change, but he was wrong.
You already are the oldest president in history. Some of your staff say you were tired after your most recent encounter with Mr. Mondale. I recall yet that President Kennedy had to go for days on end with very little sleep during the Cuba Missile Crisis. Is there any doubt in your mind that you would be able to function in such circumstances?
Not at all, Mr. Truitt, and I want you to know that also I will not make a
Mondale knew he lost the election
right
perfect. There, and he did. And by election day, Reaganomics were working.
Right.
The economy was booming. The go-go 80s was just getting started. It was also the decade of Donald Trump, by the way. Ronald Reagan would win 49 states in 1984, the greatest landslide in presidential history. Donald Trump would build Trump Tower. He wrote The Art of the Deal. He became a billionaire for the very first time.
4 years ago, when we celebrated victory in this same room, our country was faced by some deep and serious problems. But instead of complaining together, we rolled up our sleeves and began working together. You'll forgive me. I'm gonna do it just one more time. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Fast forward to today, and the same experts are doing the same thing they did in 1982 as we head in to the 2026 midterms.
This is the trend that makes Republicans in Congress shake in their boots, because it is one thing if President Trump has low approval ratings on inflation. The question, of course, is will it funnel its way down ballot? Information like this, data like this says it absolutely will. And now Democrats lead on the issue. They got President Trump reelected in the first place, simply because they don't think the President of the United States is keeping his campaign promises, and will absolutely take it out on Republicans this fall.
So very similar to 1982, Republicans are going into another midterm cycle, still dealing with the aftershocks of a really bad Democrat president. It's worth noting that when Donald Trump left office, nobody does this. When he left office in 2021, inflation was 2.4%. Gas was $2.39 a gallon. Mortgage rates were at an all-time low. Put another way, Donald Trump handed Joe Biden one of the best economies in American history, and then Joe and Kamala ruined it with mandates and lockdowns and complete stupidity, to the point where Joe Biden is now compared to Jimmy Carter. That's his legacy. And Donald Trump is now being compared to Ronald Reagan. And the economy is going to come back. It's already started, but it's going to take time, just like it did in 1982. But think about it like this. There is a reason that no living Democrat president has handed over the White House to another Democrat president since 1857. Because Democrats start wars and destroy the economy, which is why the American people never elect two in a row. Think about that.
So, if you're a person that says, but Donald Trump started a war in Iran, Donald Trump can end that war in Iran anytime he wants. Jimmy Carter could not end his problem with Iran. You understand? George Bush could not end the surge in the Iraqi freedom, first Desert Storm. He got into the point where he could not get out. Donald Trump can get out anytime he wants because he controls the strait. The Navy controls the strait. Iran is losing hundreds of billions of dollars a day. Is it cause for gas to go up, in turn cause for groceries to go up? Absolutely. Absolutely. But is that because of the policy to go and fight with Iran? Or is it because the gas giants, Chevron, ExxonMobil, and the other, are bringing in record high profits, using this as an opportunity to bring in record high profits? If the Biden administration voters said presidents do not set the gas prices, well, then that's got to be true today. And maybe Chevron and ExxonMobil and the rest, maybe, just maybe they were doing the exact same thing. But in Biden's case, they knew that they could get the world to blame it on Biden. And in this case, they know that they can get the world to blame it on Trump. The only time there should be a gas hike or a price of a barrel of oil hike is when there's a supply and a demand issue. There was never that. No matter what stopped coming through the Strait of Hormuz, it was backed up and backfilled by what was coming out of the United States of America. Put another way, let's talk about it this way. I have it pulled up here. ExxonMobil and Chevron just reported, and anybody that's watching, search engines are usually free. They point you to where you can get this information. You can go look at this information and you can decide for yourself with discernment whether or not you're getting the truth or not. Nowhere is going to tell you any different if you go look this up than this right here. ExxonMobil and Chevron just reported a massive second quarter profit for 2026, fueled by surging global energy prices amid disruptions from the war in Iran and constraints in the Strait of Hormuz. That's what they say. Here's the problem with that. The problem with that is that nobody was short on energy. They just got it from somewhere else. Now, should there be a small price hike for maybe getting it from somewhere else so geographically it takes longer to ship? Possibly. But ExxonMobil just posted a $14.5 billion profit, while Chevron recorded a $12.1 billion profit. Breaking down even further, here are the facts. ExxonMobil earned $14.5 billion. Do you know what that represents? Are you ready to shit a brick? More than double its profits from the same period last year. with production hitting roughly 4.5 million barrels of oil equivalent per day. Do you hear what I just said? I don't care what the left thinks. I don't care what anybody thinks. The facts are the facts. And the facts are this. They just recorded more than double profits this second quarter than they did the same time last year. So, where is your money going? To the profits of ExxonMobil and Chevron. You ready for this one? That was ExxonMobil. This one will really piss you off. Chevron just logged a $12.1 billion profit. You know what that represents? Ready for this, Eli? Quadrupling its earnings from the prior year. Backed by a record U.S. upstream output. Exxon and Chevron distributed $9.4 billion and $6.6 billion, respectively, through dividends and share buybacks. So, what are you supposed to say, right? What are you supposed to say to somebody when you're debating them about Trump's policies making it more expensive at the pump when they would not capitulate that same admission under Biden? Remember, the response was the president doesn't set the gas prices. You're damn right, the president doesn't set the gas prices. Do his policies affect the gas prices? Absolutely. But only in the way of the oil and gas and energy companies going, how can we exploit this to make it look like it's not us, it's somebody else? You have ExxonMobil doubling their profits since last year at the same time, and you have Chevron quadrupling its profits from last year at the same time. You wonder where your money's going? It's not in the pockets of bureaucrats. It's not in the pockets of Democrats or Republicans, unless these energy companies pump money into their campaigns, which I wouldn't doubt there's a deal going on there with the Democrats and the energy companies. Cindy says response is Google the oil and gas profits. That's exactly right. Why would you blame it on anybody else outside of that? That's what we're dealing with here. And everybody should be aware of that. Now I want to go to Scott Bessent, okay? Because Scott Bessent says this. Scott Bessent was on Rob Schmidt, and he said that wage gains for the bottom 25% of the working force are up 5.5%. So when you see where are real wages, and you Google or you Bing or you Brave or you ChatGPT or you Grok or anything to help you put you towards the source of information, you're going to see real wages are not up overall, but they're up in the place where they need to be up. The bottom 5.5% of American wage earners. That's where it needs to. That is where it starts, and then it goes up through the ranks. So the people that really need the wages are coming in. They got a 5.5% wage increase. But you'll never hear that ever in an actual substantive debate. Do you want to know why you don't hear that? Because two people can't agree on the basis of truth to the point where they actually get the truth out. The point of a debate is to get the truth out. Not who gets the greatest sound bites, not who has the greatest moments, not who has the best mic drop moments. And it's not supposed to be for either of the audiences to go, you know what? No matter what, my guy wins or my girl wins. The point of a debate is actually to get to the truth. So if anybody's going to sit down and have a debate, the first thing that you should do is you should say, what's our basis of truth? What information are we going to go to, or where are we going to go to get the information that we believe is the truth? Where are we going to go? What is that agreed upon metric? If we can get to that, then you can actually have a debate about the facts. Those are the facts. Those are the facts. The bottom 5.5%. Now, there's a video here from Scott Bessent when he was on Newsmax talking about this. It is an 11-minute and 22-second video, so not sure where in the video they're going to talk exactly about that, because it is about Iran, which also talks about gas prices, the economy, stuff like that. Let's listen into a little bit of it here.
Good to have you back on the show. I want to start right there where we just left off. The socialist movement that seems to be, in a way, taking over the Democrat Party. Cost of living is fueling a lot of this, as you know, in this country. And despite a lot of positive economic news, there's still a feeling from a lot of people that things are too expensive. I think it's kind of fueling what we're seeing here. How do we get rid of that liability, before we vote again here in November? How do we ease that so this movement kind of dies out?
Rob, good to be with you. And look, this comes up all the time. We spent 45, 50 years fighting communism, the Soviet Union, which collapsed. Show me where it's ever worked before, whether it's the Soviet Union, Cuba, Venezuela. And these policies, you always end up with less. You always end up with less of what people want. And look, people should be upset. The Biden administration torched them. It was 21.5% unemployment, 4 or 5% loss of purchasing power. Wages didn't keep up. And for working Americans, I think the inflation level is probably 30 or 35% for things like autos, insurance.
I'll tell you what, talking about the inflation and wages not keeping up, when you get inflation up to 10%, 9 point whatever percent it was overall, wages never even close to kept up with that. How come nobody said anything about that then? How come it's always only about the same thing over and over and over again? And they'll tell you, don't bring up the past. The current is the issue. You're right. But when you are gauging your metrics off how good or bad a president does based on the president before him, we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about the hypocrisy that flows from your mouth constantly. We're going to talk about it. You don't think we're going to when you're the ones talking about it? If your metric is Donald Trump did a worse job than Joe Biden, I'm going to show you where everything in that you just said is an absolute lie. An absolute lie. And we've gone through them before. I'll be happy to go through them again. Prior to COVID, and the only reason I'm saying that is because COVID is an anomaly, and you guys are going to award those job creation numbers to Joe Biden based on bounce back numbers, well, then we're going to count the people, the jobs and where it bounced back from. President Trump created 6.1 million jobs in 3 years. Private sector. Private sector. The size of the federal government went down, which means he fired people. He's done the same thing in his second term. Joe Biden only created 5.3 million jobs in all 4 years. Private sector. But then hired 1.77 million government employees, increasing the size of the government. So if you're talking private sector jobs, which is the bread and butter of this country, what makes the world go round and round and round, the gears of this country, President Trump created almost 1 million more in a year less. So I don't even want to hear that stuff. He also handed off a 2.4% inflation, also handed off record low interest rates, and then look what Biden did. Took everything way back up, albeit it was coming back down at the end. I would argue the only reason that things were coming back down on the end was because of the news that President Trump had won the election. So in those last 4 months before President Trump took over, some things started to drop and be revised. I wonder why. But the facts are the facts. You can go look them up yourself. Google's free. You don't need a debate from anybody to get the actual facts. Back to Scott Bessent.
Rent. And we've been trying to bring those down. Core inflation printed 2 days ago, 2.5%. It was a very good number, moving towards the Fed's 2%. The Iran conflict has given us a temporary spike in energy prices. We're going to get to the other side of this and come down. And what we've seen over the past year is that the bottom 25% of working Americans, their wages were up 5.5%. Overall, wages were up above 4%. And look, 3.5% headline inflation. That's a real wage gain. It's not great, but a lot of times I tell people I feel like an emergency room doctor. The patient came in, he'd been backed over by a truck, and the first thing we had to do was stabilize the patient. And now we've applied the right medicine, and things are getting better slowly. And I think every week we are seeing real wage gains. Prices are coming down. The CPI numbers showed drug prices are down.
We're going to talk about that in a minute.
Grocery prices have flattened out. Car insurance is down. So I'm very confident we are going to get to a good place. And it's unfortunate to see this DSA movement getting this kind of traction.
Yeah, it is. I just, you look back, if you look back at how it was for Reagan when he dealt with a very similar issue, it took so many years for that to kind of work its way through. I wonder if there's any indication that you guys see at Treasury of how long you think Americans will still feel kind of like they can barely keep up with this kind of inflated economy. How long do you think this lasts for the average American?
Well, again, what we're not going to do is tell Americans what they're feeling, like the Biden administration do. That they said it was a 5 session, and we know what has happened here. But I think as people feel the turn, which they should be now, then there is light at the end of the tunnel. Things are getting better. We're seeing construction jobs picking up. We're seeing manufacturing jobs picking up. The unemployment rate dropped.
Sure did.
We're seeing the big component of the workforce, the mid-20s to mid-50s, is very stable. And Rob, the other important thing too is these jobs are going to Americans. Like, we have seen over 2 million jobs created for Americans, and we've seen over 1 million illegals leave the workforce. And guess what?
I have to stop right there because I have to tell you something that just happened close to me, okay? And then we'll get back into this. And he's absolutely right. Unemployment numbers have fallen. Inflation just fell. And when he's talking about American people are getting the jobs, the illegals aren't, let me just tell you this is a rough story to tell because it just happened here across the river from where I live. In Rock Island, Illinois, Tyson Foods just closed down. They closed down, which affects 2,500 jobs. And not only the 2,500 jobs, it's a massive, massive, massive plant. But not only the 2,500 jobs were lost, but also the food that goes to the community, the food shelters, the homeless shelters, the pantries, the churches, the food drives, that's all gone too. That's a big hit, right? That's a big hit. Why did it happen? Why did Tyson Foods close in Rock Island, Illinois? Do you want to know the truth of why it closed? I'll tell you why. Because for the last year, ICE has been in Rock Island and Moline, Illinois, as well as over the river here in Iowa. Okay? They deported so many illegal aliens from that plant that worked at that plant that they could not afford to hire the American worker based on the budget and the model that they had. It put them out of business. Now, the bad part of that is it puts out of business that absolutely was great for the economy of a city. But when you see how many illegal aliens were working there, and you've seen how many were deported in that town, and the business closes out because they say to themselves, we're not going to put the money in anymore. I said, so why didn't they just open it up over here in Iowa? Well, you'd have to build a $2 billion building, number one. And that building is just going to sit there and rot. The taxes in Illinois are through the roof. And them hiring actual American workers would have been too much for them. So Tyson said, see you later, Rock Island. And now they're going to let Rock Island just continue to go down the drain, which it's been going down there for decades anyway. Okay? Tyson employs illegal aliens. Do you want these plants to close? No. Do you want them to close if they're depending on illegal aliens to work? Absolutely. The free market will work its way out. It always does.
Laws of supply and demand still work. When you take the illegals out of the workforce, working class wages go up. When you send them back home, rents go down.
Absolutely.
That's very true.
So
the deportation process should be the one thing that can help kind of ease. Housing's been the worst. I mean, housing has just exploded. Nobody can afford a home. That's what's really crushing, I think, the spirit of the younger generation is you're 30 years old and you're renting. That's just not a good feeling. I want to move here for a second. I want to talk about
I don't know
Iran.
about that.
You have been working behind the
rent.
scenes in this war to dismantle this regime in Iran economically and inflict kind of heavy financial damage on it. The methods that Treasury has been using to do this in this war have been described as brilliant, from what I understand. The sanctions targeting their banking system and multiple networks spread out across several countries that enable Iran's banks to move hundreds of millions of dollars. You're limiting the ways that this regime...
I want to kind of go through the Iran stuff right now. We're going to get back to Iran a little bit later. I want to get back to economic news, money, things like that, people's finances.
It's typical that they're uninformed, deranged, and have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah. Two more quick ones for you before I let you go. I want to just hit the national debt because it's something that I personally feel is very important. We're about to cross $40 trillion. I know how hard it is to cut government back once you go down a spending path. COVID took us to a place we've never been before. We're still kind of at that place. We're still spending about $2 trillion more a year than we bring in. Is there any way to get this under control?
Well, we did get it under control. We inherited a mess, about 6.8% deficit to GDP, which was the highest we'd ever seen when we weren't at war, weren't in a recession. And calendar year 2025, we actually brought it down to 5.5%. I've set a target of having something with a 3 in front of it as a percent of GDP to the deficit by when the president leaves, and then we start paying down debt at that point. So we got it down to 5.5% for calendar year 2025, and now this year we had to refund the tariffs, which have been about $170 billion. That's one time. We're going to continue taking in the tariff income this year. And then the other thing, too, to be cognizant of, in the working families tax cut, we had the immediate expensing for factories and the factory goods for equipment. And so that is a hit now to the deficit, but we are creating productive assets for future growth, which will be paying taxes all the way down the line. So I think of that more as like pulling back a slingshot and creating a lot of potential energy that becomes kinetic.
Yeah, it's such a difficult problem trying to get government spending under control and the size of government. You guys are doing it in a number of different ways. I love to see the job losses in the federal government coming out of that jobs report. I love to see that.
So
I got about 30 seconds left. Go ahead. Yeah.
It's the job losses in the federal government, but it's also what President Trump has instructed us to do. Vice President Vance is leading the charge on the fraud task force. There are estimates by GAO that we've got over 600 billion of fraud every year. And to put that in context, every 300 billion is 1% of GDP. So if we could save 300 billion, that would get the deficit down by 1% of GDP. I think there's more there. The vice president has all hands on deck. Every department is contributing.
And putting people in jail for the fraud.
And the main thing there is once the money gets out, very difficult to retrieve it. So we are stopping it at the source, and I'm very optimistic that we can have several $100 billion of savings.
It's certainly a start, and I'd love to hear that. Trump accounts is my final question. It's a great idea. I think people love it.
All right. Let's break down what we've got here. Record high 401ks, record high stock markets, federal trade deficit cut in half, unemployment down, inflation down, wage growth for the bottom tier of American workers up 5.5%. But you're paying more in gas, groceries, and home prices. The groceries are directly related to the gas. The home prices and the rent are directly related to millions of people overwhelming a system. Oh, and by the way, getting almost interest-free loans to get homes in some states. Is that about right? Is that about break it down correctly? So your economy was worse under Joe Biden with no direct involvement in a war, just paying billions of dollars for other people to have a war. And your economy overall is better today. The inflation is way better in a war. Gotcha. So, here's another one. Investments into this country. Apple just opened an advanced U.S. manufacturing center in Texas as a $600 billion American investment surges under President Trump. Eli Lilly, Hyundai, Honda, Apple, NVIDIA, Toyota, I can't even think of the name of the companies that are doing the chip manufacturing, but you've got $19 trillion of investments into this country in a year and a half. Yeah, you might not be seeing that when you're swiping your card at the pump, but it'll get there. Short-term pain, long-term gain. And you're not even under the same pain you were under in the last administration. Ron Broski said, I just bought 30 eggs last night for $4.89. That would have been 5 eggs 3 years ago, 2 years ago. You know what I mean? So, long story short, the economy is not nearly what the mainstream media tries to drill into these lefties' heads. I'd much rather live in a today than a 2023. Ask yourself that. Money-wise, would you rather be today or in 2023 going into 2024? You know how bad things were at that moment? Now, with the drug prices, promises made, promises kept. RX drug prices plummet, recording the sharpest drop since 1963 and the largest 6-month decline in history. Where'd that come from? Prescription drug prices are too high. Really? Because this says otherwise. So either you're a liar or you're parroting something that you saw on TikTok. President Trump promised Americans that he would reduce the cost of prescription drugs, and it might have well been a bitter pill to swallow. But the Washington Post has reported that this feat has been achieved. Quote, this is from the Washington Compost for the lefties that might be watching. Prescription drug prices recorded the biggest year-over-year drop in more than 60 years in July. Quote, no president in modern history has been able to drastically reduce prescription drug prices across the board except for President Donald J. Trump. Whoa. That's from the Washington Compost? Quote, this is a direct result of the president's willingness to push the envelope with bold policies that actually put Americans and America first, said a Trump spokesperson. The Washington Post noted that the Bureau of Labor Statistics released inflation data last Wednesday. It revealed that the cost of medicinal drugs fell 2.7% from July 2025 to July 2026, which is the largest decline on record. Investment research firm Renaissance Marco said that the prescription drug prices are falling at a seasonally adjusted annual rate of 6.6%, which is called, quote, the sharpest 6-month drop on record ever. White House officials noted that the launch of Trump RX, a website where the president has directed Americans to find lower prices on the medicines they need, came amid the decline in prices. A medical pilot program resulted in drug manufacturers such as Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly, another company who's investing billions of dollars to do their stuff here, not somewhere else, charging $245 per month for Wegovy, Zepbound, and Foundayo. The monthly costs had been above $1,000 previously. So from $1,000 to $245. Let me say that one more time. From $1,000 to $245. Thank you, President Trump. I know it's hard to say on the left, but just say Thank you, President Trump. In a debate, if it was actually the truth the two people were getting to, they would look at that and both people would go, that's amazing. That's a point for the president. Oh, inflation down, point for the president. Oh, bottom wage earners up 5.5%, check mark for the president. Oh, trade deficit cut in half, boom, check for the president. That will never, ever happen. That'll never happen. You'll never get somebody on the left to go, wow, I didn't realize that. You may not get that from anyone on the right as well. Because people are so worried about their sound bites and their mic drop moments than they are with debating facts. Quote, in a matter of months, we got up and running these discounts in a way that they were meaningful for American patients, a White House official added. President Trump is delivering on promises to ensure American patients no longer pay high prices to subsidize low prices in the rest of the world, something the political establishment did not believe was possible. Both sides of the aisle, by the way. So, what do you think? Are you somebody out there who has seen a decline in your prescription medicines that you pay for? And if so, what is that decline? If you don't mind letting us know. Now, usually this is your personal health. So if anybody doesn't want to talk about that in the live chat, it's completely fine. But if you do feel comfortable talking about it, if you've seen anything yet, let us know. Put it in the comment section. Individual testimonials are always up here compared to polling. So now get this. Back to the Exxon Mobil and Chevron. When oil hit $147.50 a barrel in 2008, gas never got over $3.80 a gallon. There wasn't an influx of electric cars then, neither. So now we have we have millions of people with electric vehicles out there. So we should have as far as gas in vehicles goes, we should have relatively lower numbers of people driving gas-powered vehicles today than we did 15 years ago. So my question is, and if somebody's got the answer to this, please let me know. Why did gas never get over $3.80 a gallon in 2008 when a price of a barrel of oil was $147.50? But at this moment, price of a barrel of oil is $80 and gas is $4 a gallon. Something doesn't seem right there. Can anybody fill in the blanks? Anybody? Cal says, so we have high gas, high groceries, and high rent, and we should all just understand and deal with it? That's what most people need to live. Not the stock market or the so-called debt. No, not at all. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, why do you have the high gas prices? Why do you have the high grocery prices? And why do you have the high rent? That's what I asked. Why? Because your answer will determine where you take your vote. If you think the reason why we have high rent, high house prices, high groceries, and high gas is President Trump's fault with the information that I've given you, with the doubling of the double profits of ExxonMobil and the quadrupling of profits of Chevron a year over year, which affects every good that you buy because you need fuel to transport goods and to bring goods from state to state to state to get in the stores or to get in the ground to the gas pumps. I'm not saying deal with it. What I'm saying is, why is it that way? And then you can make your best informed decision moving forward. But again, if it's not the oil and gas companies, then why are they showing double and quadruple profits? And why in 2008, when a barrel of oil was almost $150, did it never get over $3.80 a gallon? And why are we here today? The answer is straight up non-refutable price gouging. That's it. It can't be anything else. Meanwhile, we find out that the DOJ just said that $4 million in SPLC donations were secretly funneled to people associated with violent extremist groups from the SPLC. Wire fraud, money laundering, false statements. Those are the charges that the former SPLC director now has against her in her indictment and moving forward with her prosecution. And the left has been funneling money through the Department of Education, the EPA, the USAID, Act Blue, and other places for years. And now they're broke. And you're asking, not you specifically, but people are asking, why are we here today? Ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you something. Halo, you're right. Actually, today's prices are still lower than Biden's term. You're absolutely correct. They are. The housing and the rent, that has to do with millions of people coming in and taking the housing. You get rid of all those million illegal aliens, you got a lot of houses. Supply and demand all of a sudden starts right-sizing, and boom, there you go. Those are your big ones. JJ said, Jeremy, it's the price gouging along with the reduction of refineries, and that's why we're building a new refinery in Texas. You're right. You are 100% right. Audrey says, my medication is $6. I pay Part D for $40 a month. Who's screwing us? There you go. There you go. So, I don't think we're $40 trillion in debt. I think we're $40 trillion in fraud. That's what I think. You could let me know what you feel in the comment threads, but I don't think we're $40 trillion in debt. I think we're $40 trillion in fraud. I think if we had not had the fraud from both sides, particularly over the last 20 years, the Democrat Party, then we wouldn't be nearly in the debt that we're at. So, is it ever one president's fault? Absolutely not. Ever. It is lifelong, non-termed politicians and bureaucrats setting laws and creating red tape for us while they win. That's simple. We'll be right back.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise Up Coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
And you can get either one of our coffees on lfatv.us, or you can also get it on jeremyherrell.com. There's another reason why your house and rent looks the way it does. There's two companies called BlackRock and Vanguard. Do you know them? BlackRock and Vanguard. They have bought up so much real estate, single and multifamily homes in this country. And they've jacked the prices up so much that the comps in the area have to raise their prices in order to be, hold on one second. In order to be competitive. Sorry about that, folks. In order to be competitive, they've had to raise their rates and raise the prices of their houses as well. It's not just BlackRock and Vanguard that are doing it. It's the Chinese Communist Party. They're also doing it. The CCP is doing the same exact thing. Okay? This last Saturday, I had a show. I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but we had a special on this. And a lot of people, as they get closer to their retirement, they're looking for different ways to expand their portfolio, whether it's precious metals, whether it's real estate, whether it's Bitcoin, whether it's the stock market, whether it's their 401k, whether it's the value in their home, whatever it is. Everybody is looking for another way to expand their portfolio. So this Saturday, I did an interview with an amazing man named Mark. And Mark runs these free seminars on you taking the middleman out of the equation in 2026, not needing some hedge fund manager, not needing some stock market manager, to be able to go in even at 1 penny and start trading on stocks that he will show you that are the ones that you get the return on. And he does daily Zoom calls where you can go in and you can see what he's doing. I did an interview with him this Saturday, and you know what he told me? A new law just went through, and it was part of a bigger bill. And a new law went through that says BlackRock now has access to your 401k, meaning that hedge fund and stock market management companies that you entrust with your 401ks are now opening that up to BlackRock. So BlackRock is using your money to make it money of your 401k. You know how many people would be pissed off if they knew that was the case? That's what we talked about on Saturday. If you did not watch that show on Saturday that said 401ks under siege, you need to go and you need to watch that show because it lays out for you exactly what BlackRock is doing. Now, this is free to reserve your seat. All you have to do is go to freelfaticket.com. Just go to freelfaticket.com and you can reserve your seat for this Thursday and Saturday. I'm going to be in both of them. It's absolutely free. And you know what you get when you join? You get a free downloadable book from them. And if you can show receipt that you joined in that free seminar, you get a free t-shirt from us. All you have to do is email us your receipt, or not your receipt, but your involvement in that seminar on Thursday or Saturday. You get a free t-shirt from us and you get a free book from them. Reserve your seat today at Free LFA Ticket. Or freelfaticket.com. I'm going to put it right here in the live chat. This is for you guys to take matters into your own hands. Free Ticket LFA. That's what it is. freelfaticket.com. There you go. I put it in the live chat for you so you guys have it. I'll also post it at the top. Join in that seminar. I'll be there with you on Thursday and Saturday. This comes from me and my wife wanting to get involved in this and not having to do a big buy-in. You could start doing this with 5 cents if you wanted to. So it's up to you. You guys want to join? It's a free seminar. You pay nothing. Reserve your seat today at that place that I just pinned in the top, okay? All right, let's get back to business here. Now we're going to talk about Hakeem Jeffries rejecting the Democrat Socialists of America agenda, but welcomes them into the Democrats' broad caucus, but says you will not be in charge. No. I wondered how long that was going to take for the House Minority Leader to have to come out and separate himself from the Democrat Socialists of America. I wondered. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries has said that he does not agree with the program of the Democratic Socialists of America. They will form part of a broad caucus, however, if Democrats take the House this coming November, to include them in, but not to be running it. You will not drive it, but we'll include you in. Do you think the Democrat Socialists of America are going to take him up on his offer? I highly doubt it. Openly socialist candidates are gaining serious traction in the Democrat Party over the recent primary season, most notably in Michigan, where DSA member and proud Islamo-Marxist Abdul Muhammad al-Sayed is the party's candidate in November for that state's Senate seat. In an interview on NBC's Meet the Press, host Kristen Welker, asked Hakeem Jeffries whether he supported their platform. Jeffrey said, well, what I can say is that I don't support defunding the police, but I do not also support open borders. Uh-oh. And I do not support abolishing the Senate. Uh-oh. How many of you guys think the Democrat Socialists of America are going to agree to that and say, okay, yeah, you're right. We'll just be part of your party? J Law says, can we get the link to last Saturday's show about the 401k? All you have to do is go to our Rumble page and you'll see it in there last Saturday. It says 401k is under siege. Go watch that show. I encourage everybody to do that. He says, we're focused on actually solving problems that hardworking American taxpayers want us to solve, which is lowering the high cost of living in a situation where life is far too expensive in the country. Well, how are you going to do that? Remember when Barack Obama said to Donald Trump, he's just going to wave a magic wand? Well, Donald Trump waved that magic wand, but he also said how he was going to do it prior to him coming in. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? How are you going to lower the cost of housing, Democrat Party or Democrat Socialist of America Party? You're gonna freeze rent for everybody in the nation? You're gonna force foreclosures of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of pieces of property that people own because you're gonna freeze rent on them and they're not gonna be able to pay them? Like, the only way to do it is to build more housing very quickly or deport illegal aliens that shouldn't be in the houses to begin with. How are you going to do it? It sounds good. And it sounds good to young people, but nobody ever asks how. And politicians lie. Welker says, do you think, though, that there's room in the Democratic Party under the Democratic tent for the socialists? Is it big enough? He said, well, listen, I don't support the DSA agenda as has been articulated by the DSA itself. Now, if you're going to have individual members who have been elected in Democratic primaries, and if they are elected in the general in November, will be a part of the House Democrat caucus. It's going to be a broad caucus. Wrong answer. Your Democrat Party is already rejecting the socialists that want to take it over. You don't have a strong stance against socialism in your party, you're going to either lose your party or you're going to lose to the Republicans. I think it's the latter. Actually, it's probably both.
Do Democratic Socialists belong in the Democratic Party, Leader Jeffries?
Well, what I can say is that I do not support defunding the police. I do not support open borders. I do not support abolishing the Senate. We're focused on actually solving problems that hardworking American taxpayers want us to solve, which is to lower the high cost of living in a situation where life is far too expensive in this country. That's the Democratic agenda. That's what House Democrats are fighting to achieve.
Do you think, though, that there is room in the Democratic Party under the tent of the Democratic Party for Democratic Socialists? Is it big enough?
Well, listen, I don't support the DSA agenda as has been articulated by the DSA itself. Now, you're going to have individual members.
Is that bad or good for him? Let us know in the live chat. We'll pull up the Rumble live chat. Was it bad for him to say that for electability going into the general election? See, here's what I think. I think the Democrats opening up their party to socialism and saying that over the airwaves is just as bad as a Republican saying the word amnesty over the airwaves. You look what happened to Mike Lindell. Mike Lindell was leading all polls, showed him leading heavily in the Republican primary in Minnesota. He mentioned amnesty, and at that moment, during that same week, he started to tank. So you got to ask yourself, is the reason Mike Lindell lost all support because he mentioned amnesty? And if that's the case, would you think that the Democrats' amnesty rhetoric is accepting socialism? I think it is. I think Democrats lose 10 times out of 10 if the people of that city state, region, think that they're aligning themselves with socialism. We're not there yet. We're just not there yet. Are we far off? No, because look at Bernie actually won the primary in the Democratic primary, and he got it stolen from him. And he openly said, oh, a Democratic socialist. I am a Democratic socialist. And the oligarchy and the filibuster. So, question is to the LFA audience watching today. Is the socialism and the talk of socialism the Democrats' kryptonite the same way that amnesty is to a Republican? That's the question. Let's pull it up. Mike Lindell must be stupid. Can't believe he said that. He really screwed things up with that statement. That's a pretty harsh statement right there itself, but it is your opinion. Jeffries said Biden borders were closed. Clearly they weren't. Another lie from Jeffries. Hakeem gets hemorrhoids from riding the Democrat fence. The Democrat Party is on life support, says A.A. Ron Broski. Tracy Lynn says, I hope so. Don Blossom said, poof, Mike be gone. Now, I will say Mike Lindell did walk that back. I don't know if he meant to say it or what. He did walk it back. He knew what he said was bad. It was bad. I don't think Mike is a bad guy. I just think he said the wrong thing at the wrong time. Maybe he believes it, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. B-Hops, Republicans don't support amnesty. Majogo, I hope so. Easy Money Man says it's communism. Kimberly says it's true. Jersey Jane, Lindell stupid speaking before he thinks. Well, that could be the leftover cocaine that's still in his system. I don't know. Jeremy, Mike Lindell cleared that up. Amnesty was fake news. He never said that. Peachy, we played it. We played it. We played what he said. We also played him clearing it up. He didn't clear up fake news. He backtracked what he said, unfortunately. And that sucks. I love the guy. I don't think he's got a bad bone in his body when it comes to the safety of this country. But we played what he said here. I can't defend what he said. Can I defend him walking it back and him saying, look, I didn't mean it that way. It came out wrong. Yeah, I can defend that. I've said a lot of things that came out wrong or came out in a way I didn't mean them to come out, maybe delivered the wrong way. Unfortunately, though, if you even mention I'm open to, it's not going to be good. But anyway, I do believe that to the left, socialism is what to the right is when you mention amnesty. Okay? Freckles said, I think that Mike lost it at that moment. I do too. Personally, I do. But I could be wrong. You could be wrong too. Bushy said he probably thought he would get some of them Democrat votes. It is the only thing that makes sense. You hit the nail on the head there. Mike loves his country, but that moment he screwed up big time. Conserve Q said, Jeremy, I'm a little bit behind, but these homes that illegal aliens are taking over, are they being subsidized from the government? They're not being subsidized from the government. Their loans are being subsidized by taxpayers. Or they're forgiven high interest or even down payments where you and I would have to pay them. So yes, that is happening. Absolutely. Absolutely. Death in Decay says you don't say amnesty unless you believe it. Or unless you're trying to get some last-minute votes. That could have happened too. Again, not a good move for him. Moving on. Hey, Eli, remember how I haven't brought you in much. I know you're working hard over there. I haven't brought you in much. But there's two things that the Democrats never seem to do these days. They never seem to mention how they're going to help American citizens. And instead, they tell you how they're going to help illegal aliens. And they never say how they're going to fix a situation. But I'm here to tell you today that we do have a policy. We finally have an actual policy coming from the left. And that is abolishing ICE immediately. That is a policy that they've finally set in stone. The DNC made abolishing ICE an official party policy. So I can't say they don't have any policies anymore. They do.
Well, you see, Jeremy, once we get rid of all the misogyny and the bigotry in the White House, that's when we're going to release our plan. You see, we do have a plan. It's a very good plan, but we cannot release the plan until we defeat evil, and that evil is Donald Trump being a horrible person and a very bad man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Having said that, our first policy that we want to bring to the forefront is abolishing ICE as we know it.
That's very good, Jeremy. I specifically like how you said forefront. I'm going to have to work on my accent going forward.
Yeah, that's how he says it. The forefront, it's almost like he's definitely got a lisp, right? But he also almost like he almost screws up saying the word. Forefront. Forefront. Yes, gotcha. Just accent. That's all. Just accent. The Democrat National Committee, the same committee that lied and funded the Steele dossier about the Russia hoax that was never true, clearly, has formally backed a resolution calling for the abolition of ICE. Newsweek reports that the DNC members approved the measure Saturday. So this is official, folks. It is official to the 3,000 that are watching here on Rumble. The Democrats on Saturday approved a measure during the party's summer meetings in Austin, Texas, calling on congressional Democrats to pass a legislation eliminating ICE and winding down the Federal Immigration Detention Center. That's called defunding the police. Just so you know. For Hakeem Jeffries, you said I don't call for defunding the police. Well, news for you, sir. You just did. Or you allowed it to happen. Anyway. The resolution also calls for withholding Department of Homeland Security funding unless the administration ends its series of enforcement practices, including workplace raids. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. We got 1,200 at one workplace. Not going to happen. Large-scale roundups. Not going to happen. And arrests at courthouse and ICE check-ins. Not going to happen. I have a question for the lefties. Obama deported 11 million, right, they say, in his 8 years? Do you know why we can't afford each and every single illegal alien the due process that the left wants us to afford them? Because you would never get through 1 million in 8 years, let alone 11. Would never happen. So where did Obama's 11 million deportations, how'd that happen? How did Obama deport 11 million people, so they say? Called him the deporter-in-chief, right? Now, some of them might have been voluntary. Some of them might have been turned away at the border, called a deportation. But let's just say even half of that. Let's go to 5.5 million. How did he deport all these people, giving them due process? When we had less immigration officers, less immigration courts, and less immigration judges? The answer is he couldn't have. So either he didn't deport all of those people, which would mean that his administration is a liar, or he did deport all of those people and he did not give them due process. The difference was the mainstream media had his back in doing that, and they don't have Trump's back in doing it. I'd guarantee you that if the mainstream media was following Obama and his deportations, you probably seen some of the same tactics used by ICE to go get individuals. It's not like they made up new tactics when President Trump came in. It's not like ICE said, hey, President Trump's here. Let's completely get rid of everything we've ever done. Let's completely get rid of the way we do things safety-wise and let's completely bring in a new set of rules now. So the question is, either Obama did not deport the amount of people as his administration said they did, which means they're a liar, or they did deport them without due process, which would make you all hypocrites. What's the answer? There's no way they got due process. It's not mathematically possible that each and every one of those people that Obama deported had due process in front of an immigration judge. There was far less immigration judges, far less immigration courts, far less ICE officers, far less Border Patrol agents. So you tell me, how the hell did that happen? I'll wait. Because I don't think it is. And here you have a policy now from the Democrats that says we want to abolish ICE and withhold funding from the Department of Homeland Security if we don't get what we want. There is your first stance, policy, agreed upon officially by the Democrat Party. There you go. Moving on. Somebody said, especially since Tom Homan did it under Obama. Well, there you go. There you go. Tom Homan was there during that. Somebody should ask Tom Homan that question live on TV. When he's on Fox or CNN or MS Now or wherever he visits, because he goes on all of them. Somebody should ask him that question. Now, Kentucky moderate Democrat Andy Beshear, who, by the way, I believe, if Mitch McConnell is dead, had the right to appoint a senator in his stead. It's just my 2 cents on that one, even though I can't stand him. He's pushing to abolish the Electoral College. He says, fix the darn government constitutional amendment. Let's get rid of the Electoral College, giving no little state a voice, giving no little area a voice. The only voice that would be heard is of New York City, California, Texas, Illinois, these bigger states. That means if we get rid of the Electoral College, then we get away from everything that the Founding Fathers wanted this country to be.
The darn government constitutional amendment, it is time. It should outlaw partisan redistricting and enshrine part of the Voting Rights Act right there in the Constitution. It should create term limits.
Stop. You said it should outlaw partisan redistricting? Didn't we just get rid of that? Didn't we just get rid of partisan redistricting just now? Didn't we redistrict based on actual, population and people size rather than black or white? Didn't we kind of just, is it just me or?
That's for Congress and the Supreme Court. No more gaming those appointments. It should also overturn Citizens United and I think call for direct elections of the president and the vice president. That could actually make things work. A big idea that would, yes, change government, but in a way enshrined in the Constitution where people would know it's going to get better.
I didn't realize you support abolishing the Electoral College. If you're saying direct election of the president and vice president.
Yeah, I've said it a number of times, and it's because in Kentucky, we will never see a candidate for president or vice president unless they're from here. Why? Because people just expect that it'll go one way or the other. It's the idea that someone would get elected not just knowing about 7 states, but having to earn votes all over the United States. I certainly think it's time.
A Democrat governor complaining that Democrats don't get a fair shake in the state of Kentucky. I never understood a state that has Republican-controlled everything except for the governorship. So Republican-controlled House, Republican-controlled Senate, and the state overwhelmingly goes for a Republican president but has a Democrat governor. How make that make sense to me, little old me? Can anybody? Now, you would say, I think common sense would tell you, that your answer would be, well, the people that voted for him for governor think it'd be better at their state level to have a Democrat, but on a national level, they feel it's better to have a Republican. Again, tell me how that makes sense. In no way, shape, or form do I think somebody on the left would have any positive effect on anything, even at a local level, let alone a state level or a national level. So explain it to me like I'm 5, how that happens. That never makes sense to me. You got the state that overwhelmingly supports red Senate in their state. You got a state that overwhelmingly supports the red House in their state. You got a state that overwhelmingly supports a red president in a presidential election. But you want me to believe that the state overwhelmingly supports a Democrat to govern them? That doesn't make any sense in reality. I understand where it makes sense politically. But in reality, it doesn't make sense at all. Now let's go from Kentucky and drive north to Michigan, where Jocelyn Benson's gubernatorial campaign hits a snag. Michigan Democrat must be decertified, according to the state election law, says a prominent activist. We have a video here. I'm going to pull up here for you. Let's see what he's saying. Let's see what the allegation is.
Jocelyn Benson should not be certified to appear on the November general election ballot as a Democratic nominee because she filed a false affidavit of identity to qualify as the candidate for governor.
What'd you do?
On that affidavit, each candidate has to attest to the fact that as of the date that they signed the affidavit, all campaign-related filing fees and fines required of the candidate or required of their candidate committees have been filed or paid. Well, as of the date in which Jocelyn Benson signed her affidavit of identity to run for governor, she had outstanding late filing fees that she had not paid, as well as it has been subsequently discovered that her candidate committee that was organized for Secretary of State run had not paid certain late filing fees as well. Now, she is the chief elections officer that is supposed to enforce the Michigan election law that requires each candidate to truthfully attest to those statements on the affidavit of identity. And she did not. And so now I filed a...
What's the penalty on that?
The penalty is that under the amended Michigan election law, a candidate cannot appear on the ballot as a candidate. They have to be decertified. They cannot be certified by the local county clerk, city clerk, or by the Secretary of State.
That's just election law.
That's election law.
If it's not only the perjury, and maybe
that's a separate.
Maybe she didn't know. Right?
That's a separate.
Just the fact that your paperwork's not in order, it's required by Michigan amended law that you not be certified to run for the office.
It is mandatory.
There you go. Jocelyn Benson not following her own state's election law and not enforcing the punishment for breaking the rule or the law of the state, which would be against her. See, this is called zero integrity. Zero integrity. Somebody asked what time the seminar is on Thursday. It's at 4 p.m. Eastern time. So I'll be in there with you, learning right alongside you. Okay? I watched the way he did it the other day, by the way. If you watched that seminar that we did on Saturday, after the show, I watched the way he does it, which he's going to show you on the seminar. And like I said, if you join in with what he does daily, you can actually join in every day and watch what they're buying and selling. It's almost like having Nancy Pelosi hold your hand and bring you through stocks, right? Especially when you find out that BlackRock is dabbling in all your 401ks. And you could wake up tomorrow and it could be gone. Because BlackRock does not care about you. So, more problems for the Michigan Secretary of State and her gubernatorial run. But I'm not done with Andy Beshear yet. I want to talk about what he says about Mitch McConnell. Hey, look, I'm going to completely agree with Andy Beshear here. Absolutely and completely agree with what he says about Mitch McConnell. I think all of us are kind of sick of this at this point.
Remaining moments here. You have been writing letters and trying to get updates on the status of Senator Mitch McConnell. Have you heard anything back from his office on how he's doing?
I've heard absolutely nothing back from Mitch McConnell. And while I do hope that he is getting better, I've known him my entire life. I wish him no harm. I actually wish him good health. His boss are the people of Kentucky. And this is why the Senate, the Republican-controlled Senate, feels so broken. They feel like they're not accountable to anyone. All he needs to do is call into this show for 2 minutes, or Fox News for 2 minutes, or do a video for 2 minutes to the people he's supposed to serve. But you know what? He absolutely refuses to do it. And then John Thune. As the leader of the Senate, you've got a duty to make sure all of your senators have the capacity to serve. And what is he saying? Not my job. That's not surprising. None of them will do their job right now and stand up to a president that is running over the Constitution at every turn.
I don't agree with that part, but I do agree with the Mitch McConnell part. You've got to show that you can function, man. Why are we here? Why are we here if not to do the right thing, have integrity, be truthful, be transparent, and work for the people who voted for you? Why are we here? Again, if I'm having a debate with somebody on the left and they go, well, you guys are covering for Mitch McConnell, he should absolutely be showing whether he's alive or not, or whether he has the mental capacity or ability or capabilities to do the job. I would say, I'm right there with you. I feel exactly the same way you feel. And I would have no problem agreeing with the person on the left in that debate. I don't think anybody in this chat would. NL Goldie says, why hasn't Scott Jennings visited his mentor? Well, see, I don't even think Scott talked to him. I think Scott thinks he talked to him. Put it that way. RL5 says BlackRock seized their assets. It's an international cartel. Well, they now have access to your 401k legally, and they're using them. 75 million people out there with a 401k. BlackRock is in there using your funds to make them more money, to invest in things for them, to make them more money. They're literally using your money to buy up American properties and raise the price of it. Now, that doesn't mean that if you wanted to cash out, you can't cash out with the amount you have, but who knows what BlackRock's going to be into. Rosebud says, I have one comment, fellow LFA. Keep your guns and buy more. It's all we've got left to keep the oligarchs and the dictators away. Absolutely. Maxine Waters is MIA too. You're 100% right. Now, that's over in the House side of things. But you're right. And here's the other thing about Maxine Waters. Eli, can you do me a favor? Can you find out how long Maxine Waters has been a member of Congress? It's got to be like 30 years, right? Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. UI manager says, are you sure about that? About BlackRock in your 401ks? Absolutely. Absolutely. Producer Eli, how long? What do we got here for Maxine Waters?
Well, it's over 30 years. January 3rd, 1991. Over 35 years.
And that's all been in the House of Representatives? In Congress?
Maxine Waters has served in the United States House of Representatives for over 35 years.
Okay. Eli, that's 16 elections. That California raisin can't walk a football field. And you want me to believe that she went out there and won 16 elections? Eli, what was that Hispanic guy's name that ran? Look him up. His name was Omar. I think it was Omar Navarro, Omar something. He ran against Maxine Waters like 3 separate times in California. Omar something. I can't remember his last name. Now, not to say that he was the greatest guy in the world. I think he ran into his own set of problems. But I don't think those set of problems ended up surfacing until like his 3rd time running against her. He had all the momentum in the world his first time or his first 2 times running against her, and he still couldn't beat her. And she's not out there on the campaign trail. She's not out there fighting. She's not out there doing town hall events. She's not out there, knocking on doors. Oh, she's out there singing the California Raisins song. Tell me how she gets 16-time elected. She isn't even smarter than a 5th grader, for crying out loud.
Ooh, I bet you wonder how I knew. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it was. Omar Navarro, a member of the Republican Party, he ran unsuccessfully against Waters in 2016, 2018, 2020, and 2022.
Yeah, so there you go. Now, I think some problems started surfacing about him, some things he'd done in his past. That's why you got to just let people know from the beginning. You know, if you've got a checkered past like I do, you got to let people know from the beginning. Here's what I did. Here's when I did it. Here's what I've done since. You either want me to represent you or you don't, be based on that. Well, if you lie, I can guarantee you it's going to come out. If you lie, it's going to come out somewhere along the lines. But he had a good chance on beating her. She didn't even campaign. I think she went to Chinatown once, singing, "Heard it through the grapevine." Said, "I heard it through the grapevine." She's actually the Democrat Party's James Brown. Hey! Live in California. 16 elections. That woman has won. Ha! Whatever she's eating, maybe we ought to be getting sponsored by that superfood. Maybe, just maybe. Now, one of the Democrat Party's official policies, we just found out Saturday, BWTK says, Jeremy, Google AI says you're wrong about 401k thing. Really? Watch the show. He lays out the law in which was passed. Watch the Saturday show, okay? After that, decide whether you want to move forward with the free seminar. Because he actually lays out the law in which was passed that they have the absolute right to your 401k. Because here's what it is. Your investment, we'll get back to the Democrat Party here in a minute. Whether it's Fidelity or whether it's whatever hedge fund or bank, major bank runs your 401k, you give them absolute ability to manage your 401k. You don't know what they're doing. You don't know when they're doing it. They'll give you reports, but they can do anything you want. When you have a 401k, you entrust your 401k to Fidelity or whatever stock management portfolio is running your 401k. They have the right to invest with anybody they want. BlackRock is now one of those investors. BlackRock, by law, in partnership with your hedge fund or your stock fund trading management company, absolutely is accessing your 401ks. It's just like if they go and they buy some of Johnson & Johnson, or they go buy some of NVIDIA, or they go buy some of Tesla, or they go buy some of whatever. BlackRock is coming in, and they are literally opening up your 401k for BlackRock to make their investments with your 401k. It absolutely is. Rosebud said, no, Jeremy's not wrong. My company did a 1/1/2026 with Charles Schwab. Now all of our money is dispersed with BlackRock. There you go. There you go. I only spit true facts here, baby. All right. We know that one of their policies is to get rid of ICE. That's a policy. Here's a threat. Supreme Court.
You mentioned two ways that the Supreme Court could be overhauled. Could you expand on that? And are Democrats prepared to take action on that now?
In my view, dramatic Supreme Court reform is necessary. And, I'm going to leave it to the Democrats on the Judiciary Committee, led by Jamie Raskin, who will be the next chair. If the American people give us the ability to govern on their behalf in the majority.
So there you go, folks. They've said it. They want absolutely to pack the Supreme Court. They think that the Supreme Court is illegitimate. Now, how in the world you can say anybody who questions an election is unpatriotic and un-American, but at the same time say that the Supreme Court currently is illegitimate because President Trump stole the 2016 election and got 3 appointments in which he put up Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Amy Coney Barrett, and Justice Neil Gorsuch. They say those 3 are illegitimate because President Trump never beat Hillary Clinton. But again, that's the hypocrisy just coming out of their mouth constantly. And we're going to talk about the filibuster here in a little bit because that's another promise that they've said they're going to do. They're going to nuke the filibuster. Which, by the way, I think President Trump and the DOJ need to bring a lawsuit against the Senate. I really do. I'm going to put out a short clip of this a little later on. So if you follow me, I want you to share it everywhere, okay? By the way, Rosebud came back and said, we employees freaked out. We weren't told and we didn't find out until 2 months, 3/1/2026. Yeah. I'm telling you, folks, autonomy is the best way to do things. Always. Always. So, but I think, and Gary, I'm going to put this out there. I think the DOJ and President Trump need to sue the Senate for the filibuster. The filibuster is just Senate Rule 22. It has nothing to do with the Constitution. It's not constitutional. It's unconstitutional. And it should not be that the minority party gets to literally hold hostage legislation that the majority of the country voted in to have their agenda passed. Tell me how that makes sense. Why does the minority party wield the hammer of the Senate right now? Why does the minority party get say-so in everything? They have their own little filibuster built in because of Senate Rule 22. It's unconstitutional. The framers never said anything about a filibuster, ever. This is a rule, not a law. So here we are allowing one of our branches of government here, the legislative part, specifically the Senate, inside the legislative part of our government, we're allowing a rule, not a law, to dictate what becomes law because of their rule. How is that okay? It isn't. It was never meant to be that way. We'll get to that in a little bit, but I think a lawsuit needs to be filed, and it needs to be filed immediately. Okay? It's not fair to the American people. You're letting a small group of people dictate what happens to the country, even if they lose the election. A.A. Ron Broski said, why didn't Trump veto that BlackRock bill, or did it happen at a state level? No, it happened at a national level, and I'm not 100% sure when that bill came through. I'm pretty sure that bill came through either right before President Trump took office or right after, and it was probably stuck in a major bill of 5,000 pages. But I do believe it was before President Trump took office. RL5 says groundbreaking legislation. Sue the Senate. It's effing extortion. Sue them for that, damn it. We could do that. We could get a hold of Tom Fitton, a Judicial Watch. Maybe he's thought of it. I don't know. But I think the country's being held hostage. You want to talk about standing? The country has standing here. And you're shortchanging the country based on a minority part of the federal government that didn't win the last election. I think that is illegal. Now, let's move to the RNC for a minute. RNC Chairman Joe Gruters discusses the upcoming Republican midterm convention in Dallas. Okay? Now, unfortunately, I won't be able to be there because that same weekend is our Reagan dinner here in Iowa. And I will be at that. So I won't be able to be at the Republican National Convention. Maybe, just maybe, though, we can send Will Johnson there since he's in Texas. This will be the first time that the GOP will be holding midterm convention. Let's talk a little bit about the messaging at this crucial event. Messaging is the front and center. Quote, the DSA voters, the heels are dug in. But you've got independents, you've got your base, you've got moderates, all that can still be swayed. You've also got, like I said, Democrat moderates who do not want socialism to take over their party, much like the rhinos didn't want MAGA to take over their party. But see, they lost. So what's the tone going to be of this convention? And what should the Republicans communicate to the people out there who are thinking about who they're going to vote for in November? The Democrats are relying on history. We're relying on voters and information. We're relying on the voters out there to see a clear difference between populism and socialism. This convention is just one way that we're going to defy history. Okay? We're going to put the president front and center. We're going to show the contrast between socialists and Republicans and what the two are offering. I'd like to thank Fins Up for the $10 donation for the slush fund help. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, Fins Up. I appreciate you. Magic's World said we are considered Fidelity Investments, and BlackRock Fidelity Investments make money off numbers attached to each citizen. You're right. You're absolutely right. With President Trump headlining, some say he's the best communicator when he is talking to the American people out on the trail. Not so much inside. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. President Trump has a hard time, like, in the Oval Office or at the press room, in the press room, or even giving a State of the Union. He starts out very slow and monotone. He doesn't start getting animated until he starts going off the teleprompter. That's what we like. That's the kind of President Trump that we like. We like the off teleprompter, but only hitting talking points President Trump. The President Trump that talks from his heart, from the hip, cutting right to the chase, no BS. That's the best President Trump. So that's why when he's out on the campaign trail, and that's why when he's out in front of the American people, he shines and he gets elected. I don't like when he gives speeches from the Oval Office because he starts out very slow, very quiet, very, to me, boring, right? The President Trump that we all elected is the President Trump that's out there, and that's the President Trump that's going to be in Dallas. The idea of affordability is what the DSA has as you know it right now, wants you to believe that you can grab onto that, and that's the problem. But their approach is not going to lead the nation to the solutions that we need. Not at all. You can only take from everybody for so long and give to other people for so long and redistribute for so long before it's over. Okay? The president understands affordability is an issue, and he speaks directly to the people about it. The president has been going to bat for the American people since day one. 5 decades of politicians in D.C. have been selling out Americans every single day. That's why he passed the working families tax cuts. By the way, that's another thing. No tax on tips, working families tax cut, no tax on overtime. Those are other ways that he put money in the pockets of people, but yet everybody wants it all. They want inflation numbers down. They want housing prices numbers down. They want interest rates down. They want wages up. They want unemployment down. They want gas down. They want groceries down. Everybody wants everything, but name me a time in history where you had it. Name me a time in history when you had all that. I can name 2. Going into Reagan's second term and ending out President Trump's first term before COVID came in. Those are the 2 times in history that I can ever remember saying that. Other than that, it's not that way. Here's Fox News reporting that.
Joining me now is the chairman of the Republican National Committee, Joe Gruters. Chair, thank you so much for being here. Let's talk a little bit about the messaging at this crucial event. Messaging is front and center. You know, the DSA voters, their heels are dug in, but you've got independents, you've got your base, you've got moderates that you still can sway. So what is the tone going to be, and what do you want to communicate to people out there who are thinking about what they're going to do in November?
Well, listen, the Democrats are relying on history. We're relying on our voters and voters out there to see the clear difference. And so we have to show the contrast. And listen, this convention is just one way we're going to, defy history. We're doing things a little bit different. We're going to put the president front and center. We're going to show the contrast between the DSA and what we are offering and moving forward. And I encourage everybody, because this convention is going to be an unbelievable experience. It's going to be politics in full volume. for everybody out there. And we're listening. This is the first time in history we're giving the American people the chance to come. Go to GOPconvention.com. Join us. Everybody has an opportunity. We're going to have a live raffle. Everybody can come out and support the cause and join us.
It's a great opportunity to rally the troops, raise some money. And also, with President Trump headlining, some say he is the best communicator when he's talking to the American people. He knows how to speak to them, and he knows what the issues really are. This idea of affordability is what the DSA has, grabbed onto. But their approach, obviously, is not going to lead the nation to the solutions that we need. The president understands affordability is an issue, and he speaks to people directly about it.
Well, listen, the president's been going to bat for the American people since day one. 5 decades of politicians in D.C. have been selling out the American worker. That's why he passed the working family tax cuts, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. That's why he's trying to make sure we have fair trade deals. That's why we have things like the Trump RX accounts, which have reduced prescription drugs 300% to 500%. He is going to bat for the American people. He wants everybody to have the chance at the American dream. And those are the things we got to showcase at this convention. Yeah. We already saw what happens when the Democrats take control. Look at the shutdown, the 43 days. They're going to have investigations. It's going to be obstruction. It's going to be impeachment. These guys are not just focused on Trump derangement syndrome now. Now it's all about America derangement syndrome. They don't want America to win. Look at what their candidates believe what these candidates say they want to do. Get rid of Thanksgiving. Get rid of July 4th. Basic things that as Americans we all like. They want to fundamentally change the country. We can't let that happen. That's what this convention is going to be all about. We're going to show the American people the real contrast between and the two directions these parties want to take.
Yeah, sometimes people have a short memory. They're not thinking back to Biden's 9% inflation, gas prices at $5. President Trump has done a lot through the big, beautiful bill, making those tax cuts permanent for people and adding extra tax cuts that put more money in everybody's pockets. I think that's part of the messaging that he'll try to balance when he's also looking at the issue of the Iran war and higher oil and gas prices, to put it in context for people, but also to talk about what he will be doing moving forward.
Well, exactly right. And look what the DSA candidates want to do. I mean, they want to completely shut down everything, and they want to continue to allow tens of millions of illegals through the southern border. The president doesn't get enough credit. The fact that he shut down new releases through our southern border. We're at zero, I think, for 16 consecutive months in his efforts overall. The Democrats and DSA want to abolish ICE. But you can't expect anything when you have Mandami, AOC, Bernie Sanders in control of your party. We have the greatest showman that's ever lived, and that's how we're going to defy history. We're going to put Trump front and center of this convention. It's going to be a Trumpapalooza. It's going to be an amazing opportunity for us to basically go out there and tell the American people all the great things what this president has done and all the great things that we're going to continue to do over the final 2 years of his administration.
So real people will tell you that they don't agree with everything that their person that they voted for has done in office. Fake people will tell you, I agree with everything that the candidate I voted for has done in office. That's not logical. Not at all. What I will tell you is this. If the only thing that President Trump did was close that border so that there was zero releases into the interior of this country for 16 straight months, I'd have been okay with that. That's why I voted for him. I voted to stop the invasion. I voted to have that more than anything because I knew that President Trump was a free market guy and that regardless of what his policies were going forward, that the free market would work its way out over 4 years. More than likely about 2 years in, as it always does. It takes 2 years for any administration to undo what the previous administration did and have their policies start taking effect. You're always going to have that lap over. Always. Or overlap, whatever you want to call it. You're always going to have that. You're always going to have the two policies bumping heads and one person trying to overcome the other person's policies. That's why when Biden came in by executive order, he got rid of tons of President Trump's policies that weren't law. And what happened? It started an immediate decline. And it led to 20 million illegal aliens coming into this country, which is the size of a small country, which puts a strain on all of your systems and all of your programs, your housing and everything. If all President Trump did was close that border, I was okay with that. But he did far more than that. And he's continuing to do that. Now, you're only going to see about 1 million jobs created in his first 2 years. Okay? He needs, in his second 2 years, to create about 5 million jobs to be on par with what he did his first term. That's going to be pretty difficult for him to do. But I think he set the building blocks for that to happen. I think he set the building blocks for that with the $19 trillion of infrastructure and manufacturing and all of that stuff that people brought back into this country, all those companies that I talked about earlier. I think that all of those plants and manufacturing sites are going to be ready. And when he says golden era, what he means is you're going to see growth faster than you've ever seen growth in 2 years before in this country. That's what he means. That's what he says. So, like I said, you're never going to agree with everything that the candidate that you voted for does. But if he does the main things that you asked him to do or voted for him to do, how can you ever expect more than that? Having said that, tomorrow, primary day, Florida. What are we looking at? Here's a few videos pertaining to that.
First primary under a new congressional map approved during a 2026 special legislative session. The new boundaries have forced some longtime office holders into more competitive contests. One of those races includes Democratic Socialist-backed House candidate Oliver Larkin going after establishment Democratic Representative Jared Moskowitz. That race marks the last major primary for the DSA this year. Also happening Tuesday in Florida, the primary to replace Governor Ron DeSantis, who is term limited, and former Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody will have to defend her Senate seat after she was appointed to fill Marco Rubio's place when he became Secretary of State.
I think she did a great
job.
Now,
in Alaska, a so-called first primary.
I think she did a great job. I think she'll keep a hold of that seat. The question is, will Byron Donalds, by the way, another person who formerly in his life when he was young got in trouble with the law, just goes to show you. It just goes to show you how people can turn their lives around. And you know, Eli, I'm gonna stop here real quick on this Byron Donalds thing, and I'm gonna talk to you directly. I had a conversation with Sabrina this weekend, and I said, do you realize how hard it's going to be for somebody to come in who had a previous record when he was 18 years old, 17 actually, and then 18 is when it carried over into my punishment. Do you think that somebody who got into that trouble at that time, who's not an Iowa native, who's not the incumbent, Trump-endorsed incumbent, I might add, do you think that that kind of person can come in and beat somebody who's not only endorsed by Trump, not only an 8-year incumbent, not only a Iowa native, but also a doctor, a medical doctor? And Sabrina said something that was pretty profound. She said, how many people in our neighborhood can be lockstep with and agreeing with and identifying with a medical doctor who's lived most of their entire life in that field, not struggling, not being out in the world, not having financial issues, always being in these hoity-toity events? Do people identify with somebody like that? Or do more people identify with somebody who's normal, gone through the struggles, gotten out of trouble, created a business? You know what I mean? Like, who do people identify more with? You or somebody like that? And I said, well, if you're not talking about me, if you're just talking about in general, I think people identify with people that live the lives that they've lived. And she said, how many people can identify with the way the way a doctor lives? And not just like a tiny doctor. We're talking about a doctor who's been making some serious money her whole life. And I was like, that's a good point. Which brings me back to the Byron Donalds thing. He was a person who got in trouble when he was young, ended up going and creating a great life for himself and a great career, and now he's about to win the nomination for governor.
Yeah, true. I mean, essentially what you've done is the American dream. The American dream doesn't always involve prison, but that happened to be part of your journey. And it's like I say all the time, what's the point of going to prison and getting out if not having served your time, reformed yourself, made a better person of yourself? And what could be more aspiring than to run for office or something of that nature, and to show people you pulled yourself up by your bootstraps, you made some mistakes, you atoned for those mistakes, you learned from those mistakes, you've moved past those mistakes, and now you want to make things better and show people how to do that. It's, like I said, that's the American dream. So, damn Skippy, people should be backing you.
And you know what else she said too? She said, she goes, this is a medical doctor who's worked with pharmaceutical companies and big health insurance people her whole life. This is a person who's literally worked with the people that are part of the problem of why we can't get good health care, good health insurance. This is a person who's been rubbing elbows with these big pharmaceutical companies for a long time. It's also a person who called for amnesty and voted for the bill for the shutoff switches in the cars after 2027. She said, trust me, I think people identify more with you than they will her. And I said, it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad statement. So we'll move on. Byron Donald. Sorry for that, folks. Sorry for that. That was loud. Didn't mean to do that. I can't believe they're playing that. I guess that's Byron Donald's style. Eli, they're playing the, sorry about that volume issue, guys. That was my fault. Eli, they're playing the You Can't See Me, John Cena at his campaign. Hey, do what you got to do, right? But I think Byron Donald's, every place he goes looks like this. It is a packed event. Everywhere he goes. Pretty packed event. Sorry about that loud outburst, by the way. That video was awful loud. Here's Byron Donald speaking at a recent campaign event.
And so one of the things that they want to make sure we do is we do everything from elections to securing our nation here in Florida. We're going to continue to work with the federal government in 287G. We want to protect our ag lands, prepare for our future, and make sure that our water and our resources are protected as well. And so we're going to be about the business of all the things that are critical to the future of Florida. We want to make sure that that Florida dream is alive and well and that we remain the free state of Florida.
Congressman Byron Donald.
And so one of the things that they want to make sure we do is we do everything from elections to secure.
Let me ask you this. How many Floridians do we have in the live chat today? And how many of you are going to be voting for Byron Donalds in the primary tomorrow? NL Goldie says, I like Byron Donalds, but I don't understand why he don't debate. Well, I can't defend that. I'm right there with you. I cannot defend, especially if you're running for office. In your private or professional life, if you want to not debate somebody based on something, I get it. But if you're running for office and you don't debate your opponent, I do not agree with that. I know that it's very popular to do that these days. And I think the reason why is because of the gotcha moments, right? They don't want to empower their opposition with gotcha moments where they might misspeak or might say something wrong. I also see it as, like, who is he going to debate? Fishback? Like, those are the two with the highest numbers, right? Vita Rosa says, I wish DeSantis could stay forever. I wanted to move to Florida, but not sure about Byron. So, I don't know much about the Paul Renner guy, and I apologize. I just don't. I'm not afraid to tell you when I don't know something about. I don't know about I don't know about Renner. I don't know about this guy. I know that the numbers are leaning towards, Byron and Fishback. And Fishback's obviously, to me, is just not practical. Some of his ideas are great, but the way he's a very Nick Fuentes style guy. He's a very Ryan Matta style guy. That doesn't. But again, I'm not in Florida, so it doesn't. I don't really have much say so in the matter. But making sure that we keep Florida red is a priority, right? Michelle says Paul Renner was the Speaker of the House with DeSantis. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know him. I think Byron Donalds is a good negotiator. I think he's a good voice for legislation. I think he's a good. I think he's great in his hearings. I don't know why he won't debate. So you're saying he hasn't debated? Well, I know he hasn't, but you're saying he won't debate Renner and he won't debate Fishback? Like, I understand why he wouldn't debate Fishback, but are you saying that he's also refused to debate Paul Renner? Because I think that you should be debating. If you are if you're running for any office, you damn sure should be debating, and you shouldn't be using the excuse of my opponent isn't a serious candidate. That's my personal opinion. That's my personal opinion. Arrow Pink said, and DeSantis will not endorse anyone. I did know that. Kathy says, I voted Renner. Donalds didn't debate. DeSantis is staying out of the primaries, apparently. He'll probably jump in for the general election. But Donald takes tons of AIPAC money, so know that. I did know that, actually. I did know that. But to me, somebody getting AIPAC money is not a disqualifier. I'm not one of those people that think that should be the case. I'm personally not taking the money because I don't want the controversy surrounding my campaign. I'm already going to have enough controversy surrounding my campaign as it is. You know, Eli, do you know that I've had to sit my kids down? And again, I'm not saying anything bad about it. It is what it is. It's the way the world is. But do you know that I've had to sit my kids down and I've had to say to them, in 2028, you're probably going to get a lot of people at school who are talking trash because every other campaign video out there is going to be, did you know that Jeremy Herrell was convicted of a felony in 1997? Did you know that he went to jail? Do you want somebody who spent time in the clink representing you? Don't vote for Jeremy or he'll make you have felonies too. Now, they won't talk about what I did afterwards. They won't talk about how I, requested and submitted to get the felonies dropped or to get gun rights restored or anything like that, Eli. They'll just go to that. And I said to my kids already, I said, I'm sorry you're going to have to deal with that. But you are. But you are. I will not put one attack ad out about anyone at all. It'll be all what I plan on doing. Now, if we have a debate, then I'll bring up some personal stuff if I have to. But it'll all be professional with me. If I bring up something against somebody in the primary, it'll be on their voting record, not on their life record. But, Eli, unfortunately, that's what's going to have to happen, and my kids are going to have to see it. Now, my kids know everything anyway. But the fact that they're going to have to live it every day on TV, every time you go to a commercial on TV, Jeremy Herrell, 30 years ago, did blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's really sad that that's the way things have become. I mean, I guess they've kind of always been that way, but it's gotten so much stronger. You hardly ever hear what somebody wants to do. It's like a pharmaceutical commercial. They tell you exactly what the drug does in the very beginning of the commercial, but then 80% to 90% of the rest of the commercial is what it could do to you. And by the end of the commercial, you forget, well, what the hell was this thing supposed to do in the beginning?
Right.
That's the same thing that politics have done today. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. Now, let me tell you, this guy's a jerk. He's an idiot. He's been to jail. He's done this. He's done this. What did he say he was going to do for us again? It's sad that that's the way things have become.
Yeah, which is why I think town halls and debates are very important. I really do. Because the answer that I'm going to have when people say that stuff, first of all, you're not going to do a gotcha moment because the whole world already knows. Okay? Something that I would never change a thing about who I was or my past because it made me who I am today. I know that's cliche, but it is what it is. That's life. But how are they going to beat when I say, so you are anti-reform? So you are saying that the prison system shouldn't even be a thing, that there should be no reform programs whatsoever, and that there's no forgiveness or second chances for people who do something when they're 17 years old. Is that what you're telling me? So you're saying that 17 and 18-year-olds today that make mistakes coming from a very hard upbringing, and then they turn their lives around. You don't support that. Oh, yeah, I support that. Then why are you making attack ads on me? So it's going to be very difficult for them to, honestly, Eli, to be able to defend that in a debate or a town hall.
Yeah, absolutely. God bless them.
Because I guarantee you, either you or somebody in your family has gone down some kind of a road before, and you've had to help them out of it, or you've had to be helped out of it. What's that saying Rocky says, Eli? It isn't how hard you get hit. It's about how many times you can get hit and keep getting back up. Isn't that the saying?
Mm-hmm. And keep moving forward.
Actually, that was Arnold Schwarzenegger you did there, bud, but close. You got to do the Sylvesters like this. Not like, get in the chopper. All right. If you were a betting man or woman, do you think John Fetterman becomes a Republican before the next election, or do you think he stays a Democrat and fights it out? That's the question. What say you in the live chat?
I really don't know. But they're not ashamed to say these kinds of things. Abolish all of those things that they're not viable. And now Said, he just won. And I just want to issue a dare. Continue to campaign with Hassan Piker right now. You're in a general election now. I dare you. Keep campaigning with someone like Hassan Piker. If I was a Republican, I would just dump $20 million for ads.
Yep.
He pals around with Piker, the guy that, on the 25th anniversary of 9/11, my best friend says America deserved 9/11, and you're going to try to win a general election. So that's, how can he reconcile the outlandish thing that he said, and his record, and I'd also remind people that the vast majority, the majority of Michigan Dems picked someone other that wasn't El Sayed. He barely won by 14,000 votes. And if McMorrow wasn't in that race, without a doubt, he would have lost that. So he's not had a big night. He did one. But overall, remind people, the majority of Michigan Democrats picked someone other than he is.
Yeah, that's something that I picked up on that night, too, about how many people voted against him. That doesn't mean all those people vote against him in a general. But I did pick up on that. If you remember the night after the election, I said, look how many people voted against the guy. Like, that's how many people didn't want the guy. And again, polls said that he was up massively and he barely won, right? He won by like a percentage point. Mike Lee, the reason why Mike Lee was on that camera on the side there is because Mike Lee said, please join us. We're not socialists. And Fetterman is definitely facing a primary challenger of 2028 if he stays a Democrat. So I don't think he'll ever become a Republican. He's not an out of spite kind of guy, it doesn't seem like. And I know he says his family's all Republican. I think if he does anything, he becomes an independent. But I don't even think he does that. I think he takes his chances as a Democrat. I think he just decides because he's seems to be a principles guy, and he seems to be like I'd make a very bad Republican. At least he acknowledges it. He said I'd make a very bad Republican. I'm a Democrat. He's one of the Democrats who's holding on to the Democrat Party, which is respectable these days. The old Democrat Party. It's a respectable party these days. I think he stays a Democrat, but I think he votes with Republicans when it makes sense. That's what I think. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back and talk about a federal court reinstating an ID requirement in Texas. What's that all about? Well, more on that right after this. Fatty 15. I've given this spiel, I don't know, hundreds of times maybe, about Fatty 15. Fatty 15 can be taken in two different ways. It can be taken in a pill form. It can also be taken in a gummy form. I want to show you some other things about this. 10 plus years of research, a decade of collaboration with the U.S. Navy, getting groundbreaking results, 30 plus awards, widespread recognition from leading authorities in health and wellness, 100 plus peer-reviewed studies in top-tier journals reinforce scientific credibility, and 60 plus patents. exclusive patents across multiple key healthcare applications. Whole lot of science in one tiny pill, of which 99% of customers report that Fatty 15's original capsules have become part of their daily health routine. Why? Because of what it does. Brain, metabolism, liver, red blood cells, and immunity. Every one of these target points is what Fatty 15 hits. But you know what it really does? Is it targets your cells, your biological cells, and it repairs any damage that is done to them. And what happens is the healthier your blood cells are, the longer your natural life is, your extent of your natural life, okay? It's made in the USA. That's awesome. It's money back guarantee, and you get a 3-month supply for only $101.90. All you have to do is go to fatty15.com, and when you go to do the checkout, use the promo code LFA. You do that, ladies and gentlemen, and you'll get your discount. You sign up for quarterly automatic deliveries, just comes right to your door. You don't even have to remember it. That's not bad for a 3-month supply. Fatty15.com and using promo code LFA. The next product that I want to talk about is Armra Colostrum at armra.com/LFATV. Now, there's no promo code here because the landing page is the promo code. Now, this also works on your metabolism and gut health, but it's very different than Fatty 15 because Armra Colostrum gives you 400 bionutrients that is not only good for metabolism, that is not only good for your gut health, but is also good for your heartburn if you get it. It'll completely get rid of that. It definitely helps your skin and any rashes or psoriasis that you may get. Bloating is the number one. If you're somebody who bloats, you can't take your wedding ring on and off, you can't get your watches on and off, you feel like you're just a balloon, this actually does wonders for that. And, ladies and gentlemen, your hair as well. Armra Colostrum at armra.com/LFATV. That is armra.com/LFATV. No promo code because the landing page is the promo code. Get yours today, and thank you to both Fatty 15 and Armra Colostrum. Moving on in the news now. Where'd we leave off here? I think we're Texas. A federal court in Texas, pertaining to Texas, just reinstated Texas strict ID requirements for mail-in ballots. Democrats are already panicking that it will make it harder for minorities to vote. A federal appeals court reinstated key parts of the state's 2021 election law that requires voters to provide a matching ID number or a social security number in the mail-in ballots and the applications. Democrats are absolutely furious and claiming that the rule suppresses minority voters, basically saying people of a different color are too stupid to get any of this stuff. That's racist. Requiring basic identification to cast a mail-in ballot is not voter suppression, folks. It's common friggin' sense. If your side needs weaker verification in order to feel competitive in elections, the problem is not the law. The problem is their intentions. So, I want to give a big shout out to the state of Texas and a big shout out to the people there working so hard, including Ken Paxton. Remember, Ken Paxton is the attorney general there. He does amazing. He's the guy you want for your senator. AA Ron Broski says it's expensive to stay healthy, but worth it in the long run. You are absolutely right. It is expensive to stay healthy. If you want to eat right, you want to live right, it's expensive. We moved into our house over 2 years ago, and the yard was horrible. It was patchy. It had dust and dirt all over it. It took us 2 years and a few months to get our lawn to where it's a nice green lawn now. And I looked at it the other day and I said, man, it's been expensive. Nonstop work. You're talking water in the yard 2 times a day. You're talking having them come and do fertilizer and do the aerating stuff once every quarter. You're talking the mowing and the keeping up on it. and the nutrients that it needed to get there. It costs so much money just to have a nice yard. It also costs that much money to have a healthy body. You can do all of the free exercises you want, but if what you're taking in is full of chemicals, preservatives, and dyes, you're dead. You're absolutely dead. And unfortunately, that's what makes up a lot of food these days. So it really does suck. Somebody said they want us to be disgusting and out of and unhealthy and fat. Absolutely. By the way, Eli, speaking of fat, wasn't very happy with the picture you posted of me yesterday on my birthday. Not at all. Did you see that picture before you posted it, by the way? You posted a picture of me a year ago looking like the freaking blimp. I looked at it and I said, who the hell is that? That's me? I even wrote in the thread, dude, I was so fat, but it actually made me feel good because I saw the results based on what I was compared to what I am now. But I wasn't happy with you at the beginning of that. You're going to have to be careful from going from here on forward.
I mean, I posted it based off our friendship and memories and whatnot, and a happy birthday to you. So, you know, but you're right. You should have taken it as, oh, wow, I looked like that then. Why didn't you do a follow-up picture right afterwards? Hey, everybody, here's what I looked like then. Here's what I look like now. You know, should have taken as inspiration.
I said, dude, I'm trying to get ready for an election here. And this guy's posting pictures of me when I was a blimp, for crying out loud.
You don't want to vote for this guy, Iowa. Look at how fat he used to be.
If you don't want to be a fat felon, don't vote for Jeremy Herrell. Pile it on, Eli. Although I'm down 35 pounds from that picture, so phoo-wee.
Jeremy Herrell, he eats your dreams. Don't let him eat your dreams, Iowa.
Oh, my Lanta. Actually, my campaign slogan, Eli, is going to be Don't Illinois my Iowa.
It's not too bad. I was actually thinking you could twist that song. Ooh, Dream Eater.
Or, I'm fat, you know it. I think that's already been done, though.
Ham and whole wheat, all right.
I think the favorite line of that song was, when you go outside to get the mail, it measures on the Richter scale because I'm fat. Weird Al, one of his 80s songs, right?
Down at the beach, I'm a lucky man. I'm the only one who gets a tan.
I did put out a social media video this weekend, though, where I talked about the 4 bills that I will introduce immediately, and not only introduce them to say I introduced bills in the House, I will literally fight for those bills to be co-sponsored and put on the House floor. Although it takes forever to get through committees, and the chances of you actually introducing a bill, getting it on the House floor, getting it passed, and then going to the Senate. Hold on 1 second, folks. All right. You know who that was, Eli? You know who just called me? I'll show you on the camera. I had to mute it because I had to take the call. I was waiting for this call back. This is who called me. Ready? Do you see that, folks? That is the Iowa Department of Corrections. Now you might think, wow, we were just talking about felonies and stuff and in trouble and running for office. Why is the Iowa Department of Corrections calling you, Jeremy? Why would they be doing that? Well, because I am starting my prison ministries. I talked to the Iowa Department of Corrections this morning to start going into the incarceration facilities and ministering to the prisoners there and giving them some hope and inspiration and encourage that you don't have to be part of this system forever, that you can get out and that you can be part of reform. You can be, positive member of your community, and that you can walk away from this and never go back. Because here's the problem, is that I don't know about any other states, but I remember at one point in the state of Illinois, they had an 80% return rate. So that means that people that got out of prison, 80% of them ended up coming back. I was lucky, blessed to be not part of that. I was part of the 20% that never went back. And so I know MDUSMC watches and he wants to be a part of this with me. But this is something that I have been called to do since 2002. So for 4 years, I've been kind of putting this on the back burner. And mainly because I didn't really know who God was until 2016. And since 2016, I've been really called to do it, and I've been ignoring it. And this morning, I finally took my first step to do that. And, you know, especially here in Iowa, I think that there's so much potential for people who get caught up in bad things to turn their lives around and join the workforce and kick an illegal out of a job and come out of prison and get that job. That's what I'll be fighting for. So I'm very excited about that. It's called Rock Bottom Ministries. And there's only one way to go when you're rock bottom, okay? And that rock bottom, by the way, is Jesus. That's where you find him. He is your rock. So when you hit rock bottom, you're going to find Jesus, which is why so many people find him in prisons. So I can't wait. I'm very excited about that. I can't believe I actually got a phone call back because they're going to let me know when I can start. And they were actually, Eli, believe it or not, they were very excited. I was like, I explained my story to them. I said, look, I do this. I do this for a living. And then I also have my devotional show. And I really want to come in and do that. Dude, they said, this is so needed. The guys are going to be so happy. We're always looking for help. I couldn't believe it.
Damn, Skippy. Just hope it wasn't them like calling to say like, hey, we dug up some more charges on you from the past. Stay where you are. We're sending someone to your location.
Nope, not going to happen. Not going to happen. Purple Patriot said the singer Zach Williams does that. As a matter of fact, that song, Chainbreaker, that song will get me every time. That song gets me every time. He does it as a black and white video of him doing it in prison. Beautiful, beautiful video. And I got to tell you, folks, I'm more excited about that than anything. As a matter of fact, I kind of want to stop the show right now and call him back. But I answered the phone and asked him to call me back in 30 minutes when the show's done. And I'll let you know how it goes. But I'm very, very excited about this. Like, that just made my day. You know what I mean? That just made my day. So let's see what Eli, let's see what the people over on YouTube are saying. Poorly educated pedophile MAGA, no talent. Oh, wow. Please go back to back-breaking low-paid jobs. Thank you. Not sure what that means. Eli, the first thing I see over on YouTube, first time checking today, poorly uneducated pedophile MAGA, no talents. Well, thank you. I'll be praying for you. Wow. Some people, huh?
That escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. Conley says, love the name. I had great-great-grandparents who were missionaries. That's awesome. What a good thing to do. One of the best things ever, Jeremy. Him, Carl, trust me, it's going to be my new favorite thing. Barb, I did not open the presents yesterday because we were gone all day yesterday. I'm going to be opening up as soon as I get home tonight. I promise, okay? Hey, look at that, Eli. Rosa just donated $200 and said, for Rock Bottom Ministries. Rosa, I am going to literally separate that out just for Rock Bottom Ministries. And it will be, if I have to use it to help the prisoners get books or anything like that, I will. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm so excited to do this. I'm going to take you guys right along with me. We're going to film it all, and we're going to show these guys that they matter, that they actually matter, that the world has not forgotten about them. Because I think that's one of the biggest things is the world you feel like the world forgets about you. Rosa, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you on behalf of all of those guys as well. Boy, that just kind of like threw off my whole day now. Now I'm all excited. All right. Got some other news. A federal judge is preventing the Department of Homeland Security from accessing CDL records for immigration enforcement. Judge Anthony Tranga, another rogue judge, is allowing thousands of illegal aliens and non-English speaking people to drive trucks on America's roadways and on America's interstates, putting innocent civilians at risk and causing deadly consequences. How many times have we seen an illegal alien truck driver kill American citizens? How many times now? And you've got Judge Anthony Tranga going, nope, an unelected piece of trash rogue judge, I decide what happens in America. I decide what happens in the Department of Homeland Security. And I'm saying that the Department of Homeland Security has no absolute access to CDL records for immigration enforcement. So, okay, good, Judge Tranga. Eli, if any American citizen gets hurt, paralyzed, or killed after this ruling, that judge should be guilty of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And there should be old school punishment. I'm talking about bring back the gallows. You know, if we start actually bringing back capital punishment, you'll see crime start dropping. Because the low-minded dipshits out there who commit all that, they'll start thinking to themselves, I shouldn't do that.
It's unbelievable to me how these rogue judges can continue to do this. MDUS MC said, Jeremy, let me know what days you're going to be there, and I'll make a point to drive up there to join you. In Jesus' name. Well, you know what would be really great, MDUS MC, is if we started a Rock Bottom Ministries chapter in every state. That would be really cool. That would be cool. So if this rogue judge wants to put people out there, let them drive these trucks, put other people in harm's way, that person should be guilty of whatever happens in lieu of that person driving. Oh, here's another one for you, Eli. We said we report on it almost every day. A migrant from Ghana has been arrested multiple times in 2 weeks for raping, sexually assaulting, and just regularly assaulting. So not just sexual assault, but also hitting, grabbing, hurting, raping, molesting. Women in Oklahoma. 26-year-old Jeff Kufi Asari, a foreign national from Ghana, has sexually assaulted 4 women just this month, Eli. Wow. More judges letting these guys out. That's the problem. Jeffrey Asari has been in jail 3 times in the last 2 weeks, all for allegedly assaulting women. On August 1st, near Northwest 23rd Street and Classen Boulevard, police responded to a possible rape. Asari allegedly pushed a woman against a bus stop window and put his hands down her pants. Another woman told police that Asari came up behind her while she was walking on Classen Boulevard, pulled her pants down, and fled after she fought and pushed him away. He was arrested for sexual battery and indecent exposure. 5 days later, near Scissortail Park, Asari allegedly walked up behind a woman, grabbed her by her butt multiple times, grabbed her by the back of her hair, and began digging in his pants. When a woman asked him to leave me alone, pushed him away, he started walking away. Police later spotted him and arrested him for sexual battery. 6 days after that, son of a bitch, on Wednesday, Asari allegedly approached another woman from behind, pulled her down to the ground, and then proceeded to try to rape her before local firefighters saw what was going on and intervened and had police come to back him up. What in the hell is wrong with the judges of our country where they keep letting these pieces of trash out on the streets to rape defenseless American women? Citizen vigilante, Eli. That's all I have to say.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not advocating it or anything. I do happen to agree with it. I'm so sick and tired of hearing about this crap. How can you, as a human being, they're not human beings, they're freaking possessed demons, let somebody like that back out onto the street? How do you not think to yourself, well, wait a minute, that could happen to my wife or something if she was walking down the street? How do you not connect that? There needs to be repercussions for these scumbag piece of shit judges. They're not judges. They're inhumane scumbags. And a call needs to be made to, I don't know where, the Department of Justice or something. Yeah, we got another scumbag who just let a rapist leave. And then they arrest that judge and imprison them for the rest of their natural fucking life.
Check this out, Eli. August 12th, 2026, rape in the first degree. August 6th, 2026, sexual battery in a park. August 1st, 2026, sexual battery in a park. March 5th, 2026, breaking and entering. October 3rd of 2025, breaking and entering. February of 23rd of 2025, trespass and obstruction. August of 2023, retail theft. This is the guy that keeps getting let out over and over and over again by judges, and he's raping people. And I'll bet you, Eli, if you even gave 5 seconds of your time to go over and look on the leftist where we simulcast, I'll guarantee you nobody condemns it. You'll just see MAGA, pedophile, Don't condemn this. You condone this. You love this. You love it. You people are, look, regular Democrats like the Bill Maher's and the Stephen A. Smiths and even the Fettermans, those guys are okay. You radical lefties, you are out of your minds. There's something mentally wrong with you people. Eli.
Yeah, you're right. I just took a trip over there, and this is one of those things where it's so undeniably heinous and horrible that they just don't talk about it. They're talking about anything else. Oh, it's simple, try this. Oh, liberals, the MAGA's losing. They're talking about anything other than what you just brought up. It makes me sick.
Yeah, they'll never, ever talk about the issue at hand when it's something bad about their side. Now, you might say, well, how do you know that guy was a Democrat or Republican? I don't. But I damn well know that the judges that are letting him out on the streets are. I damn well know that. Your party has lost their mind. Rosa said, there's a world war against women. Europe and America do not care about women. Rosa, you're right, they can't. They can't. You've got the WNBA having, Eli, ready for this? Special and priority meetings to decide what they will call a man and what they will call a woman. Meaning they'll let trannies in, real trannies, to dunk on women. So that their wording says that people like Royce White can come in and play, right? But now they're having emergency meetings to decide what their opinion of a man and a woman is. Not what a man and a woman is, but what their opinion is, so they can keep these guys out. In which case, they should be opened up to a major lawsuit if that happens.
Damn skippy to that. Their opinion. Jesus.
And by the way, not that the WNBA would care. They're subsidized entirely by the NBA. So the NBA would be paying the lawsuit, not the WNBA. They have no money. The only time they make money is when Caitlin Clark and Sophie come into play. That's it. That's it. Here's Bill Maher talking about these illegals.
Immigrants still want to assimilate. But some now have this other attitude of melting pot. Fuck you, you melt. Look, you don't have to love everything about America. We don't. That's why Yelp was invented. But, you know, if you do get past ice, America's actually pretty cool. We say you do you. Eat the food your grandma cooked. Speak another language at home. Celebrate religious holidays. We welcome your food, your art, your fashion, your first ladies. But you have to answer one question. do you like Western civilization? Because that's what we are, and that's not negotiable.
Do you like Western civilization? Because that's who we are, and that's not negotiable. I've been waiting to say this. Mowing the yard this weekend on my birthday. I get peace and relief out of doing yard work. I think as any homeowner should. So Eli, I'm doing the yard work this weekend, and I thought to myself, why do I say Islam should not be here in America? It should not be in America because Islam is not compatible with the West. Lefties will say, how dare you? That's bigoted, that's racist, that's nationalism, and that's wrong. Okay. Here's my question then for the person that wants to debate me on that. Are we compatible in their country? Think about what I just said. Are we in the West, man or woman, if we were to go take our Christian values to their country, would we be compatible with their rules, their traditions, their culture, their laws, and their way of life? Let's bring up that Rumble chat. Let's see what thousands of people are saying in real time, shall we? Aeropink says no. Patriot Mom says hell no. Cindy Purnell says absolutely not. MDUSMC, absolutely not. Sly says we're compatible. I don't think so, Sly. I don't think we're compatible over there. I don't think they'd allow us to live our lives, our culture, and the way we live over there. Sherry says they would kill you. Eileen says, of course not. Pissed Off Lady says no. MSX Kitty says no way compatible. Him Carl says nope. Cindy says even liberals wouldn't be compatible. The Zoo, nope. Conley, no. Elin, wow. Carver Jerry, hell no. LKPLA, no, we will be beheaded. K. Lewis, no way. NL Goldley, they'd never allow it. Sing a new song, no. RL5 Trucker, no, they'd kill you. Barb Naylor, no freaking way. Mammal Heart, no way. Calpurnia, no. AA, hell no. RL Bobby Driver, no. Carol, no. TC Collins, no. Tony Two Thumbs, they want us dead. Caramore, damn Skippy, not. D Cutie, hell no. The Real Cub, nope. Oh, Sly, you were answering someone else. Okay, my fault, buddy. Peter Rosa, start reading the Quran yesterday. It is nauseating. It's all sex, 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 sex. They're perverted and disgusting. Hey, lefties, are you ready for this? Hey, lefties who claim to hate Epstein and all of a sudden you just started hating him now. Hey, did you know that Epstein's youngest victim was still way older than Muhammad's 9-year-old wife? By the way, should have said 6-year-old wife that he raped at 9. Eli, these guys always want to talk about Epstein and pedophile and pedophile and pedophile. But in the same exact statement, they'll sit there and they will defend Islam all the live long day. Are we compatible with them? No, they'd kill us. So spare me with we are compatible with them. No, we are not. Period. And number 2, Epstein's youngest victim was still way older than Muhammad, their prophet, raping a 9-year-old. So don't give me your BS. You're all wrong. You're all screwed up in the head. And none of you, not a single one of you, actually think the reality that you're living in, you think that that's okay. You're just saying it online because you're a dumbass digital douchebag who has zero relevancy on this planet. Hypocrite, dumbass, irrelevant losers. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. The thing that pisses me off the most is these little posers that will never admit. You always try to call them out, but they find a way to, just like a liberal does, they find a way to dance around the subject. Hey, why don't you gays for Gaza go over there and actually help? No. Why don't you actually fly over there and show us all how much they really love you? They can't wait to show you how much they really love you. So why don't you go over there and put your money, because they know they're safe in America and they can shoot their mouth off and say whatever the hell they want.
Absolutely. Oh, did you see the migrant hell erupting again at Spain's border? Oh, they got another one. Remember, we used to get these every day under Joe Biden. In America. Happening again. Eli, American citizens should have armed up and shot everybody that came over that border illegally when that was happening. We should have. We were being invaded. Legally, we should have shot every person that came across that border that made it into the interior of this country without any kind of prior stopping with DHS or Border Patrol. Remember the ones that were coming in on the boats in California and just jumping out of the boat and running into America? Somebody should have sat there and just popped all of them off. We were getting invaded. That's legal. That's not murder.
Absolutely. Our country was under siege, our government was under attack, and unfortunately we were all dumbed down to the point where we didn't do anything about it. Here we are today.
Here we are today. Here we are today trying to get rid of them all. How about this? A new wave of the illegal Moroccans run across the Spanish border.
To the dismay of locals who say they're terrified of leaving their houses.
La vergüenza esto, mujeres violadas, mujeres violadas.
Entre ellos los llevan al monte.
Violadas.
¿Dónde está la policía que tenemos aquí? ¿Para qué estamos pagando impuestos?
De Ceuta
¿Por qué
tenemos
no
que
lo
estar,
recogen?
estoy hablando.
¿Pero
Las
por qué no
mujeres
lo
de aquí
cogen?
tenemos que estar así. Atemorizar. Atemorizar que no podemos ni salir de la casa.
Yo también me irán ni
Esto
salir de la casa.
esto es injusto. Lo que estamos viviendo es injusto. Quítate de aquí. Es injusto. Es muy injusto que tengamos que vivir así. No puede ser. No puede ser. La entrevista no es de vergüenza. Y aquí se tiene que levantar Ceuta y el país porque no podemos estar así más. Yo estoy embarazada y estoy sufriendo. Tengo un hijo y estoy sufriendo y me duele de mi ciudad así. Me duele, hay que levantarse. No puede ser que nos invadan así.
This doctor working in Ceuta agrees, arguing that the healthcare workers are risking their own health and that of their families by treating the illegal migrants.
Totalmente. Es que nosotros en la consulta estamos viendo cada consulta con 20, 17 pacientes todos, pero aparte también la consulta que hemos abierto para el triaje de los inmigrantes llena 47, 50 pendientes a ver y es una situación completamente insostenible.
And despite the locals of Ceuta speaking out about their dissatisfaction with the situation, the remaining Moroccans staged a protest demanding asylum.
We are waiting for asylum because people from other countries who are here get asylum. Why is it only that Moroccans who can't get asylum? Why is it only Moroccans? What fault do we have?
¿Qué culpa tenemos nosotros?
Another mass border rush.
Yeah. It looks familiar, doesn't it? PTSD much? These people are being overrun just like we were. And they're done with it. And we need to focus on getting rid of the people that no longer belong here. And that's exactly what President Trump's doing. If you don't like it, kick rocks. I don't know what to tell you. We don't care about your feelings. We need to be getting rid of all of them and Ilhan Omar, which apparently they're ramping up the denaturalization. We talked about that 2 weeks ago, that they're ramping up the denaturalization process. I'm hoping that that's setting the stage for Ilhan Omar. It sounded like it to me.
News alert, Ilhan Omar under investigation after racking up millions while she was in Congress. Senior national correspondent Kevin Corke has it. What's up, Kevin?
Good to see you, my friend. What's the old saying? Follow the money? Well, that's precisely what the House Oversight Committee is doing. They are probing squad member Ilhan Omar's skyrocketing family wealth, Jesse, especially in the wake of that $9 billion, some would argue $19 billion, Somali social services fraud scandal that exploded in her district in Minnesota. The Oversight Chair, James Comer, says his team's lawyers are exploring the extraordinary step of subpoenaing Omar's spouse over his curious business practices. Republicans want to know how the Somali-born Omar and her politically connected husband Tim Minette went from being nearly broke to being worth around $30 million in just a year.
Okay, great. We all know this. Let's see something start happening. Look, I understand it takes time, but I want to see it happen. You know, Nancy Mace, she just started a new podcast, Eli, now that she's going to be out of a job. She started a new podcast where she showed off all her tattoos that nobody knew she had all those tattoos. I thought that was pretty funny. But she said in her podcast, she said that Republicans blocked her from subpoenaing Ilhan Omar's immigration records, which they did. We reported on that in real time. And are also stopping bills to ban foreign-born citizens from serving in Congress and as federal judges. So, here are the 5 bills that I will introduce if, and hopefully when I win, the congressional seat here in Iowa in 2028. That will be one of the bills. No foreign-born people can be serving as judges or on Congress. That's number 1. That was added to my original list, by the way. Second one, term limits. Nobody's going to want to co-sign on that one, but I don't care. I'm still going to introduce it, and I'm going to expose everybody that doesn't sign on for it. Okay? No Chinese or foreign-born countries owning, or foreign countries owning land in the United States of America. That should not happen. The CCP should not be owning land in the United States of America. Period. Next one, banning flock cameras nationwide. Look, I understand the intrusive things that these are. I get it, 100%. And more needs to be done about this as well. Absolutely. But flock cameras, they've already shown to be that they are the most useless, intrusive cameras and piece of technology that we have these days. They're even starting to pull over people for car theft, and they're like, dude, I'm going to work. And then they prove that the car is theirs. Absolutely should be a bill. And then the other one, single issue bills. Single issue bills. No more 5,000 page. It needs to be single issue bills. Now, nobody's going to vote for those things for the most part. But at least I can expose the ones who don't. Right? At least we can expose the ones who don't in real time. And now I'm just going to leave it with this before Will Johnson comes on. President Trump is now he's set to classify the ballroom as a military project to bypass the activist judges. Just like he did with the wall. If he coins it and literally labels it an official military project based on what's going on below, well then guess what? These judges aren't going to have much to say about it. That ballroom is going to be built, whether you like it or not. And his name will stay on the Kennedy Center. Well, that's going to do it for us today here on Live from America. But don't worry, you're in good hands. Will Johnson comes up next. There are right ways and there are wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God, and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. I hope the information that you got today will help you out in your life. Make sure you clip out if you want and share as much as you want. Share my short clips, and I'll see you tomorrow. Keep your families and your friends and your pets close. Keep a smile on your face, and whatever you do, never stop fighting for this constitutional republic, and never stop spreading the gospel. God bless each and every one of you. Stay tuned for Will Johnson next here on LFA, Live from America. And remember, Secret America, back at 7 o'clock tonight on their own stream if you want to come back and watch. Have a great day, everybody. Peace out.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. It is Monday Fun Day, and we are in the Culture Wars. Let's go.
والسلامة والإسلام والتوفيق لما تحب وترضى
Ask the Messenger of Allah ﷺ, what type of Islam is the best? I want to know how I can be the best. This is the type of attitude we want to develop within ourselves. We want to cultivate this attitude. How can I aim even higher?
And oh my God, I can't believe they're walking over the Israeli and the American flag. Like, suck my dude. They can do whatever the they want with the American flag and the Israeli flag. I wipe my ass with the American flag. This.
Oh yeah.
As a communicator, especially as a communicator that is in the United States of America, I understand the utter moral depravity of the average American. In order to make a more convincing argument, I always try to message to the room that I'm speaking to, if that makes sense.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. That's exactly what this is. Woke 2.0 is Islamic. 100% Islamic. We are under attack, and they're coming in as a politician. They're coming in like they're siding with us, like they want the best for us. They want health care for everybody. They want the money to be spent here in America. We don't want to give any money to any foreign nations, even Egypt. It's all a lie. The Democrats, they've actually shown who they truly are. Now, a lot of people are saying that the Democrats, and I, even including myself, has that the Democrats have been taken over by the Islamists. But they've been supporting this agenda all of this time. The Islamists that we see today, they're all Democrats. Think about that. Think about that. All of these people that's talking about Sharia law, all of these people talking about Islam is so great, Islam is what we need to do. All of them happen to be Democrats. You can't make it up. 100% can't make it up. And that's what we're dealing with. These evil leftist Democrats have embraced Islam. And why have they embraced Islam? Because it goes 100% against President Trump. It goes against the United States of America. And ultimately, it goes against Christ. I said when this socialism talk really came to the forefront, I've been saying it from day one, that this Islamic agenda is socialism. They're calling it socialism, but it is 100% Islam. I don't know if anyone actually has been paying attention to that. And I've yet to hear the mainstream even make that connection yet. Have y'all heard that? Have y'all heard it yet? I've yet to hear the mainstream make that connection. And I'm just waiting for the mainstream to make that connection. Now, before I get into some of this stuff that I want to share with you, President Trump is live right now, and he's actually taking some questions. So I want to go to President Trump while he's taking questions right now from the press. And one of the things that he did bring up was the flock camera, what Jeremy was just talking about. So let's go to President Trump and hear what he has to say, and then I come back with some of this Islamic stuff.
Meeting, and an admiral came up to see me over the weekend. And it was at a big group, and he happened to be an admiral retired. He said, I've been on ships that are out there much longer than that, sir. And I know people on the Lincoln, they say it's beautifully maintained and beautifully taken care of. And other people went out and they found out to be true. It was fake news reporting from CNN.
Mr. President, there was a report that a senior intelligence official with the CCP just bought a historical building overlooking the White House. Have you heard about this? Do you have a reaction to that?
Mr. President.
Mr. President, yes, Mr. President.
Yeah, go ahead, behind you.
Okay.
The British Prime Minister recently reportedly sent text to someone impersonating Susie Wiles. Are you concerned about his judgment or the state of communications between the two countries?
No, but who happened? What happened? They sent text?
Apparently the Prime Minister sent text to somebody impersonating Susie Wiles, and it was...
No, I'm sure that he had a miscommunication.
Mr. President.
He's the Prime Minister.
Mr. President.
You know, I spoke to him. We had a good conversation, a couple of them. We had a good conversation. One of the things he is going to do, I think he's going to open up the North Sea. That'll make UK pretty rich, I'll tell you.
Mr. President.
If he opened up the North Sea, now he's got an immigration problem and he has an energy problem. He would have solved one of his problems. That would be a big thing. That would make UK rich. If you open up the North Sea, it's one of the great finds anywhere in the world. And if they would open up the North Sea, UK would be rich again.
Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President. Have the people
Don't you find them nice? Huh? Nice people, right? Look at him. He's saying, where do people like this come from?
We're not all
Your son is saying, where do people like this come from? Go ahead.
The people who are opposing the ballroom and challenging it, have they offered any sort of solution or sort of compromise, or are they just say there should be a hole there?
The people that are opposing the ballroom are people that, in my opinion, are very disloyal to our country, very, very disloyal to our country. And I think we're doing very well. We're way ahead of schedule. We're under budget. It's going to be the most beautiful ballroom of its kind. You know, when I was in China, we went to the Great Hall of China. It was this big, beautiful building. And we don't have anything like that. And we have to have that. It's very important. But we also are getting tremendous military protection, drone protection. The building is drone-proof. It's missile-proof as much as something can be missile-proof. It's totally bulletproof. Any bullet, nothing can go through the windows. We have, you know, all top-of-the-line stuff. It's very safe. And you know, the one thing, it's not for me, because I'm going to be here a very short period of time. When it's finished, if it finishes right on time, on budget, on time, I'll be there for 4, 5, 6 months. This is for future presidents. This isn't for me. This is for future presidents. And it's a gift.
I want him to be there another 4 years. I'm just saying.
Spending hundreds of millions of dollars to build a ballroom. And it's a gift from great patriots of this country. From, as an example, I mean, I'll give you names. I released some of the names. In fact, I wanted to put them out today, but we got a little busy. And this was, frankly, being with this group of people was very important to me. But we'll be putting them out, some of the people that contributed. But this is a gift to the United States of America. No taxpayer money is necessary. And you can have the finest ballroom anywhere in the world. It's not something I wanted to do, but it's something that's needed. And again, I'm not going to get to use it very much, because by the time it's completed, I'll have 4 or 5 months left, 3 months, who knows. But we're ahead of schedule. It's going to be the best of it in the world, of its kind in the world. There'll be nothing like it in the world. It fits beautifully with the White House. It's gotten fantastic reviews, architectural reviews. People think it's incredible. And when you see it, you'll say, wow, that's really something. And that's what the United States is all about. We have to have that. But in addition to the ballroom, we're building a great military complex. The people that started the lawsuit, the head person, I believe, was fired. And she was fired from another event just before that. And she's the one that started. It's the National Trust, but the National Trust for Historic Preservation. Now, they say it's a United States. They use the word United States, but it's not related to the United States. In fact, the United States doesn't even contribute to it. It has nothing to do with it. It stopped contributing when they realized there were nothing but troublemakers. Years ago, it stopped contributing. So this isn't like an official United States bureau, a United States agency. They stopped contributing to the National Trust. And it's called the National Trust. It has this great name, National Trust for Historic Preservation. They're a bunch of troublemakers that the United States, many years ago, long before me, stopped contributing to. The woman that started it was fired. She's no longer there. So this is the remnants of it. And the bottom line is they're trying to stop something, and they won't be successful, but they're trying to stop something that's almost completed. When they brought a suit, why didn't they bring the suit a year before? Why did they bring the suit in the middle of construction when $400 million almost is spent on its construction? Why wouldn't they have started the suit a year early? Everybody knew it was going to be. It was no secret. Everybody knew that it was taking place. So they should have done that. But the National Trust is very disloyal to the country because they reveal things. I said the problem with the suit, I told them this, is that we have many military things in this ballroom. And ideally, they shouldn't be revealed. But now they are revealed, so the world knows about it. That's okay. They shouldn't have done it. They're very disloyal. But I think we're doing really well. We're way ahead of schedule. And many presidents are going to use it for many years to come. The country will have one of the greatest gifts it's ever received. One more.
Last week you said that you would soon declare the Strait of Hormuz to be a territory of the United States. Could you elaborate?
Well, I just think it's a great idea. Yeah, I mean, we control it. We control it with the blockade. We have a blockade. We control it with the blockade. And I like the idea of declaring it a territory.
When might you do that?
We have total control over the strait. Now, they can be a nuisance. They can put a mine in the water, and people don't like having mines hit their billion-dollar ships, et cetera. But the blockade has been very effective. And, we're taking out, now maybe that will stop, or maybe it'll open up even further, but we're taking out millions of barrels of oil a week. If you look at the kind of numbers that we're doing, the strait is open. And the oil prices are coming down, and they will continue to come down unless we decide to do something far more drastic than we're doing. Iran is in big trouble. They have 300% inflation. The country is a mess, and the military is totally defeated. Thank you very much, everyone.
Are you seeking an extension of the MOU?
Thank you.
So President Trump was hitting on some of the key points that the Democrats don't want anyone to pay attention to. And the Strait of Hormuz is being controlled by the United States of America. And the Democrats, they don't like it. The Democrats want Iran to control that because they want the animosity, the chaos to happen in the world, especially going into the midterm election. A lot of people thinking that President Trump is just he's just going to wait until after the elections before he address anything was happening in Iran. If it's up to Iran, we won't have a nation. If it's up to the Democrats, we won't have a nation, especially if President Trump is there. So let's talk about this issue that we are having here in the United States of America, and that is Islam. And to be clear, let me make sure I'm clear on this. I'm not hating or discriminating against a group of people, but Islam is not a group of, it's not like black people, right? It's not like white people. It's not Hispanic people. It is an ideology that is pure evil. So there's no discrimination there. We don't want Islam here because they want to bring Sharia law. We have the Constitution. I hope this is not confusing to people because some people still don't understand Islam. That's just a religion, right? No, now, if you want to actually talk about a cult, that would be Islam. And it's no different than the socialists here in the country. See, the socialists, if you leave their socialist Democrat Party, they will do terrible things to you. How dare you leave? How dare you want to leave? How dare you want to leave? Now, here in the state of Texas, which I don't know how they were even able to set up shop in the first place, but they set up mosque, and at the airports, they have these bathhouses where you can go into these in the airport, one in DFW and another one in Houston, to my understanding, and you can't go in there unless you're a Muslim. You heard me correctly. At the airport, a public restroom, you cannot go in there unless you are Muslim. This is unlawful. Well, Governor Abbott was asked a question about these facilities at the airport. And of course, he's saying that they're unlawful. But the question remains that if they are unlawful and they've always been unlawful, how were they able to go through the construction of building them in the first place? He had to have known about it. So I'm kind of skeptical on what Governor Abbott is actually doing. Is he only saying it because this is what we want to hear? Because they've already built these facilities in some of these locations. How are they able to do them? And then, of course, some of them are saying, well, if they're going to wash their feet on the counter and stuff, then they're just putting their toe jam on the counter and it's just making a mess everywhere. So we need to give them some place to go wash their feet. No, wait until they get home. There's certain things that I don't do at the airport. I wait until I get home. Make them wait till they get home.
Second, let's go back. To be clear, I personally argued the Ten Commandments case of a monument on the Texas Capitol grounds to the United States Supreme Court and won by making clear that the Ten Commandments were part of the legal system and traditions of the state of Texas from our beginning to who we are today. And we are just teaching components of what made Texas history what it is by the Ten Commandments, such as thou shalt not kill and other principles like that, whereas these other religious faiths, they don't have the same application over the course of the history of the state of Texas, and hence do not need to be recognized either in our schools or on the Texas Capitol ground like other religions.
Are you advocating that existing foot washing station get pulled out?
So both for any proposed or any existing facilities like that are simply unconstitutional and illegal.
See, that's my point right there. If they're unconstitutional and illegal, how did they get built in the first place? Who approved it in the first place? We're talking about at the airport. You know, the same group of people that, you know, we had to take our shoes off. Same group of people that caused the TSA line to go 2.5 hours, right? The same group of people that's willing to take over airplanes. Now they're having facilities at the airport. And when they were doing the construction on it, no one was asking, what is this we're doing here? How did they go in there in the first place? See, I have these questions. How were they able to go in there in the first place if it's unlawful? I mean, does this mean that if I want to do something that's unlawful, that goes against the Constitution, and I can go into an airport and I can just start tearing down walls and start doing something myself? I mean, if that's the case, that's what they've done here. I really want to know the answer to that. Maybe I'm just reading too much into it. Because and you know what? She doesn't even call him out on it.
Let me explain what I did here as well as what I've done before, and that is any Muslim-only location like this or any Muslim-only event in the state of Texas, we've shut down. You cannot have a Muslim-only washing station in an airport. You can, before that, shut down a Muslim-only event in Grand Prairie, a Muslim-only event at school districts in various regions across the state of Texas, because that is very simply illegal. One factor weighing in here with the airport, and that is there are two different parts of an airport, one of which is governed by our local cities, the other which is governed by the federal government here by Secretary Duffy. If it is before you get to the TSA check-in, that's governed by the city, and the state of Texas is going to crack down and eliminate funding for that city if they don't comply with the standard that I've articulated. Once a passenger gets inside the TSA checkpoint, that is then governed by the federal government and is subject to Secretary Duffy to make sure that they too crack down on and eliminate these washing centers because they are in violation of the United States Constitution.
Look, it's the fact that they're already there. No one didn't think about it. Someone had to complain. Someone had to make it known that these facilities were in the airport before you actually want to start doing something about it. Now, the construction for these didn't take a month. It was longer than a month. We're talking about there's like stations where you can go sit at them and wash your feet. And if you're a Christian or a Jew, you can't go in there. So what happens if, now, you know what? Now that I know that these facilities are in the airport, if I for any reason have to go through DFW, I'm going to go into that facility and I want to see it. I'm going to record it and I'm going to see if they're going to actually deny me access. Because I'm going to go in there and I'm going to do my thing. I'm not going to wash my feet. I'm going to keep my shoes on. This is despicable. It's a disgrace. And they allowed it to happen. Again, someone had to know that they were doing this in these facilities. It's straight up discrimination against everybody else. They made a location specifically for a group of people, by and large, that hate this country. Now, all of them don't, but most of them hate this country. Can we be honest about it? They're not here adopting our culture, because if they were here adopting our culture, they wouldn't have these bathhouses in the airport. Would they? No, they wouldn't. Now, if they want to have it in their mosque and they want to have it in their home, then by all means, go ahead. Go ahead. In their mosque, it's the freedom of religion. Our Constitution allows them to have it. Our Constitution says freedom of religion. So there's nothing we can really do about that. But the fact that they're trying to push Islam and they're going into locations with the airport, next is going to be at the courthouses. Oh, wait a minute, it won't be our courthouse. This is going to be a Sharia court. That's what they're aiming for. That's what they're pushing for. And this dude right now, Moran Mamdani, he is leading the charge in this. And he's so happy about it. And the Democrats are going right along with it, because the Democrats realize that Islam hates America as much as they do. So this is the reason why you see them teaming up. This is the reason why you see them doing what they're doing. And again, all of the Islamists, are they Democrats or Republicans? Y'all let me know in the chat what you think.
I think of the freedom from suffering that Buddhism teaches us is only possible if we remove the three poisons of desire, hatred, and ignorance from our daily lives. We need not accept suffering as unchangeable. We need not treat hatred as the natural state. We have the power to set ourselves free. And I consider my own faith, Islam, a religion built upon a narrative of migration. The story of the Hijrah reminds us that Prophet Muhammad ﷺ was a stranger too, who fled Mecca and was welcomed in Medina. Surah An-Nahl 1642 tells us, as for those who immigrated in the cause of Allah after being persecuted, we will surely bless them with a good home in this world. Or as the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ said, Islam began as something strange and will go back to being strange. So glad tidings to the strangers. If faith offers us the moral compass to stand alongside the stranger, government can provide the resources.
Oh my goodness.
Let us create a new expectation of City Hall, where power is wielded to love, to embrace, and to protect. We will.
How is that not different than what the socialists are talking about? The socialists are talking about the government providing everything that you need. The government. That is communism. That's the very reason right now and again, I've yet to hear other people in the mainstream media even make this connection. Woke 2.0 is Islamic. That's exactly what we're seeing. These people are here to conquer America. They're here to destroy. They've been trying to destroy America for the longest. And you know, part of the reason why they want to destroy the United States of America, because we stand with Israel. They figured that if we can't defeat America, we'll go in and take over America. Then that way they can remove any support to Israel, to eliminate Israel, to destroy Israel. This is their ultimate goal. And I don't know why most people still don't see this. The connection, the similarities are remarkable. They both believe, the Islam and the socialism both believe that you have to take over the government and then reshape it, reform it into what they want. They believe that the government should control everything. They believe that socialism is the answer to everybody's problems in the country. They actually believe this. They believe everybody who's worked hard should have to give up everything that they worked for the people that are too lazy to work for themselves, and just spread the wealth. How many times have you heard that? Even before the whole discussion about socialism came up, the radical left was constantly talking about spreading the wealth. They were even talking about this under Obama, spreading the wealth. Because they know a lot of young people, and this is who they're influencing with all of this, the young people that are still under mommy and daddy roof in the basement, they go, well, yes, the government should take care of us. Mommy and daddy's still taking care of us, and they're the age of 30. Mommy and daddy taking care of us, the government should take care of us too. And everybody that worked hard, they should have to give up everything that they have so I can live comfortably. I don't understand why people are not understanding what is actually happening here. The country, and you know what? They're not even doing it with no violence. They're taking over without any violence. And the reason why I'm highly concerned about it, because during the midterm elections, Republicans typically do not show up. Republicans, for the most part, typically only show up during presidential elections. And it's blowing my mind on why that's the case. Are we just going to hand it over to them? Because the very first agenda on the socialists, if they are successful come November, the very first agenda for them is to impeach President Trump. And I guarantee it's going to follow with the impeachment of J.D. Vance. So not only President Trump, but J.D. Vance. And what will we be able to do about it? The military is not going to do anything, because they're going to say, hey, well, that's what the people voted for. The Constitution allows for it. The Democrats are just saying they need to impeach President Trump just because they don't want him there. He hasn't done anything wrong to validate anything for impeachment. They just don't want him there because he's disrupting everything that they've been doing, everything that they want to achieve, all of the perversion, all of the sick things that they want to push. President Trump is in the way. And because President Trump is in the way, they want to impeach him. So Republicans need to show up this November, and the Democrats that don't want to have anything to do with the socialism, they're going to have to hold their nose and vote for the Republicans. They have to hold their nose and vote for the Republicans. I mean, what is your choice? Because there's only one way to get rid of socialism once it sets in. There's only one way. Not every Democrat believes in this whole socialist agenda, but there's a great deal that do, but not all of them that don't. Bill Maher being one of them, he doesn't agree with the socialism, and he's a total leftist atheist. Listen to this guy here. Listen to what he says about socialism.
You know, last weekend in Chicago, the DSA held their convention. You're not Democrats. You're a separate party. I'll see you in November.
Dude. You see that? They're not Democrats. They're a separate party. And he says, we will see you in November. That's why I'm saying a lot of these establishment Democrats are going to hold their nose and vote for the Republican, because they see it too. And as I mentioned, the DSA, the whole purpose, from what I see, the whole purpose of the DSA is to tear down the Democrat Party and get rid of all the establishment and bring it back up in a complete, total communist party. Now listen to Hakeem Jeffries as he addressed what he just said.
Do Democratic Socialists belong in the Democratic Party, Leader Jeffries?
Well, what I can say is that I do not support defunding the police. I do not support open borders. I do not support abolishing the Senate. We're focused on actually solving problems that hardworking American taxpayers want us to solve, which is to lower the high cost of living in a situation where life is far too expensive in this country. That's the Democratic agenda. That's what House Democrats are fighting to achieve.
This dude is a total idiot. The thing is, didn't they say he was next? Didn't they say he was next? And he's taking a knee to the socialists, trying to get on their good side. Oh, don't get rid of me. I'll be a good boy. I'll be a good boy. Don't get rid of me. Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, they're not happy with the DSA taking over their party. They're just figureheads for the most part. Hussein Piker, Momdani, El Sayed, who hasn't even won his election. I don't even think, has he ever won an election? But they are the leaders. AOC, Bernie Sanders, they're the actual leaders of the Democrat Party because it is now full-on Islam. And Bernie Sanders, to my understanding, is Jewish. Make it make sense. I guess he's like the George Soros type, right? I guess that's the only way I could think about Bernie Sanders. He's the George Soros type. So now, I want y'all to listen to what President Trump had to say. This was a video maybe last month or so when the whole socialism really started coming up. I want y'all to listen to what President Trump had to say about the socialism. Because President Trump said, hey, if I wanted to be a socialist, he said I could be the greatest one. But he made a point about it. Listen to this when we come back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
They want to restart the war on Christians and churches. And as you saw with the communists elected in New York City recently, they're communists, they're not social democrats. They want to completely destroy the traditional American way of life. Communism is very easy to sell. It destroys everything, but it's very easy. I'll be honest, I think I'd be the greatest communist in history. I'd give free rent. Ladies and gentlemen, from now on, you don't have to pay any rent. From now on, anybody wants a house, don't worry about it. Just pick the house you want. Everybody gets free food. Everything is free from this point forward. Everyone's going to vote for me. The problem is, after 2 or 3 years, the country is a disaster area. The country fails. They always do. It always does. So easy to sell. That first year, boy, you're the most popular. It's happening right now in New York and California. But you'll start living in squalor. You'll live in squalor. There will be no food. There will be no housing. There will be no military. There will be no law and order. There will be no nothing. There will be no nothing.
There'll be no nothing. No prisons. The only thing that we will have will be total violence, chaos, and that's exactly what the Democrats want. That's exactly what they want. And the interesting thing is, if President Trump all of a sudden said that he's supporting socialism, these socialist Democrats will be against it. That's how much they hate Trump. They will be completely against it. It's kind of the whole thing like with the pedo thing. You know, all of them, they got upset with you when you suggested that they may have been grooming Do y'all remember that? I'm like, just the other day I was sitting there thinking, I said, wait a minute. At one point they were, especially on Twitter at the time, if you suggested or if you brought up how they were grooming little ones, you remember? People accounts were getting suspended, banned. And they were saying that they were, how dare you? Because they were for the grooming. They were for it. Now they're saying that they're not for it. So President Trump got them all not to be for it. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Because before they were all for the whole pedo thing. They had no issues with it. And then when they was like, oh, wait a minute, we can push this on President Trump. Oh, so now they're not for it? Actually, they are. They just know that we're not for it. So they keep calling President Trump that, trying to think that we're going to be convinced to stop supporting President Trump because now he's supporting something that they all support themselves. It's bizarre. These people don't have any capacity of thinking on their own. They just believe all this nonsense that they put out there. They even believe that capitalism is bad. Capitalism is the wrong, has all of the bad elements that has contributed to humanity here in the United States of America. Capitalism. And they believe socialism will come in and fix it all. Let me show you what I'm talking about.
Capitalism is at the root of pretty much all of our social ills and has some way that it plays a lot into all the oppressions that we face. So for me, I don't see issues of sexuality or race or gender as separate from issues of economic justice. Capitalism has done a really good job of dividing us and has done a really good job of objectifying our bodies and just basically stealing from generation after generation of people who aren't at the top. So socialism really affects every type of political activity that I'm in. There's no separation for me between all of these things.
How is socialism? I'm sorry. How is communism preventing her from living her life? Capitalism means that you can work hard and you'll be rewarded for your hard work. You can work hard and start a business and hire people. You can make an income, not just for yourself, but you can start a business to make an income for others. That's how you hire people. Capitalism has nothing to do with your life decisions. This is how stupid these people are. And so they fix their minds that, oh, capitalism is just wrong all the way around. Because of capitalism, that bike is sitting behind her. A company built the bike. A capitalist company built that bike. The building that she's in, because of capitalism. So if she's so upset with capitalism, why does she own a bike? If she's so upset with capitalism, why is she even in an apartment or a home, wherever it is wherever she's located? And the hat, the clothes on her back. Why own any of it? Remember, you own nothing to be happy. Let me show you what else this crazy woman had to say. I mean, and she's completely off her rocker. Listen to this.
Queer, some people use the word queer to mean an umbrella term that encompasses all kinds of sexual identities outside of the straight norm. Others use the term queer to express an intentionally political sexual identity. That is an identity that purposefully goes against the norms of who we're supposed to desire and what our sexuality is supposed to look like. So for me, the term queer is both expressive of who I am and also expressive of my politics and the world I want to live in. Being Muslim and queer, the way I cope with being Muslim and queer is by building queer Muslim spaces and engaging them.
in Muslim spaces. I really want to know how that's going to work out. I encourage her to go set up shop right there in the middle of the Gaza Strip. And make sure you have one of those 24-hour live cameras. Never turn it off. Set up shop right there in the middle of the Gaza Strip with your movement there. I want to see how that works out. See, we're dealing with people that they're not dealing with a full deck. This is what we're dealing with. And I don't know if you have noticed this or not, but the Islamists here in the United States of America, they actually push this agenda. The whole queer and all that stuff, they actually push it. You know why? Because they're multiplying, and it's encouragement for the people in America, white people, Hispanic people, Asian people, black people, anyone who considers themselves an American, not to multiply. And it's not even just Americans. Unless you convert to being Islamic, then you should not be able to multiply. And they're multiplying like rabbits. I mean, it's huge how they're multiplying. You know, Elon Musk brought up before how the people in America, specifically white people, are not producing children like they should be. And then they tried to say that he was racist for saying so. And he's 100% correct. They're not producing children. One of the biggest things that I've realized now that I'm at the age that I'm at is that I wish, had I known, had someone would have told me, I would start trying to have a family at the age of 22. I would try to have my first baby at the age of 22. Between 20 and 22. And they go, but Will Johnson, you're still young. You still need to try to get a career. See, I think the problem, and this is just me, and y'all can tell me if you think I'm wrong. By all means, it's okay. I think family next to God is the most important thing. This is me. I think family is extremely important. I believe that God put us here to reproduce. God put us here. That's why it takes a man and a woman to reproduce for us to have children. And while we're going through the education, while we're going through the struggles as a young family, we go through it together as a young family. Me personally, we should be teaching our youth, get married. Get married, have the family, and do the career, seek the education at the same time. Why are we not doing that? We should build people up to be strong enough to take on that challenge. And the main reason, because I'm being selfish here, for those of you that don't know, I'm going to be, in 10 years from now, I will be 65. And I don't have any grandbabies. I don't have any grandbabies, and I'm going to be 65. So if I were to just say have a grandbaby today, if I were to have one today, 10 years from now, that grandbaby would be 10 years old. You understand what I'm saying? See, the older I get, the more I'm thinking, like, my goodness, what have we done to our society? We're not having children the way I believe God intended for us to have children. That's just me. I know I'm going off on my little rant here, but I think someone watching right now can completely relate. And for those of you that have grandbabies, you're like, Will, you don't know what you're missing. And I don't. And you understand how important that is. But in the Muslim community, they have been producing like rabbits. And of course, they all push. Like, look at Mamdani. Mamdani went to one of these alternative lifestyle events in New York. And he was like in there clapping. Yes, y'all keep going down this path. You keep doing it. You keep going. You keep going. Don't stop. Don't stop. because they can't reproduce. They can't reproduce. It'll never happen. And they know it won't happen. And the idiot liberals, they keep going right along with it, thinking that it's okay. We'll be right back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, My Pillow mattresses and My Pillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
In your address to the Justice Department staff this week, you said you and DOJ will, quote, uphold the law without fear or favor. You, of course, used to be President Trump's former personal defense attorney. Can you pledge that the Justice Department will always act independently of the White House?
Well, there's a big difference between saying we will always do our job and investigate any case and act independently of the White House. No, I'm not going to pledge that. And no attorney general should ever pledge that. The president, I mean, if I were to pledge I will be independent of the White House, what that means is that if President Trump says, I want the Department of Justice to go after every violent criminal in this country, which is what he has said, what you're saying to me is I should say, no, sir, not going to do it. So,
and that's what they want. They want him to say no to President Trump from apprehending the illegals that have come into the United States of America. That's what they want. They don't want someone who's going to listen to the executive branch, listen to the president. They're essentially saying that, well, President Trump is in a position, but he's not actually the president. He can't give any orders of anything. He's just there. We get to tell him what he can and can't do. And that's what she's wanting. And that's what the left is wanting. The ICE agents in the United States of America are apprehending people who have broken the law. They have broken the law. They're not randomly picking people up, but according to them, they want it stopped. Why? Because it doesn't help them going into November.
I will act with integrity. Our prosecutors will act with integrity. We will prosecute without fear or any sort of favor. And that's exactly what we've been doing. And that's what every Department of Justice should do.
Well, I guess big picture, if the president asks you to do something that you feel crosses an ethical or legal line, would you do it?
The president will never ask me to do something unethical or legal or illegal. He never has. He never will. And no, I swore to the Constitution of the United States, like every cabinet secretary has done, and like every attorney general before me has done. And so this narrative that's mostly pushed by the left and pushed by the media, that the president's going to pull me aside and ask me to do something illegal, is completely a false narrative, not true, will not happen, and hasn't happened.
Okay,
You remember when the idiot Democrats was saying President Trump was giving unlawful orders to the military and you don't have to listen to him? And then they go, well, no, we're saying that if he were to give unlawful orders, you don't have to take an unlawful order. Well, President Trump has never given an unlawful order. They were still saying that President Trump should not be able to give any orders to anybody, and they need someone to defy President Trump. That's what they're doing here. That's their ultimate goal. Find anyone who's working with President Trump who would defy him from making America great, from working with the American people, making things better. That's what they want. They don't want someone who's going to actually make things better for the American people, because they need to go into the midterm election where everything is just terrible, so they can try to convince you and I, well, you know, President Trump, he didn't do anything for us. He didn't make our lives better. So, you know, I think our only option is to go with the Democrat. No. You know what? There's actually some people right now that's talking about going with the Democrats. They used to call themselves Republicans. They used to. They don't call themselves Republicans any longer. They don't. They're upset because President Trump didn't do something that they wanted. President Trump is doing what we expected him to do, and they don't like it. And a lot of it has to do with Israel. And which I don't understand that. These same people say nothing about the Islamists trying to take over the United States of America, but they complain about Israel. Make that make sense. Do you understand that one? Let me say that again. They don't say anything about the Islamists and their agenda, their objective, what they're doing in the United States of America, but they complain about Israel, which is an actual ally to the United States of America. Now, look, I'm not saying everybody in Israel are angels and are peachy. I'm not saying that at all. It's the same thing with America. Not everybody in America are angels and peachy. We got socialist Democrats here. But they just have this whole thing about Israel. Like Israel is the problem in their lives. And they don't have nothing to do with Israel. But Israel is the problem in their lives. What is that? You know what it is? The Bible tells us in the last days that the world will come down on Israel. And that's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. And Satan has convinced them that Israel needs to be destroyed. And the reason why Satan believes or has convinced these people that Israel needs to be destroyed because Jesus returns and he sets his foot on the Mount of Olives, which is in Israel. He's trying to stop prophecy from taking place. That's what he's doing. Because there's a lot of other places in the country that they can really focus on, but they focus on Israel. To get back in the United States of America, black people and other Democrats, as I mentioned to you before, they're holding their, I'm telling you, November, they're going to hold their nose and they're going to vote Republican because they can't go along with the socialist Democrats. Listen to this.
The Democratic Party, from its peak with John F. Kennedy as president, a man of intelligence and courage, to where it is now, it's really terrible. I would love to hear a potential Democrat say something like, yes, I think that we definitely should have voter identification proof of citizenship. If a person went against the party in a significant, meaningful way like that, that would be a person worth voting for. But unfortunately, apparently it's not going to happen.
Okay. Ronald there from Long Island.
You know what that says? Majority of the people in the country want the SAVE Act. Majority of the people want the SAVE Act. We all have IDs already. We know how to get IDs. Majority of the people in this country wants the SAVE Act. And there's only one reason why the Democrats don't want to pass the SAVE Act. And even the Rhinocrats, which I don't understand, Thune. President Trump should do something about Thune. I don't understand it. Thune keeps saying, there's actually this video where Thune started attacking Caroline Leavitt. And he says, why don't she go get the votes? Tell her to go make the phone calls and get the votes. It's not her job to get the votes. It's his job. Majority of the people in this country have IDs if they're American citizens. Now, I've yet to see one American citizen say, you know what, they object to voter ID, except for the establishment and the socialists. You know, Kamala Harris. One of the things that stuck out to me, and I'll never forget it, that every single place that Kamala Harris pulled through, there's no voter ID. None of them. Every single place. We can say she won that 100%. No voter ID, she won. How does that, I mean, are we supposed to not pay attention to that? They don't want us to pay attention to it, of course. But every single place that took place where no voter ID, Kamala Harris won it 100%. But the Democrats, really quick before we get out of here, the Democrats, they're looking at these poll numbers, and everyone's talking about these poll numbers. I want to share with you this latest poll numbers that they're talking about. And the Democrats have essentially, they've been taken over by the Socialist Islamic Party. It's Islamic, okay? Let's just keep it real.
So our new CBS News poll out this morning finds 58% of Democrats have a positive view of socialism, and just 32% have a positive view of capitalism.
So, 58%. These are Democrats. This is not independents. It's most definitely not Republicans. These are just Democrats. How they feel about socialism. 58%, this is saying that more than half of the Democrat Party has gone the way of socialism. So don't you think you should get on board? Because the rest of the party is going that way of socialism. And it might be even higher now. It might be 62%. Might even be 68%. Might be 28% or 24%. Positive for capitalism.
What do you make of that?
What I make of it is that people are struggling. They're struggling because the cost of groceries is too high. The cost of gas is too high. It's too hard to see a doctor, and when you do, the cost of that is too high as well. They're not asking for a lot. Now, they just want to go to work, make a good living, be able to raise their kids, buy a home before they're 40, take their family on the same vacation they went on as kids. And right now, they're seeing a system that doesn't work for them. Now, I believe...
And they act like this was created by President Trump, the system that doesn't work for people. This is another thing that I don't understand, how people are not able to recognize this. It's like they've completely forgot what the Democrats and Joe Biden did to this country the 4 years before President Trump went in. And just because President Trump walks in the White House doesn't mean everything miraculously is just grand. He has to fix what they screwed up. And it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen overnight. And they know this, but they never bring that up. They never talk about it with anybody. They never talk about it on these talk shows. They never report on it, saying, well, the reason why it's like this is because of X, Y, Z. They never do that because of what happened before. If you're in a vehicle and the tires wear out, or let me say gas, right? And you never stop at the gas station to fix the problem, to put gas in the vehicle, you're actually going to end up running out. The Democrats are saying, nope, don't put gas in it. Don't put gas in it. And President Trump saying, we got to put gas in it to fix this problem. The Democrats don't want any gas in there because they want you to be stuck. And then they said, we'll come here and save you. It's ridiculous. All right, everybody, that's it for me. Coming up next, right here on LFA TV, is Kevin Smith, Loud Majority. So make sure you go over to rumble.com/LFA TV to see all of LFA TV. Monday through Friday, I'm right here, 1 o'clock Central, 2 o'clock East Coast time. You can see me, Culture Wars, right here. Kevin Smith is coming up next. So give it a minute here, because I know last week he was having some technical issues. But we're going to work it out. Look like he might be having some issues again, so I'm going to wait here. There was something else I wanted to share with you. I'm not even sure I'm going to be able to do it in time. Because there's so much. I mean, I could have spent another hour just showing all this information to you. Okay, let me share this one with you while we're waiting for Kevin to come on. This is what Husan Piker. Husan Piker, he is, again, like I mentioned to you earlier, he's the front face of the Socialist Democrat Party. And they're welcoming him in with open arms, like, come on in. And you've heard all of the hateful things that he said about America, right? Right? You've heard all of it, right?
Dreamer calling on leaders in his party to defend him and accept his place in their coalition as GOP criticism of his rhetoric becomes a key issue in the midterms. And that rhetoric is becoming a bit of a liability for Democrats. Listen.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would Rick Scott.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers. Murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their red capitalist blood.
Didn't he go to war and literally lose his eye because some mujahideen, a brave soldier, his eye hole with their? Isn't that how he lost his dumb eye? America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it.
America deserved 9/11, dude. That's what Hassan Piker said. Fox News contributor Liz Peek joins me now. I just don't know how the party welcomes someone who's made such statements into the fold, and even worse, elevates him to a position of prominence, Liz.
Because they can't help themselves, Kevin.
Jeez.
Democrats really need young male voters, right? That's the
help themselves. And that's exactly what it comes down to. The Democrat Party, they need male voters. So we'll take what we can get. We'll something like that, the male voters, we'll just take it. We'll just take it. It's ridiculous. Okay, I see Kevin's coming up now. Hey, everybody. Hey, if you haven't already, please bless us by hitting the thumbs up. Share the live feed. God bless you all, everyone, and I will see you tomorrow right here in the Culture Wars. Let's go.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can everybody hear me? All right, here we go. Jumping right on in. What is happening, everybody? Just getting a quick audio check. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. We're using a new program today, so I guess we'll see how this goes. Chat, let me know if you guys can hear me real quick. Yep, doing something a little new today. So let's see. All right, good. We are working. Everything is working good. Yeah, changed over my program today, so we'll see how this all goes, guys. Thank you all so much for being with me. Monday, August 17th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you all so much for tuning in to Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. We're going to be talking about the Candace Owens debate. My thoughts on it. If you guys watched Tim Pool on Friday night, you already know my take on it. And, spoiler alert, it's not great. It's not very good at all. Also, we're going to get some Iran war updates. Teachers are going absolutely wild, finally speaking out about craziness going on within the schools. And a very sad story. Young actress died last night. Somebody I was a huge fan of. I'm sure you guys know who she is. So we will break all that down for you guys. But before we get started, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here. Here we go. Let's see. Can we pull? Yeah, once again, like I said, we're using a new program today. So today's show is going to be a little bit different. Hopefully it all goes swimmingly. But we'll see. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here. Head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. You guys can use promo code Rumble to get 20% off everything on the website. That is promo code Rumble to get 20% off everything on the website. So, Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson debate. I mean, look, first off, I think if you watched it, you're probably dumber than you were before you started. It was completely pointless. Nothing was achieved. Well, one thing was achieved. If you went in thinking a certain way, you probably still think that certain kind of way. Candace did admit, she finally did admit that she has no proof whatsoever that Israel or France was involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination, which of course, wasn't really the case. If you're not a crazy person, you probably knew to begin with. It was all vibes. It was all feelings. On numerous occasions during the debate, Andrew Wilson asked Candace Owens whether or not she had any positive evidence of any of her claims. Now, I don't think Candace Owens knows what the phrase positive evidence is. I don't know if she knows. I think she thinks that evidence is just something you feel, which is a lot of what the debate was. It was all vibes. It was all feelings. Anytime she got put into a corner, she was like, well, I'm allowed to have my opinions. I'm allowed to have, which if you have an opinion that, and I've said this to numerous people before, that if you have the opinion that the moon is made out of cheese or that 2 + 2 = 5, your opinion is incorrect. There was all that self-help guru bullshit in the 90s. That was all, everyone's got the right to their own opinion. Yeah, well, everyone does have the right to their own opinion, and I have the right to say that your opinion makes you sound like a moron. And that's pretty much what the totality of the Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson debate was. He tried to pin her down several times. And look, Andrew Wilson had a tough job, for sure. He had to prove a negative. He had to prove something didn't happen. He had to use Candace Owens' lack of evidence to prove that what she was saying was false, which is impossible. There were also several times that I thought it was very odd that Candace seemed to suggest that because she had questions that weren't answered, therefore, giant gap, massive assertion, which sort of seemed like what it was. It's like FBI investigate. If Candace Owens comes out with a claim, investigators from the FBI should then reach out to her to let her know what the reality on the ground is. which of course is complete and aggressive nonsense. But I think my friend primetime Alex Stein said it the best. Candace didn't win the debate. Andrew didn't win the debate, but Charlie certainly lost it.
The loser of this debate was Charlie. Charlie lost in this debate. Watching this debate, the only thing that I can deduce is that Andrew Wilson was not the winner, Candace Owens was not the winner, and the true loser of this debate was Charlie. Charlie lost in this debate because we lost an American hero, we lost a future president, and he knew that he was in the crosshairs, not metaphorically, but literally. And I just hope that we do get justice, and I hope that everything comes to light, and I want to have a positive outlook like that's going to happen, but I've lost a lot of faith in the system, and I don't know if this debate really changes the narrative whatsoever. It's just people are going to believe whatever they believe before they watch it, and it's probably just going to confirm their biases. So we lost an American hero. It makes me incredibly sad to think that Charlie basically predicted his death, and the only person that lost this debate was Charlie. He's the glue that was keeping the Conservative Party together, and I don't think we'll ever be the same.
Yep. He's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. Charlie certainly lost the debate. We didn't really gain much from it, but yeah, that's what happened. People just entrenched into their own biases. People on the internet ran internet polls saying who won the debate and who didn't. I just want one bit of actual evidence and not vibes. And I got a feeling I'm not going to get it. And I said it on Tim Pool's show that Candace, look, there is a big difference between having a political feeling or an opinion about being pro-choice or pro-life, pro-gun, anti-gun, pro-tax, the rich, anti-tax, whatever the hell it is. There's a big difference between having that, because look, the pro-life people think they're correct and the pro-choice people think they're correct. The pro-gun people think they're correct, and there's arguments on either side. But this is so not that. This is just absolutely not that. And look, Candace has staked her entire reputation on this, and I said it on Tim's show. If Tyler Robinson went up to Candace Owens and said, I did it, it was me, and I acted alone, she would still say, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. We know the truth. We know they're forcing you to say it. And quite frankly, I think that's total bullshit and does a real disservice to anybody. I hope to never have to talk about this again, but I have a feeling I'm going to have to. I have a feeling I'm going to have to as we are somehow coming up on the 1 year anniversary of what happened. And like I said, it's I don't know who got anything. Well, I know Candace, I know what she got out of it. She got $300,000 because, nothing says I'm here for the right reasons like profiting almost $500,000 off of your friend's death. So take that with a grain of salt, put that in your pipe and smoke it. Yeah, so once again, hopefully I never have to talk about this again, but I have a feeling I'm going to have to, which bothers me in a real serious way. Bothers me in a real serious way. Guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Once again, share the video out all over the place. Unfortunately, there won't be a live chat today because I'm using a new program, and I still got to play around with this bad boy. So we'll see what happens with that. But let's dive in to the actual news. As today is day 60 of the Memorandum of Understanding, which is another phrase I hope I never have to say again, because it turns out it doesn't actually mean anything. We in the war in Iran. Pretty wild stuff happening with that whole kerfuffle. We'll get to that. Here it is from Fox.
Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Inks joins us live from Tel Aviv with the details. Trey. Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Today, the memorandum of understanding between the United States and Iran expires. It's been 60 days since it was signed, and reports indicate very little diplomatic progress to de-escalate tension in the region and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. International shipping data indicated only 5 cargo ships passed through the strait on Saturday and none on Sunday. This is due to Iran continuing attacks on vessels. A bulk carrier reported being hit by an unknown projectile on Saturday. A day prior, an Emirati oil vessel was also targeted. President Trump said this about the critical waterway on Friday.
After we finish defeating Iran, which is being very badly defeated, pretty soon I'll be declaring the Hormuz Strait a territory of the United States. Essentially, that's what it is. We have the blockade.
The Wall Street Journal reports that Iran has been using this time to prepare for a return to conflict rather than finding a diplomatic off-ramp. Iranian and Arab officials told the Journal that Iran has produced additional missiles and drones, believing that the United States was waiting for a future attack. This comes as the Trump administration and its officials, including Jared Kushner, are in the region pursuing diplomatic avenues to address the ceasefire in Gaza. Kushner met Sunday in Egypt with Hamas chief Khalil al-Hayya to solidify the process for Hamas to lay down their weapons in Gaza. Kushner was joined by Board of Peace envoys Nikolai Mladenov and Tony Blair. Reports indicate he'll meet today with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who recently called the Board of Peace roadmap unacceptable.
Israel does not accept the 15-point document. The IDF will not carry out any withdrawal until Hamas is disarmed. And when I say disarming Hamas, it means heavy weaponry, lighter weaponry, all weaponry. And we are talking about genuine disarmament, not fictitious disarmament.
Whether it relates to Gaza or Iran, there are...
So it turns out that, even though we're trying to put an end to this, some people aren't. But you can't say that out loud because, then, I don't know what. This comes as the USS Abraham Lincoln has officially hit the longest deployment ever for any aircraft carrier. We're getting mixed reports out of the Abraham Lincoln about some pretty wild conditions happening on that boat, on the ship, I should say, because if you call it a boat, people in the Navy get very upset. They're running out of food. We're getting videos from, I'll wait to play them until we have more confirmed reports because the Pentagon is coming out and saying that a lot of this stuff isn't happening, despite the fact that this aircraft carrier has now been at sea for almost 250 days, which is 100 days longer than the longest ever deployment. These things are, look, they're floating cities, but eventually you run out of cargo. And the reason why they can't dock is because they would have done it in Beirut, I believe Beirut, but the port that this aircraft carrier would have docked at has been blown up. So we shall see what happens with that. More good news out of the Middle East, for sure. Great stuff all around. Good stuff all around. But back here on the home front, we got a week of primaries coming up that I want to make sure I get to, which is going to be huge. On Tuesday, there's going to be primaries all over the United States, Alaska, California, Florida, and Wyoming. The big ones, obviously, to watch are House races 19 and 20 in the state of Florida and the governor's race, where it seems as though Byron Donalds is going to be able to take that pretty handily. Now, what I am curious about, and we'll get to the other races too, what I am curious about when it comes to the races in Florida is this guy, James Fishback, who he's big on social media. He's kind of a Groyper adjacent. I think he's kind of a tool. Might be a closeted homosexual, which, not a big deal. Just, it's 2026, accept who you are. All the Gen Z kids seem to love him. I'm curious to see how well he does in this particular race for governor. A lot of kerfuffle about Byron Donalds not letting him on the debate stage and the party kind of rigging the whole system, which, even if I don't really necessarily like the guy, Even if I don't really like the guy, the parties certainly do rig the system for the people that they want. Look, Republican, Democrat, it's just kind of what they do. That's the advantage of having the infrastructure in place like the parties do have. Also, another race to watch is the Senate race in Alaska. Democrats handed their top recruit, Mary Patola, the former rep for the state at large. She is going to be going up against Dan Sullivan, the independent, and of course, the governor's race as well in the state of Alaska. We've also, what is that? Next week, we got the special elections in Georgia to fill, I believe, is that Marjorie Taylor Greene's seat? I believe it is. And the South Carolina runoff. So we'll bring you guys all of that when it happens. When that all happens. In just a second, we are going to keep rocking. We are going to keep rolling here. Before we get to that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Already, guys? Guys, head on over to tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. That's tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. So back here on the home front, we've got some big news on the immigration front from New York. Pretty wild stuff, as the state of New York is now being forced to fire El Salvadorian and Haitian workers from the government after TPS has ended. Now, of course, the irony is they probably shouldn't have hired them in the first place, but that's really not the point. Governor.
Every morning starts with a choice minus coffee.
Oh.
Make yours count. Just the brew isn't just coffee.
Hold up. Sorry about that.
Traditional values and uncompromised quality.
Sorry about that. Getting a pop-up ad here. There we go. All right, let's fix that. Let's fix that real quick. Yes, Governor Kathy Hochul now has to fire all of her workers. New York Governor Kathy Hochul demanded that the Department of Homeland Security not terminate the TPS status for Haitian and El Salvadorians who are currently working for the state government. She shared the letter to DHS Secretary Markwayne Mullins saying that terminating a temporary protected status for hundreds of thousands of migrants is reckless and inhumane. I can't imagine why that would be the case. She said that the callous of abruptly ending TPS. The irony, of course, is that no one will explain to anyone what the T in temporary means. Right, in TPS, temporary, as in not permanent. The sudden removal of the members of our workforce and our community will impact critical services that New Yorkers rely on, with a particular impact on the healthcare industry. All right, well, maybe pay them more. This, Hochul said, is an inhumane act, and she encourages the Trump administration, DHS, to restore TPS to those who cannot return due to extremely unstable, violent crises. Yeah, no. No. No administration should knowingly send people back into harm's way when the law provides a clear path to protect them, she said. Many foreign nationals have seen their temporary status come to an end after years of renewal, including Somalia, South Sudan, Burma, Yemen, Syria, Honduras, Nepal, Nicaragua, Ethiopia, and Venezuela, as well as Haiti and El Salvador. Yeah, we don't need that. And the TPS status of the Lebanese in America was extended until November. No. It's time to go home. That's what temporary means. There are more than 170,000 El Salvadorians in the United States, many of whom have chosen to tattoo the phrase MS-13 directly on their forehead, which began in 2002. So apparently, temporary for El Salvadorians means a quarter of a century. Haitians began in 2010, where we took in 330,000 Haitians following the earthquakes they had there. And look, they were devastating earthquakes. They absolutely were. Is it possible, and I'm just going to roll the dice here, is it possible that perhaps, just maybe, the reason why Haiti can never rebuild after these ridiculous weather events is because we take all of their people. I mean, we've taken in like 3% of the total population of Haiti. Maybe they'd be a little bit better, or maybe the nation of Haiti would be a little bit better off if, you know, they were back in their country. I don't know. Maybe they need nurses. Maybe they need men who can build things. I'm not totally sure. But of course, Kathy Hochul would tell you that I am a bad person for suggesting such a thing. Of course, I'm the bad person for suggesting that out. So now that TPS is ending, now Kathy Hochul is trying something different. She's telling county sheriffs that they have a final ultimatum to end immigration agreements with the Trump admin or face possible legal action for violating a new state law. Well, I'm only going to speak for the county in which I live. We should continue to keep working with ICE, and if they try to come for you, we'll just stand in your way. Don't worry, we'll take care of you. In a joint statement on Friday, Kathy Hochul and Attorney General Respucia James put 7 sheriffs on notice that they will have until August 25th to terminate the so-called 287G agreements with ICE. The Democrats have sent the notices to a dozen sheriffs in July demanding that they stop complying with ICE. Only 5 have complied. Only 5 have complied with the request. They said the remaining 7 sheriffs have 11 days to formally unwind their agreement with ICE. I'm curious to see, do they have a list of the counties? Do they have a list of the counties? Oh, they don't. Damn. That's a real shame. Some of them, legends, like Rensselaer County, which is right next to Albany, allows for necessary checks on those at the jail. That's from County Executive Steve McLaughlin, who is an absolute savage, by the way. Steve, you're doing great. Another one is Madison County Sheriff Todd Hood, who is Bruce Blakeman's running mate for governor, in case you didn't know, which wouldn't shock me. So Kathy Hochul is saying that not only can we not deport these people, but if you attempt to deport them, they are going to lock up local sheriffs. No, Governor Eyebrows. You don't get to do that. It's not your purview. It's federal law. And it's way, way more important. It's way more important than whatever sort of nonsense you have going on, Governor Eyebrows. Excuse me. Let's keep on moving and grooving here because Governor Gretchen Whitmer and I guess Gavin Newsom are like starting a podcast together, a level of cringe that is almost too much to take. Before we get to that, guys, do me a favor and hit the thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. Rockin', rolling. We are rocking and rolling here, guys. Head on over to lfatv.us. That's lfatv.us. That is your home base, your mothership, your landing pad for all things LFA TV related. Check out the LFA TV store. And while you guys are there, consider becoming a monthly donor over at LFA TV. That is the best way to keep the lights on over here. Giddy up. Let's go. Rocking and rolling. Yeah, so let's get to this ridiculous podcast that apparently they don't really get politics, these two. They're not too bright, if you ask me. Now, what they are saying, they're actually painting President Trump in a pretty good light, which both of them, and it would not shock me if this was the 2028 presidential ticket on the Democratic side. It simply wouldn't. They're painting Trump in a pretty good light. Here they were basically talking about how anytime they call the White House, President Trump answers and does everything he possibly can to assist them in whatever they're asking for.
The second term, I didn't know what to expect, to be honest. I stumped for Kamala. You worked so hard.
Yeah.
We all worked really hard for the ticket.
Yeah.
And I woke up the next day thinking, my state voted for Donald Trump again.
Yeah.
And I got to figure out how to conduct myself here. After I tuned out for about a month.
Did you? Yeah.
I had to turn off all the social media.
Oh my gosh, right.
I watched 8 episodes of Dexter, or 8 seasons of Dexter.
You like
to cheer myself up.
I was going to get cheered up by Dexter. Jesus.
And then I came out of it. And I thought, I took an oath to the people of Michigan. I got 2 years left, and I got work to do. So
Yeah, open hand,
I wrote
not a
him a
closed
note
fist.
after his inauguration. I watched his inauguration.
You wrote him a note. Wow. Did he respond to it?
He did. He called me. I put my number in it, and I said,
Wow.
Because in his inaugural speech, he said something about auto workers, and I thought, all right, there's my hook.
Opening.
Congratulations, you won the election. I noticed you talk about auto workers. If that's something you want to work on, I'd love to work with you if you want to help the industry. Here's my number. And he called me.
Good
And
conversation.
then he called me a number of times since then.
And you visited the White House a few
I
times.
did. Well, we've had, every state has had natural disasters and
I spent
climate
90
events
minutes with
and-
him in the Oval right after.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So many of them. I mean,
That's the job.
It's the damn job. And take the heat, right? You get it.
I worked hard to make sure he wasn't in the Oval Office,
Yeah.
but he was. And for Michigan, I got to try to show up.
And those are good meetings, right?
I've gotten some really good stuff done. Honestly,
I mean, he
got
delivered for you
I had a
guys.
fighter
the national-
mission
right?
at Selfridge Air National Guard Base, and I tried to get that done under the Biden administration.
And they
Couldn't get
didn't-
over the
couldn't
finish
move.
line.
Yeah.
But I got it done with him. So that's a huge deal to Michigan.
Yeah.
So even though I don't like it, I know how to work with people I'm not, best friends with.
I get
So
it.
To
you
put it
couldn't
lightly.
work with President Trump. I'm sorry, you couldn't work with the Biden administration, but you were able to work with President Trump. Maybe so for all the partisan nonsensory that we continue to get out of these people. It turns out, if you want something, all you've got to do is call the president, and he finds a way to get it done. Not really making them look like they are in the best light. Maybe they don't really understand how this whole politics thing works. It's very possible. It's certainly possible, that's for sure. These people absolutely suck at this. They absolutely suck at it. But you know what? Those are two of the top contenders for the 2028 presidential nominee. I mean, at the very least, I would say if Gavin Newsom wins, it wouldn't shock me if he picked Gretchen Whitmer to be his running mate. First off, she's from a state that needs to be flipped for Gavin to win. Somehow she's incredibly popular within the state. I don't know how, but she still seems to be, which is really, really odd. Really, really odd. Absolutely wild stuff. But let's keep on moving and grooving here. We do have some other stuff. Oh, this is a big one. Because on Friday's show, I showed you guys a video of a teacher crying because his students simply could not read or write. And you could just tell that this was a man that was literally at his breaking point, that he had been trying so hard for so long to be able to try to get these students to learn, but they just couldn't handle it. And like I said, I mean, a lot of people are going to fault the teacher on this one. I'm not necessarily going to do that because you could tell by that man's face that he actually really, really cared and wanted to do more. Well, here's a video of another teacher, and I hope more teachers speak out on this sort of issue. Here's another teacher that spoke at a school board meeting following a resignation just outside of Nashville, basically saying that she is unable to teach in her classroom for a number of reasons put forth by the school board.
Teacher of the Year at John F. Kennedy Middle School in Antioch this past year, and Blue Ribbon Teacher of the Year for the district. What you have in front of you right now is my resignation letter. I resigned in May. You can read those 3 pages at your leisure, but I've heard a lot of positive data in this meeting, and I just wanted to give you some facts from my firsthand experience. So first, district leaders asked me to fabricate grades for a parent who sat in the office for hours until her daughter's failing grades were changed. It creates false entitlement. What happens when these kids lie, cheat, and cry their way through school and end up as future doctors, police, or politicians? When will you protect the future of our society? Second, that same parent has harassed over 30 teachers. Teachers have filed police reports, and entire school districts have had, or entire schools have had restraining orders against her. Yet she's still allowed on school property, showing up to field trips her child didn't earn, and filming other students. When will you stop prioritizing parents' feelings over the safety of our teachers and our students? I heard you also mention that we're closing gaps in teacher vacancies. I want the public to know that many of those are filled with uncertified teachers. My third point, HR withheld money from my employee paycheck as well as many others. They took $500 from me specifically, and it put me behind on my mortgage. And then they sent out an email saying that they had to do it to pay other employees. When will you pay teachers what they are owed? My fourth point, the news reports that behavioral issues are down. They are not. We are simply banned from reporting them, forcing us to keep disruptive students in the classroom. Statistics are being skewed to protect the district, not our children. Our children cannot read and write. They cannot do basic math. And we spend 40 hours a week with these students, so we know them better than the district and those fake numbers. Please stop undermining our professional decisions, because honestly, it's breaking the efficiency and it's giving HOA quality. So Dr. Battle, my question to you
Thank you. The time.
Okay.
But
I mean, it's pretty wild that we continue to see stories like these. Kids just being passed along in schools, not really learning anything, not really showing up. And teachers are just supposed to kind of let it happen. Let it happen. And the problem with it is then what? Kids go on to college. They learn nothing there. Then they go out in the world and they think they are the intelligent ones. They think that they know what all of what is going on, but none of them really have any idea. And that's how you end up with idiots like this. That's how you end up with idiots like Chelsea Handler. Now, I don't even really like talking about Chelsea Handler because she literally is one of the stupidest people on planet Earth. But for some reason, liberals keep putting her on television, so I have to keep talking about her. I mean, look, she's content gold, but the fact remains is that she used to be kind of a big deal back in like the 2000s and hasn't really accepted the fact that now she's just an old, lonely hag. But, you know, she goes on a show with Kara Swisher, another moron, and speaks so confidently about so many issues without having any idea what it is she's talking about. And that is the problem with the modern left in America. Look, there are things that I do not understand. If you want to come to me and talk about meme coins and bitcoins and all different, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You want to come up to me and talk about poetry? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. If you're a fan of cricket, I don't know why you're watching this show, but if you're a fan of cricket, I don't know the rules of cricket, so there's no point in me talking about it. But Democrats, particularly famous ones, never seem to really embrace the fact that, like, it's okay if you don't know what you're talking about. That's how you get videos like this one of Chelsea Handler speaking very confidently about things she just doesn't understand.
Going to get Todd Blanche. He's going to be confirmed, and he's going to overturn Roe v. Wade. We're all sitting around. All these men who have these powerful platforms are sitting around watching this happen to women, to communities that you could instead be supporting. You don't have to like turn over a whole new leaf. It's just about being a decent human being. You know?
Now, a couple things as Kara Swisher nods her head. Now, Kara Swisher knows better, but she's not going to correct her guest. I'm not really sure why. Hey, Chelsea, a couple things. First off, attorney generals don't overturn Supreme Court cases. That's number one. Number two, Todd Blanche, even if attorney generals did overturn Supreme Court cases, he couldn't overturn Roe versus Wade because Roe versus Wade was overturned 3 years ago. You idiot. It's not what she said. It's the confidence in which she says it. It's the confidence. It's how confident she is in her own stupidity that really gets me. And I bet you she really closed out that interview and was like, I did a good job. I did a very good. This is why I don't. I know sometimes you guys come at me a little bit about it, but this is why I don't want The View to be taken off the air, because if The View ever does get taken off the air, we're all really going to miss out on some funny ass content. Luckily, people on the right have begun to make their own hilarious content. I showed you the other day, James O'Keefe and Cam Higbee going to Minneapolis with Cam Higbee dressed in a full burqa and attempting to vote in Minneapolis elections. Now, first off, this is funny in and of itself because it just is. But it's also it's funnier for me because I know Cam and I know how much fun he probably had doing this. We've now got more footage of this. It's just too good. Check it out.
Hello.
Have you voted here before?
No.
No. Okay, well, go down to where it says voting, take a right, and they'll help you out in there. Hello.
Hello.
Register over there.
Hello, what is your last name? Is that and what is your first name?
Genevieve.
Genevieve?
And vouch.
I'm sorry?
Vouch.
She's vouching?
I vouch.
Oh, for her? And is she Genevieve?
No.
So are you wanting to vote first? You're gonna have to make a phone call.
Yes. But can she vote if I vouch?
Okay. No, good luck. Does she live within this precinct?
Yes.
Yep, we can get her registered. Okay. So are you wanting to vote first though?
Yes, but vouch for her.
Okay.
So she vote. So if I vouch, she vote.
Okay. Aye.
Is that right?
Yep.
Can I vote without ID?
Yes, if you're already in the system.
Okay. Okay.
Then you can vote.
Ooh.
If you're already in the system.
Hold on. I just need to point this out. I walked into this polling station with a random name of a random person who is registered to vote in this precinct. I am not that person. Here I am in full niqab, and this poll worker was prepared to allow me to fraudulently vote in that person's name without verifying that I'm that person. They don't need ID from me. They don't need to prove that I actually am Genevieve. They were just going to allow me to vote. They might have had me sign an affidavit, but nobody's going to check those affidavits, and even if they did, there's no way to prove Genevieve didn't sign it and that it was rather me.
It's like every day. It's like every day I come on this show and there's more evidence of shenanigans. There's more evidence of nonsense. There's more evidence that we have insecure voting systems. And I am just supposed to pretend. I'm just supposed to pretend like I don't see it. I'm just supposed to pretend like there's absolutely nothing to see here. And, it really is It really is incredibly frustrating. You know, I joke around all the time that the difference between conspiracy theory and fact is just a couple of months. I joke around about it. But every day it seems to be true. They would have let Cam Higby vote in a state he doesn't live in simply because he decided to show up looking like a beekeeper. And look, if that sort of description bothers you, you know what bothers me even more is the fact that many of you will purposefully go out of your way to not accept reality, to not accept the fact that we have a problem in this country. And Democrats do it all the time. And Bill Maher pointed it out on his show over the weekend. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That is MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD for up to 80% off everything on the website. That is MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. Oh, yeah, giddy up. Let's go. So Bill Maher decided to have some fun on his show over the weekend, pointing out liberal hypocrisy. And look, a lot of people don't like Bill. I've long said that Bill Maher always seems to be the first Democrat around the bend when it comes to pointing out the fact that liberals have completely jumped the shark. He's done it on the DSA candidates before, and now he does it on a little thing that Democrats will pretend isn't happening. And of course, that happens to be with, one particular region of the planet.
Let me ask our audience, do you think gay rights is one of our values that's non-negotiable?
You would think that the audience by now, of watching Bill Maher all these years, would have known exactly what was coming.
Great, I'm going to hold you to it. A few weeks ago, a liberal Democrat named Melissa Chaudhry, running for Congress in Seattle, was asked why, among the many progressive causes listed on her website, LGBT rights was conspicuously absent. Because, she said, a lot of Muslims do not feel that way, unfortunately. Now, here's where liberal sphincters just tightened. Because they heard the word Muslim and have been brainwashed into thinking, oh, some Islamophobic bullshit is coming now. No, just facts. And a little honesty to the people who see everything as oppressor versus oppressed, but can't see who actually does a lot of oppressing. So let me ask, is this the progressive policy now? Is Ms. Chaudhry right? We throw gay people under the bus anytime it clashes with what makes Muslims uncomfortable? Last month, a gay cruise ship with 2,000 passengers that was sailing the Mediterranean had to turn around and change course because Muslim countries wouldn't let it dock. They tried to get into Turkey, and Turkey was like, no homo. They tried Egypt. Nope, just straight denial. Now, this poor gay cruise ship couldn't find a home. It was like the Grindr version of the Odyssey. But happy ending, they eventually sailed on to Greece, where the Greeks said, "Are you kidding? We invented that shit." But I gotta say, you know, Egypt and Turkey, they have no problem saying, our culture, we just don't do that here. We need a little of that attitude here. How about homophobia? We just don't do that here. We will make you bake a wedding cake.
Now, of course, you would think after all these years, Bill's audience would have known exactly what was coming there, you know. But apparently they just didn't see it. Apparently, of course, none of them will admit any of that in the real world or in you know, when they're hanging out with their liberal friends. They'll just pretend to be tolerant while they watch somebody get pillaged and raped on a train because, you know, suicidal empathy calls for that sort of thing. Suicidal empathy calls for that. In just a second, I'm going to go over a really terrible story, a really sad story. And it's really taken the internet by storm because of something that happened a couple months ago, which I did not see until earlier today. A young actress, Hayden Panettiere, who is, she's 36. You know, I'm 37. I grew up. She was a little girl in Remember the Titans. She was in Nashville. A real rising. She's been in a lot of other things. That's just those are just the two things I know her from. Apparently died at her, was it at a hotel room or where was it? She was found dead at the age of 36. At the time, no cause of death had been released. But since then, there had been, apparently it was an accidental overdose in her home. A representative for the actress told ABC News, "It is with profound sadness that we share the tragic passing of Hayden. She was an incredible light," all that same sort of thing. She began working as a child actor in commercials before landing soap opera gigs on One Life to Live and The Guiding Light. Her breakout role came in Remember the Titans, literally my favorite movie ever. I know every word of that movie. I've probably seen that film more than any other time on planet Earth. But then a sad story came out about what had happened to her when she was a young actress. And this was released in May of this year. And it's really got the internet taken by storm. There was no signs of drug abuse in the past. Apparently, Narcan was found in her hotel room. But this video came out earlier today, which has got everybody talking.
A moment in your career where a friend of yours takes you onto a boat, you're led to a room which has an older man in it, and then basically told to perform sexual acts and, you know.
Oh, yeah. Perspective completely shifted, and I realized that I was in danger. But by the time I'd realized I was in danger, I was quite literally out to sea. And it was that moment shook me and was shocking. And I was quite literally walked down, and I had been having a great time. There was no hints of anything like that happening. So it took me, I was shocked. It took me by surprise. And it was led by somebody that I had grown to trust and see as a protector and somebody who had my back. And to be walked down the stairs, and it was as like a surprise, presented as though it was like a surprise. And it was this very small room, and she physically put me in the bed next to this undressed man who was very famous and had his hands like this, like this was just, an average day for him. This is something that happens all the time. And I waited for her to leave, and I mean that lion in me, that fire in me, that my hair stood on end, and I became ferocious. I was like, this is not happening. But I had nowhere to hide, and I bolted, and I I hid wherever I could think of to hide on a boat. On a boat. There was no jumping off and swimming away, and there was nobody who was going to. I realized that there was nobody who was going to be empathetic to my situation, that this was nothing new to them.
It is all of them. All of them. And not one will be able to escape.
I don't know what that Stephen Baldwin clip was. I guess I didn't have that one queued up. But many are suspecting, as she went on later in the, ignore that Stephen Baldwin thing. Guys from Massapequa, they're very odd. Many are suspecting that, as she later went on to say in the interview, she described the man as a 30-something British singer and songwriter. The yacht setting narrowed the field considerably. A photo from that alleged incident has begun to go viral. See if you can spot the British singer-songwriter here from that evening. Of course, that would be James Blunt. James Blunt, who writes the worst songs imaginable. And apparently that was her friend there on the right, the giant woman, whoever that is. So many people are suspecting that the person she's talking about is James Blunt. Obviously, I don't know. But that interview came out 3 months ago, and now she's dead. So that has certainly fueled the conspiracy tinfoil hat people, which we'll find out about that. Of course, this comes as a bigger shock as her younger brother a couple of years ago died at the age of 28. So now her parents have lost both of their kids in one of the saddest stories. It's always sad when a young talent dies like that. Like I said, literally the star of one of my favorite movies of all time. It's incredibly sad to hear. Meanwhile, you got these two parents who lost both of their kids, and then you get this story out of the state of Georgia, which sometimes I read these stories just because I have to get it out of my system, because there's no possible way for me to cope with things like this. A Georgia couple has been arrested for child neglect and sexual abuse after keeping their children living in a semi-truck cab for the last 7 years. Now, when I show you the photos of these two delights, I'm sure it will not come as a shock to any of you. Let's pop this one up on to the screen. Here we go. I'm sure this won't come as a shock to almost anybody. Let's read the story. A Georgia couple has been arrested in Florida and charged with keeping their 4 children locked inside of a semi-truck. 53-year-old Keisha Epps and Tamar Stewart were arrested in Duval County. Epps faces 4 counts of child neglect, while Stewart faces charges of capital sexual battery. Capital sexual, hopefully. Hopefully, Stewart is accused of sexually abusing his own children while Epps was driving the car, driving the vehicle. And I hear stories like this, and to me, it really does blow my mind that, like, the amount of people out there that want kids that don't have them, and then there's ones out there that do and do shit like this. It's quite shocking. It's quite shocking. But guys, it's 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. Thank you all for putting up with our little tech issues today. Make sure you guys keep it locked in here, rumble.com/LFATV all day today. Guys, make sure you share the video out, and I will catch you all back live tomorrow. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
Clay Thomas Clark is the host of the Thrive Time Show, Entrepreneur of the Year for the state of Oklahoma, National Entrepreneur of the Year, founder of DJ Connections, Small Business Entrepreneur of the Year, author of many books, including How to Build a Successful Business. He's a coach to around, on average, about 160 clients a year and has helped thousands of people take their business from kind of where it's just, do we keep this thing going, or can it actually be something that helps us get our dreams done? The difference between surviving and being profitable is some of the information Clay has in this book, and he's here today to share it with us. Mr. Clay Clark.
Greetings from Tulsa, Jerusalem, and I wanted to talk on today's show about this big idea of how to turn trash into treasure, or maybe somebody else's trash could be your treasure. And I have a video clip that I want to share with you. I don't want it to come across, Dave, like I don't mind being self-deprecating, but I don't want it to sound like a passive-aggressive, backhanded compliment when we share this case study. But we had a wonderful woman. She came to the conference, and she says to herself as she's taking notes, she's sitting there in the front row. I remember it like it was yesterday. And she's thinking, man, I don't have any assets. I don't have any money. And I don't really know how I could ever do anything that they're talking about here at this conference. I don't have a business. I don't have a product. I don't have a... And now she's super successful, and all she did was repackaged things that she already owned. Maybe it feels like regifting, maybe, right? Regifting. But she found things that she had, and she found a way to rearrange them. And I want to share with you her story. So if we could, Dave, I want to play this case study because it's fabulous, it's real, and hopefully it speaks to somebody who has no assets, no money, but maybe some time available to pursue their dreams.
Can't wait to see it.
I am really blessed this afternoon to be joined by a lovely lady named Jamara Gonzalez, who is the founder of Magic Carpet Shuttle and Tours. Welcome. How are you?
Fantastic, Ken. I'm honored to be on the show today, so thank you.
Talk to me about how you built out your processes and built out your tech. Your website is very tech-enabled.
Thank you. So in 2024, I used to listen a lot to a podcast called The Thrive Time Show with Clay Clark. He's out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Thrive Time Show.
Yep.
Business podcast. Clay Clark. Shout out. Amazing. The amount of resources he would give away for free that were through his website, on the podcast. So I spent about 2 years listening to him. And finally, I told my husband, I was like, I've got to go to the in-person business conference in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So June 2024, I fly to Tulsa all by myself because I knew that I am ready to be able to take this to the next level. And remember, in 2024, we ended the year with $250,000 in revenue. But when I was flying into Tulsa, we only had $63,000 in revenue on the books. So by the end of that conference, I hired Clay to be my business coach, and we spent the next year working together. And I think that was a huge pivot for me and for my business to be able to create the repeatable systems and to be able to continue to strengthen all the marketing relationships.
So talk about that. 23, you were 250,000.
Nope, 23, I did 80,000.
80,000. Okay. And so talk to me about the impact of the coach, and then let's unpack that a little bit.
It's invaluable to be able to invest in yourself. I think in many industries, people don't realize the importance of being able to full time. Essentially, you can be able to learn from somebody else who's been there, who's done that, and a business coach who's worked with thousands of people in different industries. You know, I'll be honest, it was probably a handful of takeaways that I got from my training with Clay that have been able to accelerate my business.
So quantify the dollars.
Hundreds of thousands. And I probably spent 25,000 on coaching, and it's turned into hundreds of thousands.
We're going to talk about how supportive your husband is in a second, but it basically, you tripled your revenue from the previous year, and you still only had one sprinter.
Only one sprinter.
My name is Jamara Gonzalez, and I'm with Magic Carpet Shuttle.
Wow, that is awesome,
So
Clay.
explain her business a little bit. What does she do? And you say a sprinter. Is she like a training for the Olympics, or is this like what is she doing?
Okay, so she has. Imagine that you're having a wedding coming up, and so Stacy, you're planning the wedding or you're planning the gala, and you want to schedule shuttle service to take people from the hotel or from the country club from A to B, and so you're going to reach out to a limousine service. And it occurred to her that, hey, I have a Sprinter, it's a large Mercedes kind of a shuttle vehicle, and she had bought that thinking she would build this big limousine empire, and the cost of buying just one luxury Sprinter or one luxury Mercedes shuttle is very expensive. And I was explaining to her, there are so many limousine companies in your community in San Diego that have no customers. So what you want to do is cold call all the limousine companies and say, hey, if you have a bunch of limousines that are sitting around and you have a bunch of shuttles that are sitting around, I'll be like the Uber service. Okay, so Uber doesn't own the vehicles. They make money to broker the deal. And so I said, reach out to all of these events, these event centers, and say, look, if you have people that need shuttle service, I have an unlimited variety of vehicles, and I have an unbelievable army, a fleet of vehicles and people ready to go. And then simultaneously call all the limousine companies and say, hey, do you have unused inventory? And they go, yes. And so she was the broker for that. And so with having only one vehicle, she increased her revenue. So I think she said, there was a couple of different numbers thrown out, but I think she said she was at $60,000 of total revenue before she met us. Well, she scaled that company from 60,000 of revenue up to that larger total, she said. But the whole difference, Dave, was all profit because it's all broker fees because she didn't actually have to buy any more vehicles.
That is brilliant. That is absolutely amazing.
And so I'm just saying, if you're watching this show right now, what you have to do, and I'm going to try to teach everyone this formula, I'm going to read you a notable quotable from Napoleon Hill. Napoleon Hill says, more gold has been mined from the mind of, so mined as in like we're digging for gold. More gold has been mined from the mind of men than has ever been taken from the earth. More gold has been mined from the mind of men than has ever been taken from the earth. So I want everyone, if you're watching this show right now, take inventory of what you do have. Think about the things that you do have. What do you have? What do you have? So, Dave, there's a young man right now who I'm thinking of, and I'll be very vague. He came to the conference. I just talked to him this week in preparation for the show. I was really thinking about him and Jamara. And by the way, the reason why that clip is from another show is Jamara was bragging on how we helped her on a different podcast. And someone sent that to me and said, this woman's bragging about you. And so that's kind of where this show concept came from. And so there's a young man, Dave, he came up to me and he said, Clay, I have no money. I made some poor financial decisions. And I just want to know, if you were me, what would you do for a business? I said, my friend, you should be an online reputation management expert. And he goes, what does that mean? And I said, think about how many business owners need to gather objective Google reviews. And they don't have the time or the money or the energy to do it. What if you went to trade shows on their behalf to showcase their products and services, and your job was to survey customers and gather reviews? He goes, there's people that are willing to pay people like me. And this is a guy, Dave, I met through the Reawaken tour who was going to trade shows, and he called himself the trade show guy because he would always be working at the trade shows. And I said, look, you could be a guy with no product, no service, and you could literally cold call businesses and say, I can help you generate objective Google reviews on your behalf. Every business needs it. And for them, they need the service. You don't have any money, but you've got the time. And I just think it starts with that mindset. Yeah. And Dave, I want to get your thoughts on that because it starts with the mindset that you do have something to offer of value, Dave.
Well, it reminds me of the story. I don't know if John Maxwell talked about it originally, but I ended up researching the guy's name is Max Himmelheberler.
That's quite a last name.
He's not as famous as he should be. But he was a lumber guy in Germany in the 1930s, around 1930. They were only used about 40% of the boards. You know, they're cutting these trees, and about 40% of the lumber is actually used and refined into 2x4s and lumber that can be used. So 60% is getting wasted with wood chips and the sawdust and all the scraps. And it was something they had to dispose of and was just waste. So 40% of the tree was being used for lumber, 60% was broken up in the process. And he said, what if we took this and pressed it with a resin and pressed these, and he developed chipboard, particle board, all of, basically plywood. He developed all of those things from the scraps that were being thrown away. at that point.
Oh, that's so
and so
good.
he's sitting there. He has a problem. The problem is the debris, and he turned the problem into a bigger industry than he had from the lumber. And, bada boom, bada bing. It's, everybody has something like that in their home today. But it was everybody had that problem that was in that industry. He took the problem and turned it into a new revenue source that became greater than his original source. And I think everybody has those things around in their life.
That's so good.
Yeah.
I
Boom.
did not know that story, Dave. And I will say this. I'm hoping that we can fill people's brains with a lot of these stories today because I didn't know that story. I just learned something. And if you're watching this show, I want to give you another example, okay? So just fire them off here for you. There's a group of scientists that developed this technology that was designed to fix your heart rate. If you had a slower heart rate, you take this medication, it improves your heart rate. That's the story. Turns out it had a side effect. That side effect is called Viagra.
Oh, wow. Yep.
There's a movie about it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's great. Another, you've heard of DeBurge. These are the guys who introduced the concept of diamonds. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. The group, there's a whole documentary about diamonds and how that whole process worked. But diamonds at one point were viewed as a rock that there was an abundance of in certain areas that had no use other than they were so hard they could be used to cut metal. But beyond that, they were viewed as a nuisance. And they rebranded it and came out with the Diamonds Are a Girl's Best Friend campaign. They convinced Hollywood celebrities to wear them. And now diamonds are a sign of endearing love. Yeah. So again, it's like diamonds. I don't know if people wanted those to begin with. You talk about, again, the scrap wood. Yeah. Another example, I'm trying to help people. I'm trying to give you real examples of real clients. One of my people I talk about often on our show, and I want to be very positive about this man, so I won't mention the name of his company, but he literally came to our conference thinking he was here for a Reawaken event, and he discovered quickly he was at the business conference. And he's going, I am here. I don't really know why I'm here. I'm kind of disappointed that Eric Trump isn't here, and I'm kind of disappointed that Mike Lindell isn't here, and how come General Flynn's not here? And he was a pool technician that had been laid off. And I'm going, brother, while you're here, you should learn how to start your own pool cleaning company. I just spoke to him this morning, and this guy now makes more money in a month than he used to make in a year. And he was a laid off pool technician. So if you're watching this show at all, and if anybody's watching this show and you say, I have a sound mind and I'm willing to put in work, if you go to thrivetimeshow.com and you'll schedule a free consultation, I will pour one-on-one time into your life, 100% free, and I will help you find a path. I will do it. Dave, another guy, true story. His daughter is super successful. He just got laid off. He reached out to me. He said, my company, because of AI, they just laid me off. My daughter's been a client of yours forever. Could you help me? And so I don't get myself in trouble. I just helped him find a perfect business opportunity. And he's only 60 days into the new business, but he's now actually making more money than he made at his job. And so all I'm just saying is you've got to have that mindset that, Stacy, any sort of adversity, we know the phrases, they kind of rhyme, but you have to view the setbacks as a setup for your next opportunity. You have to view adversity as a prerequisite to success. You have to view problems as opportunities. And I just don't want anybody watching this show to feel like, oh man, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a dentist, I'm not a pool maintenance guy. Stacy, there's literally, and you guys have coached entrepreneurs in the past. You've done that well, and you've coached hundreds, maybe even thousands of entrepreneurs. But what do you say, Stacy, to someone who says, I feel disappointed, I feel defeated, I'm 30, I'm 40, I'm 50, whatever the story is. I don't have any assets, I don't have any money, and I don't know what I'm going to do. What would you say, Stacy, to somebody out there that feels that way? Because I know you see the world filled with opportunities, and I do too.
Well, I would just say that it's never too late. One thing that I've seen with you, because now we've been to so many business conferences, we've met thousands of people from all over the United States, that have worked with you, that it is never too late and something can turn around very quickly. As you are looking at opportunities like we just heard from this lady, to see how her life was changed. Well, that is not, rare when talking to people that work with you. That is common. It's like you can find something, and you definitely have an anointing on your life to take someone that has an idea and to be able to turn that around very quickly. I think of Fern Valley Soap. I think, we've worked with Sandra Fry now for quite a while. She has the goat's milk soap. and how, when she was kind of just moving along and then she started working with you and everything changed. And there it is right there. I mean, we absolutely love Sandra and what she's doing, but she was dealing with goat's milk soap. But man, this is something that now has become a great business for her and her daughter and her grandkids that all work together. That's actually a box that she actually just came out with for Flyover Conservatives. It's pretty cool. We have our own box now, but it has our mug in there and all of our favorite soaps. But we love it so much
it will increase your love life, guaranteed.
Yeah, but we travel with the
Money
soap.
back.
It's so good, So I just think of, there's so many examples of hundreds of people that we've met that working with you, and it's never too late, and it's shocking how fast things can turn around.
And I want to fire off some examples I don't think I've ever shared publicly before, but Dr. Zelenko, may he rest in peace. I remember he reached out to me, we connected, and he was like, Clay, hydroxychloroquine is an effective treatment for COVID. And I'm going, yes, it is. And he's like, people need to know that at scale. Well, that became a very, very successful product, and that was the start of a relationship he and I had for years. I mean, that was a great relationship. Dr. Rashid Battar reached out to me. May he rest in peace. For some reason, every success story I have doesn't end in death, by the way. But Dr. Rashid Battar, he reached out to me and he said, hey, Clay, COVID is 100% treatable with ivermectin and budesonide. And I go, that's right. And that became the start of an unbelievable relationship where we had a lot of success together. He was a client of mine. I'm just firing off clients. Dr. Jim Meehan, also may he rest in peace, one of the first doctors in America to say, look, COVID is treatable with ivermectin. And that became the start of a great relationship. So again, a bad thing, COVID, a good thing, solution. So step number one, I'm giving you three steps.
Can I interject one thing on that? Is we're naturally wired as humans to avoid problems, put your head in the sand. I don't want to look at this. And a lot of times it's the problem that's presented to you, like the guys with the sawdust, it's the problem that has a solution intended. And when you're presented with that problem, God's probably equipped you, with an idea. It reminds me that the scientist that was developing the super adhesive glue that was a major failure and it wasn't working. It didn't even stick well. And there was another guy that worked with them that sung in his church choir and was putting in bookmarks in his church hymnal, but they always fell out. And he said, hey, what if I use your glue that doesn't work very well? I'll put it on this paper and it'll stick in there, but doesn't damage the pages when you pull it out. And the company then said, okay, we'll make this a product. And they marketed it for about 5 or 6 years and it didn't work well. Nobody didn't really catch on. Then in the 80s, they rebranded it as Post-it notes and it became one of 3M's biggest products. But it was a failure, that then somebody looked and said, hey, my problem, I got bookmarks falling out of my hymnal. And what if I use your failure? It's embracing these problems and saying, because we just want to avoid the problem. Sometimes if you lean in and say, okay, this is a problem. How can I use this failure to solve a problem? And I tell you, there's an endless amount of money and opportunity for people that are willing to lean into problems, because when you do, you have less competitions, because 99% of the people are running away from the problem. And if you be the 1 out of 100 that says, I'm going to sit here and look at the problem, the world is your oyster, because you have no competition. Most people are running away from them. You just at least stand still and lean into the problem and become a solution. There's unlimited opportunity and people are willing to give you money because the most people are the 99.
I have learned 2 things on today's show, 2 specific stories so far, folks. I'm going to have to watch this show twice. Again, I'm trying to get somebody out there. I'm trying to get somebody out there to get your energy up. This is not a new age concept. I'm saying, let's get the energy up. Let's hype that up. Let's think a little bit. Let's think solution oriented. In front of my office, next time I see you guys in person, in front of my office, I built this new waterfall. Okay. and I built this new bridge that goes over the waterfall, and the bridge, it says, get over it bridge. So there's a sign that says, get over it bridge.
I love it.
And then you're going over the rumination falls. Rumination means to obsessively think about your feelings. So you're getting over it, over the bridge.
Getting over your feelings.
Yeah.
That's better than the jump to conclusion, Matt.
There you go.
Yeah, so there's so many people that they obsess on the feelings of doubt and regret, and they don't think about the solutions. I remember years ago, one of my clients I worked with, a guy by the name of Maurice Canbar. Perhaps your producer can look him up. Maurice, Maurice, Maurice Canbar. He's the inventor of Sky Vodka, and he bought 1/3 of downtown Tulsa. Maurice Canbar. And I was talking to him during lunch, and I said, "Sir, he hired me to market his real estate." And I said, "Sir, how did you invent Sky Vodka?" And by the way, this is now documented in a book called The Inventor's Handbook, I believe. But Maurice Canbar said, well, I had a drinking problem. And I'm going, yes. And he's like, the problem is, Clay, is every time I would drink, I would get a headache. And by the way, folks, I'm not in favor of alcohol. I'm just showing you a story. He says, I love to drink a lot. And I go, okay. And he goes, and I still love to drink a lot. This is a guy in his 70s telling me this story. And he says, but it causes headaches. And so I've invented an alcohol that doesn't cause headaches, and that's called Sky Vodka. So it's supposed to be vodka you can drink that leaves you with a clear head the next day. And all I'm saying is this guy was an obsessive drinker who invented the product because it was like the solution to a problem, you know?
Boom.
I'm just trying to help somebody out there. So again, there's 3 steps I'm trying to teach today. Step number 1, embrace reality. Come on, get out a sheet of paper and write down all the problems. Write them down. Okay, I got a problem. What is the problem? In this case, I'm an obsessive drinker and I get headaches every day. Okay, what is the problem? I have a glue I've created and the glue is terrible. Perhaps okay, great. What is the problem? You say, William Wrigley. Remember the William Wrigley story? Somebody out there doesn't know this story. William Wrigley was trying to sell soap. He was trying to sell soap. And he said, if you buy soap from me, I'll give you a free piece of gum. And this is before gum became a very common product. People said, I like this gum more than your soap. Can I buy some gum? And he's like, no, you just get free gum with the soap. And so he's a door-to-door soap salesman back in the day when that made sense. So he's knocking on doors. Excuse me, I sell soap. Would you like to buy some soap? I'll give you a free piece of gum. Can I take the gum and not get your soap? And eventually, Wrigley gum came about as a byproduct.
Wow.
Of the another one. Again,
Wow.
I'm not a big John D. Rockefeller fan, but the number one byproduct from refining oil was the content now that we use to make tires. So they had all this wasted stuff they were finding when they were making oil, and they're going, what do we do with all this leftover stuff when we refine it? And now that's the contents that goes in to make tires. All I'm saying is your treasure could be the trash of somebody else. Your trash could become your treasure. So step number 1, with a very positive mindset, embrace reality, okay? Whether you have no time, no money, just write it down. Just write it down. What are all the problems? What are all the problems? Just get it out. Come on, somebody out there, write them all down. Get them all down. It helps to write it down, by the way. Step number 2, think about the opportunities. So view it like you're playing like a crossword puzzle or some sort of game where you write down the problem and next to it, write the solution. I do this all the time, by the way. Problem, solution. Problem, solution. Problem, solution. One of my longtime clients, he said he came up to my offices 15 years ago. He said, Clay, I just got fired. I said, why? He said, because all the people in my office are idiots. I'm going, did you tell him that? True story. He said, yes, I told everybody at my office, they're a bunch of idiots. I know you through church, and I'm just so tired of corporate America. And I said, well, what if you started a staffing company so that companies like yours that are forced to hire idiots could find good people, like A players? He goes, what did you just say? And I said, you could be the guy that helps companies find A players. And I remember it was like a bolt of lightning. He goes, how does that work? I go, well, every time you help a company find a key employee, they pay you 20% of their salary as a commission. He says, is that a real thing? I go, yes, I work with staffing companies. Now that's grown to become one of the largest staffing companies in the region. Literally a guy who came to my office complaining that he got fired because he worked with idiots. So I'm just saying, write down the problem, write down the solution. And this is a very easy, repeatable exercise. And step number 3, final step here with the limited time we have, you want to embrace the rhythm of entrepreneurship, okay? To quote the Happy Gilmore movie, feeling the flow, working it, ride the bull. It's all circular. You got to feel the flow. What am I saying? Right. Because you have to embrace there's a rhythm. And the rhythm of entrepreneurship is like this. You find the problem, you find the solution, you sell the solution, you nail it and scale it. You find the problem, you solve the problem, you sell the solution, you nail it and scale it. I'll give you one final example. And then Stacey, I want to get your reaction because it is your show. I have a client who's very successful. And again, I never want to attack my clients. I'll just be vague. He's a contractor. And he says, Clay, I can't write words. And I'm really terrible at having my staff gather objective reviews of my work. And I said, okay, would you like us to write the content for you? Major company, by the way. Would you like us to write the content for you? He said, yes. I said, would you like us to gather objective reviews for you? We could just call your customers for you. He said, yes. This is a true story. He calls me for our Tuesday call and he says, I was talking to my accountant and he said, I'm ending this year with a $3 million profit as of August. And he advised me to write a check to you guys for $1 million to pay you guys to do the marketing stuff because I can write it off and it's working. And so do you guys, what can I get for $1 million? That's a true story. And I said, you want to spend $1 million? He goes, yeah, what can I get for $1 million? And now I can't, do $1 million worth of trade shows or write $1 million of content, but this is not a bogus question because it is August and he needs to spend a certain amount of money and you can write off marketing and advertisement. And his accountant was like, I don't know exactly what you're getting for what you're paying that guy, but it's working. So ask him what you can buy for $1 million. And that was our conversation this week. And so all I'm saying is there's somebody watching this show right now, Stacey, who you've been focused on the problems. You've been ruminating. Ruminating means to obsess on feelings. By the way, when you come visit, Stacey, you'll laugh out loud when you see the sign. It's beautiful. I'm getting it installed right now. It's the Get Over It bridge, and it goes over the Rumination Falls. So, but there's somebody out there obsessing on their emotions, dwelling on the negativity. What do you say?
I would just say this. The best thing that you can do is take action. You know, instead of sitting back and sucking your thumb or wanting to pull the covers over your head and just, hide, take action, do something about it. And the best thing that I found, I've never seen anything like it in all of our years in business and all of the people that we've met in our life. I've never met anyone like Clay Clark that has helped so many people and has such an anointing for business. I would say the best thing that you could do is try to set up that 13-point assessment to get your questions answered. Find out what are your options. If you've got an idea, if you've got a business and you've just been sitting back, we saw on that the lady at the beginning was watching for 2 years before she went to a business conference, before she got a hold of Clay Clark. My thing is take action now. What do you have to lose? Find out, can Clay help you? That would be what I would recommend. And then also find out about the business conference that's coming up, because being a part of that, meeting people from all over the United States, even internationally, there's people there from Canada, but you can find out, hey, what have you done? And look at these people and think, if they've done it, I can do it too.
Folks, if you're watching right now, if you go to thrivetimeshow.com, that's the website. Go on over there to thrivetimeshow.com. I know somebody's battling slight to mild carpal tunnel right now. It hurts when I type. Go to thrivetimeshow.com, and you go there and find out about our November 5th and 6th conference. And when you use promo code FLYOVER, you get a chance to win a backstage pass. You get a discount off of tickets. It also supports this great program. But I know right now, and I'm not exaggerating, I think we have over a dozen flyover listeners that we've been able to help transform their financial lives, aka their lives, based on them reaching out. So I would encourage everybody out there, go to thrivetimeshow.com, learn about the November 5th and 6th in-person workshop. Use promo code FLYOVER. Eric Trump is one of our presenting speakers. We're also going to have Julie Green in the house. She'll be there. Pastor Dave Scarlett will be in the house. So a lot of familiar faces. Amanda Grace will be there. Sean Baker from the Carnivore Diet fame, he'll be there. And we're going to teach you how to grow a successful company. But if you say, hey, I already have a business, I own a business, and I want to get started today, go to thrivetimeshow.com and schedule a free 13-point assessment. A free 13-point assessment. That's with me. You and I will be talking. We'll figure out how we can get you unstuck. We charge $1,700 a month to coach clients. We also have a scholarship available for people in need. So it's $1,700 a month, or we have a scholarship available, and we do photography, videography, web development, search engine, everything needed to grow your company. We look at your finances as well as your marketing, all your systems. We help you scale your company. And final call to action, if you go to thrivetimeshow.com and you look at the testimonials button, that's a great place to start. And when I talked to Jamara, Stacey, to your point, she had told me, she said, Clay, I've listened to your show for almost 3 years. And I don't know why I never reached out, but I just came to your conference and I totally see my path now. Will you take me on? And we have had such a great run. We've had such a great time together helping her grow her company. And here she was on another podcast. They brought her on as an expert to talk about her exponential growth. And a listener of ours texted me and said, this lady's bragging about you guys on a show, and I thought your listeners should see it. So again, thank you guys for carving out time. I really do appreciate you and Dave and Avery and Colton and the whole team there. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much for your time, Clay. We really appreciate it.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
Flyover family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order for my pillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some My Pillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. Hey, dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and flip it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
At Sentry H2O, our under-sink water filter with remineralization, the Sentry Wellness System is engineered to exceed wellness expectations in 2025. It removes a broad spectrum of harmful toxins, including ammonia, lead, fluoride, PFAs, PFOs, and more. It enriches water with essential nutrients like calcium, magnesium, and raises pH for natural alkalinity. With zero waste operation, no water is lost during filtration, unlike traditional reverse osmosis. It is a simple 15-minute DIY installation, no plumber required. The Sentry Wellness System stands out by blending German water technology with American engineering, designed to deliver great-tasting, health-boosting water efficiently and affordably. Learn more at SentryH2O.com.
Well, transitioning to health, it's amazing health isn't a more important topic to everybody, because if you don't have your health, you
don't feel good.
You don't feel good. There's a spectrum, and if you don't have your health, you're dead.
That's true.
It's like, somewhere on that, there's a lot of degrees of not feeling good, and eventually you just don't feel, and you're gone. But this is the only body we have. You take care of your car, you check the oil, make sure that the light's on. It's been 3,000 miles, and
we probably take care of our pets a lot of times more than taking care of ourselves.
Many do. Whenever Stacy driving a diesel truck, F-250, and when she drives, she goes, "Oh yeah, I'll put some gas in it." No, the word is fuel. It's diesel. Don't get confused when you get there. And I'll text her like 3 times if she's driving it to do something. She's hauling something or moving something. I'm like, just don't, unless it's empty. Don't put anything in it, because what you put in the tank affects everything. You put gas in a diesel engine, makes a big difference. And that level of attention I have to that is the kind of attention we need to have about what goes into our bodies. And, if they had an experimental gasoline, we're not sure if it works, but there's an emergency use authorization, sugar water that's converted to, maybe it's good for you, but emergency use authorization, we're going to force you to put it in your truck. I'd be like, I'm just going to leave it in the garage until this gets figured out. Well, we kind of did that with our bodies for a few years, and now they're changing things. A big win in the White House, if you saw this week, RFK Jr. was there. They had some medical experts, influencers, different people, that this has been a hot topic of the MAHA movement, that there was a big coalition to even get Trump elected in 2024. There has been a dramatic change to the vaccine schedule.
Yay!
You can see that
That's exciting.
It was a very exciting image to see there in the White House when RFK was there and they were talking about this. It's going from, I'm not going to get into the ins and outs, but we are having Mary Holland from Children's Defense Fund coming on next week. And we're talking about some of these big wins. But for those of you that are like, I voted for this and I wanted more to be happening, and what is happening, this is a big one. The vaccine schedule has ramped up dramatically in our lifetimes to our children's lifetimes, to the children now.
To 70-some shot. I think it's like 73, something like that, or 72.
From 72, they're lowering
11.
to 11, and then spreading out. That's the biggest thing. It's like not all in a day. These dosages are not, because sometimes maybe it's one shot, there's like maybe a dozen things in it. So we're going to bring more clarity to this. But for those of you that are like, hey, what's happening? All you hear about is we got this going on in Iran, and I didn't want this, and I wanted that. There are so many good things happening, and the kind of attention you pay to your vehicle, pay that kind of attention to your body, because it pays some of the biggest dividends. You don't get another body. And to help us take care of it, we have somebody that is doing even greater things than about anyone I know. Let me get this done. Today's guest, she's known as the Juice Lady, but she's author of over 36 books, sold over 3.5 million books.
3.5 million copies. That's amazing.
What would that feel like?
I
To
mean,
be like 3.5 million people gave money to know what I think.
yeah, it's pretty remarkable.
Most people tell me to shush. That's unbelievable. I wonder if her family members bought it. It'd be kind of funny.
That would be funny.
If they're like, nah, my family thinks I'm an idiot.
Well, Jesus's family, a lot of times it took his death for some of those to turn.
James didn't convert until after.
No,
so she's got a new book called The Truth About Seed Oil. She was the nutritionist advisor for George Foreman. Guys, synonymous, But
I know.
It's funny talking to kids now. They're like, oh, he was a boxer? I thought he was a grill guy. No, he was. That put him on the map in a really big way. Made a movie about it. She's the nutritionist advisor for the royal family of the UAE. She has a Master of Science in nutrition. She knows her stuff. She's made more Americans healthy than about anybody on the planet. Miss Sherry Colbaum.
Yay! Welcome back.
Thank you so much for inviting me back. I'm really excited to talk with you today about some new developments. But I also wanted to tag on what you said about what's going on at HHS and RFK Jr.
Please.
His new show, How to Cook with Real Food, that is huge, and I'm very excited about that. And did you see Kellogg is now removing some of the dyes from their cereals because Kennedy pushed for that. So we've got wins coming down right and left, but you just said it. We don't always hear about it.
That's
so
true.
We don't always hear about
Yes.
those wins. And it's funny, these things like like these dyes, the things you can't pronounce. We've done over the years. We've shown the same like Fruit Loops in Germany, and there's like 6 ingredients, and you look at like Fruit Loops in America, and it's like a long list of ingredients. You can't pronounce half of them, but it's the same product. But in America, we do these things. I use that diesel fuel example because I'm freakish about my vehicles, and like if Stacy put the wrong thing in my truck, and like I could get another truck, I can't get another me.
That's true.
I mean, our bodies, this should be something we really focus on. Like, what are these things? And I'm really thankful. RFK is kind of an outlier. If you saw the interview with Rubio and his wife this week, they were kind of, it was funny banter, because they're like, hey, are you as healthy, as Bobby? He's like, not even close. He had a joke. He takes a cooler of fermented vegetables with him when he travels around the world. And his wife's like,
she actually told on him and said he eats Pop-Tarts.
He eats Pop-Tarts, So it's a funny banter. I think he looks pretty fit, and he's on his game and is super sharp. But but you almost need somebody that's such an outlier to move the trend. You need like the head coach of a football team needs to be the most disciplined. They can't be like, hey, we'll start practice at 9-ish, when everybody gets there. It's like, you need somebody moving the needle that's very on point. And I don't know if there's anybody, I mean, I heard some young guys the other day saying like, man, I'd love to be in his shape when I'm his age. And I'm like, it'd be good if you were in his shape at your age, at 25. It would be good if you could do as many push-ups as him.
Oh, I so agree. So we've got a great leader leading us all to a better path. Well, I want to talk about a better path and a big hot topic that's going on right now in our nation, and that's GLP-1s. Lots of people are on them. And when I say lots, 11% of our nation, 28 to 30 million people are taking a GLP-1. And I have had numerous conversations lately with health professionals like naturopathic doctors and health fitness trainers. And people were saying to me, wow, I'm seeing a lot of problems cropping up with people taking these. And so I went to a deeper dive to see what are some of the problems. And what does GLP-1 stand for? These are peptides, glucagon-like peptides, and they sound good on paper. They're to lower the blood sugar and people get more energy and they are not as hungry. But there are side effects. It seems like when we manipulate with what God has given us, there's always something. So what happens? I looked at all the problems that can develop, and kidney injury, pancreatitis, loss of muscle, 25 to 40% muscle loss from taking GLPs. I went, oh my goodness. here we lose muscle as we age anyway. We're trying to build our muscles and then take this and lose maybe nearly half of your muscle mass. And that muscle burns more calories than fat. So we want muscle. We need muscle. Hair loss and metabolic problems, hormone disturbances. And this one bothered me also, depression, anxiety, and even a loss of interest in going out and socializing with your friends. So this is not a drug for cosmetic reasons. And so many people are taking it because they say, I'd like to lose 2 or 3 dress sizes or pant sizes, just to look better. There are better ways, my love, than this. And we're going to delve into that next.
Sherry, let me ask you a question on that, because kind of here's the conversations, when you see comments online and different people kind of pushing back different ways. Let's list a few real quick. One is, if somebody is say an extreme. Now we see some of these people where it's like, they're an actor or an actress and there's not much to lose and they're, doing this, and it's maybe an extreme, calorie deprivation, to get to an unhealthy spot. What about somebody who is, in this range where morbidly obese and there's a lot of factors there that are going to hurt them, and they've not been able to get it under, they've struggled for decades and they need something to get back on track. How much of these problems are created by somebody taking it and not having a holistic approach, and they're not eating enough of the right things? They're just eating less garbage, and putting that
But
in.
still eating the same kinds of foods.
Still eating the same kinds of foods that got them in that trouble, maybe less of it because it's inhibiting their appetite, but it's not under a doctor's supervision. They're just kind of given a drug and go about it with your own poor systems. How much of this is that it ramped into the market so quickly and they're not working? Is it the drug itself, or is it the way people are applying it and their lifestyle being bad in conjunction with it? They're just eating less Pop-Tarts.
Less Pop-Tarts. Let's address everything you said. So
Because
first
my
of all,
question is it the drug itself causing a problem, or is it's doing a thing and then their lifestyle not working in a positive way? How much of that is the root of it?
some of each, I would say. So the drug is causing problems, but most people are not eating healthy. I heard from a practitioner that does body work, fascia work, and she has worked with people. And one person was eating like 2 shrimp and a glass of vodka, and that was her dinner. It's like,
that's the kind of things you see online.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and that is what's going on. So we've got a 2-pronged effect. We've got the drug, which has problems in itself.
Okay.
And then we've got the person not eating nutritiously. I mean, if they were taking the GLP-1 and eating a salad, maybe they'd be in better shape.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was kind of my question.
So what are some different things that people can do to lose weight? Because maybe that's a struggle that people are having. What can they do? What can they implement in their life to be able to lose weight, and really what's making a difference for people?
So I want to point to a study this year, 2026, but I want to go back and just check one box of the question that you asked me. For some people, GLP-1s are important and maybe imperative, the morbidly obese or severe diabetic situations where the benefits outweigh the problems. And so, yes, in those cases, it is a good thing. But for most people, no, they're just wanting to lose 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 pounds to look better, feel better. And there are better ways to do that. So let's go on to the study of this year, 2026. And I don't think this ever made the news anywhere, but they found that omega-3 fatty acids help help rodents lose weight. So they were working with the mice, and they found that fat-induced obesity in the mice greatly benefited from omega-3 fatty acids and helped them lose weight. So that's what I want to focus on today, and the diet, how to get more omega-3 fats in your diet and how to get out the problem foods, the problem fats and other things that are causing the weight gain. But I looked into what was the fat fed to those mice. It was soybean oil. Well, we've known since way back decades ago, soybean oil makes cattle gain weight, makes people gain weight. And we have soybean oil in everything today. Cheap. It's genetically engineered. We have a lot of crops and that are producing soybean, and so it's easy to make it into an oil. It's cheap. Manufacturers are putting it in everything. It's in the deep fat fryers of many fast food restaurants and other restaurants. So, time to get that out of our diet and to bring in more omega-3s. So, we should go over what are omega-3s.
Yes.
And fatty cold water fish, salmon, mackerel, tuna, sardines. And some people say, I don't like any of that. I've had many people tell me I don't like fish. Well, there are many other things you can do. Last time I was on your show, I talked about eggs and egg yolks being rich in omega-3 fats. So we want more eggs, but we want them pasture raised, free range, they might be called. And so that they have more omega-3 in them because they're outside and they're hunting and pecking and they're getting bugs, grass and sunshine. And so they're going to have more omega-3s. Walnuts, walnut oil, walnut milk, very rich in omega-3s. So start incorporating more nuts into your diet, the walnuts in particular. Also hemp seed oil, and flaxseed oil.
That is really good. How about like supplementation of omega-3? So you see that quite a bit, where there's options for supplements of omega-3. What's your thought on that?
I've looked at studies on the supplements. They aren't getting such good results from just the capsules. They're small, it's little bits of oil. Who knows how long it's been in there, but I've not found any studies that got great benefits. But I always recommend taking like a tablespoon of oil before you go to bed. Something like a fish oil, Nordic Light is a good brand, or flaxseed oil. I take a tablespoon of flaxseed oil before bed, and that gets right into your system. It's on an empty stomach, so it's getting right in there and doing its work. At the same time that you're taking omega-3s, and we've talked about this on other shows, lower your seed oils. Soy is one of the seed oils, but there are others, and all of them contribute to problems, to fat gain, and that would be corn. And then we named soy first, canola, which would be rapeseed, grapeseed oil, safflower, sunflower, rice bran, cottonseed, and peanut oil. And what you want to cook with, olive oil, avocado oil, or coconut oil.
Now, if you're watching this show, you're on Spotify. We have the video version on there. You're on Rumble, one of these things. If you're on the treadmill, just listening. But we had a graphic last time of like what you called like the Hateful Eight? The Hateful Eight.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd say what that woke me up. I'm looking at things. And I mean, when you talk about processed foods, it's hard to avoid those because they're in things that you don't think. It's like, well, I'm not cooking with canola oil, but like if you eat a cracker, these things they're in there. All these harmful oils have infiltrated their way into almost every facet. So like really looking at these labels and looking for those ingredients it's critically important. Can you list those Hateful Eight?
Here they come. So soy, corn, and canola would be right up at the top, and they're double Hateful Eight because they're genetically engineered. So that makes them double toxic. And then also grapeseed oil, safflower, sunflower, rice bran, cottonseed, and peanut oil. All of those we want to omit as much as we possibly can. And you're right, David, they're in so many things, packaged foods, snack foods, and then eating out. So we've got to become very wise shoppers. The more that we can get them out of the diet, the better off we'll be. And, this is extremely important because these oils are toxic. They create oxidative stress in the body, which leads to inflammation. Inflammation is what leads to obesity, to fat gain. Inflammation causes immune cells to deposit in fatty tissue. When that happens, then the fat metabolism is messed up and fatty acids spill over into the system, and that creates more problems, more fat gain, insulin resistance, more fat gain. It's like a vicious circle. So we've got to stop the bleeding, so to speak, and turn things around by changing our diet. So in addition to getting rid of these seed oils, we want to get rid of sugar. It is a very inflammatory food as well. And we also want to get rid of processed foods, fast foods, anything with dyes and preservatives and additives. RFK to the rescue. He's really been putting that out a lot. And I don't know how much of America is listening, but we need all to be listening to that. And in addition, there are high acid foods that contribute to inflammation. And some of those are like soda, coffee, black tea, and of course, back into that category, the refined foods. And then meat and dairy and grains are acidic in their breakdown. I don't call them bad for us, but we should limit the amount that we eat. And what do we need in the other side of the coin? We need greens, lots and lots of greens, berries, herbs, nuts and seeds, legumes, beans, lentils, split peas, all of those are going to be excellent. I love the fact that RFK Jr. is really promoting fermented foods, kimchi or sauerkraut or yogurt. He mentions that often, that he's eating that with his steak or taking a yogurt with him as he travels.
That is very true. And then you had one more thing that I thought was kind of interesting was celery juice. Talk about that.
Yeah. Celery juice is wonderful to begin to lower inflammation. It's been shown in scientific studies to lower blood pressure and cholesterol and blood sugar. And those are some of the markers of metabolic issues. They're metabolic markers. And so we want to bring them into good balance. And so celery juice is going to be excellent for that. I once thought that celery juice was just a fad, that there wasn't much to it. It was just mainly sodium and water. And then I discovered all these studies and found, wow, they are just amazing, these little ribs of celery and what they do for us. And also the leaves are loaded with nutrients. And in addition, here's a little bonus tip. They have apigenin and luteolin that are great for fighting cancer. So they have been shown in scientific studies to cut off angiogenesis, the growth of blood vessels to tumors, to feed it, cause it to grow. So include that. And it's very calming to your system as well. Do you know that one of the big contributors also to inflammation is stress? And so the more we can calm our body, the more we can de-stress, the better off we are.
No doubt about it. And you have been, like, I know that as people are listening here today, one of the things that people have a lot of questions about is oils. And you did just write a book called The Truth About Seed Oils. And you can find that by going to juiceladysherry.com. And it's Sherry is Cherie. And that'll take you to Amazon where you can get The Truth About Seed Oils. But you also have something really cool that is a giveaway that's absolutely free for the listeners when they register for your newsletter. So you just go to juiceladysherry.com, scroll down to the bottom, and it's about anti-inflammatory, energy-boosting juices. And you can get that for absolutely free by registering for your newsletter. So we are so thankful for that, especially in this world of what do? We need some answers. You have the solutions.
Sherry, can I ask you one more question? I know we're kind of out of the time that you had for us, but can I ask you one more question about the celery? I'm going to be kind of transparent, and maybe you're going to shame me. I'll just be kind of vulnerable with our audience. My number one, man, I want a snack. My favorite thing, if you wanted to catch a David Whited out in the wild, you just use peanut butter. That is the thing. And so we've gone on this trend. Stacy went and bought me a variety of, she went to Sprouts and I think somewhere else and got a variety of different alternative peanut butters.
Well, no, they're peanut butter, but it's all natural. It doesn't have any of the oils. It's just using the peanuts to make it, because it's really hard to find a peanut butter that doesn't have the bad oils in them.
I was extra crunchy Jif was man, that was my Achilles heel, right? Which I guess is probably better than, on the spectrum, I'm still the other side, maybe Hunter Biden. And so, it's there's maybe worse things you could turn to in a pinch, but it was that. And I put on a Ritz cracker. And so that's another thing, you know. And so I'm like, okay, so I cut those out, but I was missing a ton. And so I've started using a celery stick, and then these new alternative Stacy got me. And when I first tried them, they got the oil on top, and I'm complaining, I'm grumbling, I'm like, mixing it up, and I'm like, this is not the same. But after a couple times, like it is really good. But is that? Am I diluting myself? Is that am I still just as bad, or taking a healthy version of that on a celery stick instead of the crunchy Jiffy on a Ritz cracker? Is that a better option, or am I just fooling myself?
David, you've made a giant leap. It's good. And it's one of the snacks I recommend. Yay. You can have peanut butter on celery any day. That's the good peanut butter that doesn't have the sugar or the corn syrup or the bad oils in it. So absolutely go for it. It's a great snack, and I'm glad you're enjoying it and got all that oil mixed up.
For sure.
Yeah,
good job, David.
It's a low threshold. Our forefathers cut down trees and built houses on the prairie. So I can mix up some oil. I know it's not the end of the world, but it's a good option, not just a less bad option. Is that fair?
It's a good option. Goodness, you're getting all the great benefits of celery, which are packed with nutrients, and then you're getting a good peanut butter. So I think go for it. Great snack.
Man, I'll be like, this is Sherry approved. Stacey, back off.
Approved.
So that's phenomenal. Can you show people the PDF again one more time? How to get
so
that?
You're going to go to juiceladysherry.com, Obviously, her book, The Truth About Seed Oils, but then also when you scroll down towards the bottom, you're going to see a place to register for the newsletter and get her pamphlet on anti-inflammatory juices. So such a great thing, especially after talking about today and weight loss. So Sherry,
I love it. Well, the top people in the world, you got George Foreman, you got the royal family of the UAE. They got, I don't know, probably more money than people can count.
Exactly.
And when they go, if you have all the money in the world and you're going to seek out somebody for advice, they seek out Sherry. You can get the same thing, even if you're, like me, just some, redneck living in Missouri. You can have access to the same kind of information the royal family gets.
That's
pretty
right.
cool.
Sherry, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
All right, Flavor family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order for my pillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some My Pillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. Hey, dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and flip it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
At Sentry H2O, our under-sink water filter with remineralization, the Sentry Wellness System is engineered to exceed wellness expectations in 2025. It removes a broad spectrum of harmful toxins, including ammonia, lead, fluoride, PFAs, PFOs, and more. It enriches water with essential nutrients like calcium, magnesium, and raises pH for natural alkalinity. With zero waste operation, no water is lost during filtration, unlike traditional reverse osmosis. It is a simple 15-minute DIY installation, no plumber required. The Sentry Wellness System stands out by blending German water technology with American engineering, designed to deliver great-tasting, health-boosting water efficiently and affordably. Learn more at SentryH2O.com.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.